hands as we work with the biggest brands the crafting industry has to offer. So grab your favourite drink, get cosy, and don't miss a moment of fun. Stay tuned and make sure you keep it right here and let HobbyMaker fuel your passion for creativity. See you at 1 p.m.
It's competition time. HobbyMaker are turning 3 and we're inviting you to enter our birthday card competition. To enter and to be in with a chance of winning up to £100, simply send us your handmade card along with an envelope before the 7th of March. Your design must use at least one product from HobbyMaker. For the full details on how to enter, scan the QR code or head to our website. Happy crafting and good luck.
You got it in the word makeup, but so really, really nice and fantastic. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh, well, hello. Welcome to HobbyMaker and Rosie. It is wonderful to be here with you. Happy Friday. Massive thank you to John Scott and all the team at Sewing Street as well for taking you through. We are here to take you through till 9 p.m. this evening. I'll be here with you till 5. Then Hayley West is going to be joining you at 5 o'clock as well. And my goodness, have we got a lineup? It is a pretty spectacular day, I don't mind saying. We are starting with a fantastic brand new launch from Sanntangle, from the queen of the tangle, Sandra herself. She is here. Hello.
Oh, no pressure then. I'm just me. I'm just me.
Yeah, but just you is absolutely fabulous.
That's it, yeah,
and it's not just you, because Dobby's there.
Oh, yes, Dobby's back.
Yes.
Yes, he's back. It's because I didn't pay him for last month because he didn't really do anything.
Oh, okay. Fair. Just pay him a gin.
Well, yeah, I mean, well, to be fair, yes, people have been buying, he's been buying sweets and all sorts.
Has it? Oh, yeah, he has. He's been treated, hasn't he?
I know.
He's got his scarf and hat on as well.
I don't know what's going on, but, you know, he's a little bit of a menace amongst himself, isn't he?
Well, that's it. Well, you're the queen and he's the king of Tangle.
He's
and
here today.
Yeah, it's lovely. And we've got some brand new items for you, which you're going to absolutely love, love, love. So that's happening at 1 o'clock. And then at 2 o'clock, we have Catherine here to bring you the Cloud9 Metallic Pad Complete Collection. That is back in stock. We also have the fabulous brushes from Lisa Horton back in stock. So we've got a mega hour there. Sandra's going to be back at 3 with some more brand new deals. And then 4 o'clock, we've got Janie's Originals. Oh my goodness, you are going to absolutely love this. Your bookmaking kits, we've got a big bundle there for you, which is going to really, really fly out the door. And then 5 o'clock, Sandra is back.
I know, I'm dominating today. What's going on?
Loving it, loving it. It was Tangle-tastic today. It's absolutely fabulous. And then 6 o'clock, we've got Catherine back with some more crafty deals from Lisa Horton Crafts. 7 o'clock, guess who's back?
I know, how did that happen? That was not on the plan.
Can't get enough of you. We can't get enough of you. And then 8 o'clock, you've got the finishing press with Janie's Originals as well, so you can discover all about that. It is a wonderful day. We've got a fabulous team. Jimmy is on floor. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Look who's directing the show today as well. We've got Joe directing. There he is. Special guest Joe in the gallery. And there's our gorgeous Laura producing the show as well. Yeah. So do you know what? We're all here to take you through. We're live, we're interactive. So as always, get your questions in, get your messages in. And do you know, it's already happening. They're already checking out.
Oh, you're going to love this.
It's so gorgeous.
It's a bit different.
Yeah.
It's a little bit vintage, maybe, isn't it?
A bit retro.
Yeah, a bit, yeah.
Yeah, I love it. Nice. Well, who doesn't love music? We all love music. Music is so important in our lives. Music makes us feel good. And images like this, Sandra, absolutely make us feel joy. So tell us what we're going to be getting in this fantastic.
Well, I've actually given you instructions for 4 different things. So you've got a retro mic. You've got a mic, different one, with a keyboard.
Yeah.
You've got a set of headphones, you know, the big headphones. And of course you've got, what else have we got? Oh, you've got a set of speakers that have got a little bit of like a sound system around it. Yeah. But in the stencil, once you've had a go at it, you can also find the shapes that would do a drum kit.
Oh, see, that's
If
so
you
cool.
wanted to. So you'd have to have a look around for that, but it's there. And once you sort of get used to the stencils and how they work, you'll see it. So you've got the options to do other things with it as well, like any of my stencils.
It's brilliant. It's a big stencil set as well, this one. I'm just going to show you on the back because, as always, when you get this home, you want to label this, don't you? So
You do want to label it, you do want to number it, because of course in the instructions I won't say, oh, it's that shape top left or first on the right. I'll give you a number. I'll say use number 1 or use number 5. And of course, you know, then it depends on how you put it on the paper.
Yeah.
But at least then you've got the right shape for the right instruction.
Yeah,
and
this is it.
Generally it works.
It's amazing. Generally it works. I mean, look at it. It's absolutely incredible. Message in if you've already found Sanntangle. Message in if you've been Sanntangling for a while, if you've just found it, if you've just discovered it. What do you love about it? How does it make you feel? You know, what's it done for you? How has it helped you? Because I think this is an art form. It's something so many people really feel a deep connection to, don't they?
It's nice to think, well, their patterns and their doodles go within shapes, but we're actually using the principle of basic shapes and lines to draw art.
Yeah.
I don't know if you want to show that keyboard sample.
I will, here we go. Look.
Because when you see it, I mean, they're about A5 size. You could make things a little bit bigger if you want, but I kind of base it around a standard piece of paper that you can work with. I mean, look at that. And that mic's got a bit of bling on it there, and it just, look at that.
It's so good.
Yeah.
Look, I mean, we've barely been here 5 minutes. You know, we've been on air, and over 30% of a very big stock has already flown out the door. You can see the names coming through on the bottom of the screen. The thing is once you've started Sanntangling, you know what it does for you. You know this deep connection you have with it. You know how it makes you feel. And every time Sandra brings out a new stencil set with an instruction booklet, you are here for it. You are ready for it. Your code is LW1246. You've got your free phone number there, 0800 001 4433, if you'd like to get in touch that way. Of course, the quickest, easiest way to get involved is on the website, hobbymaker.com, or of course our app as well. Just check out your baskets. Do not leave anything in there. We've got, and you've probably, I think you already have found on the website. Sorry, I was shaking now. I'm just waving.
Yeah, she is waving.
My very good friend Kate is up there as well. Oh, gorgeous girl. So everybody's loving this. Everyone's coming to see it from the gallery as well, Sandra. You know, it's a beautiful, beautiful collection. And what you've already done is found the website, found lots of other kits as well. You've got the apertures back, all occasions, the dragonflies back from the hot. It's all there for you. Go and check it out. And of course, what complements this beautifully is your musical strings, which will be coming up for you next. If you want to go ahead and check that out as well, as many of you have done, it's a really good idea. Loads of messages coming through.
Oh, love messages, love messages.
They're lovely, aren't they? This is from Helen. She
Hi,
says,
Helen.
yoo-hoo!
Ooh, hey!
Love it. Yoo-hoo, Sandra. Thank you so much for bringing the new music stencil to us. It's been so long. I can't wait for all of today's shows.
I know, because I don't take it for granted that you just check out. I do really, really appreciate that, but it puts a great responsibility on that I always want to make sure that even if you've not seen it demoed and you've ordered it, I want you to get it home and go, wow,
yeah,
look what I can draw. So that never leaves me. It's always what would my customers, what would the tanglers want? Yeah, this is for anybody and everybody, isn't it? So
it is, and actually on that note, because we're going to see a demonstration now from Sandra, but if you're sat at home, and I actually am really speaking directly to you, are you sat at home saying, well, this isn't for me because I can't draw, right? I would love the response from so many of you who also felt that way, who also thought, oh, I can't draw. And then you started it and now you can. Message in.
Yes.
Tell everybody at home how it absolutely applies to them, how absolutely, as Sandra just said, it is for everyone. You can all draw, you can all do it, and my goodness me, you will be so proud of yourself when you see what you create. It's beautiful. So, what are you going to draw for us?
I'm going to do the headphones.
Oh, yay!
I think. Now, when you're looking at it, you've got 3 pictures on the front, you've got one on the back there, your extra speakers. This, I would say, was the easiest one to do.
Okay.
And then the other 2, pretty straightforward. This one, where you've got like your old-fashioned mic, is a bit 3D. Right. If you've never done it before, I'd leave that one until you've had a practice at the others, because that's got a few extra lines in, you need to give it that depth. Okay. I'm not saying you can't do it, I'm just saying the others are a little bit easier than that one. Yeah. So work it through that way. But if you think, oh, that's what I want to draw, Go for it, absolutely fine. So what do you need? You need a piece of paper. You need the stencil, of course, which I've numbered. Instructions. You need a pencil. You need a fine liner. And you need a rubber. And that's it.
That's it.
That's it.
You can pretty much get all of that on today's show.
You can do whatever you want to do then. You can colour whatever, however it works. So here we go. I'm going to start with these headphones. So it says, look, drawing the headphones, take your time with this one. Use your pencil lightly as the curves are important in order to make it work. So I'm going to put that up to one side there. And here we go. First things first then, let's have a look. Now I've drawn these so I know which is which. I don't have to particularly refer to the instructions, but what I've done is I've got 10, 13, 14 and 15. They need to be drawn in exactly that position. Okay, so as much as I'm not giving you the shape of the headphones to just draw around, I've given you the proportions. Whatever you do after this, it's going to change a little bit because, of course, when we move the stencil, you're going to find that yours might curve a bit more than mine. It might be a bit taller, that kind of thing. That's entirely fine, absolutely fine. As long as you've got those 4 shapes, we can work around that. So here I've actually given you a 14A. It's not because I've missed a number. It's because it's relative to 14 because it's exactly the same size. So if I line it up over there, you see, I can then put this shape in. And I've got the first part of my headphone. So it just puts it in the right place. And it's like I planned it, isn't it? So then what I'm going to do here is I'm going to put a little curve in there. Okay. And then here, let's just join that. I want to sort of make, you see I've got this shape here. I want to do it on this side. Now I'm going to do it freehand, but of course you've got a stencil. So if you want to, use the stencil, it's absolutely fine. And it gives you that sort of first bit. You see, just sort of curving it round, all in pencil, so you can rub it out. There you go, that's my first bit. And then I'm going to split this in 2. So let's put a curve. See, I'm following the curves and bringing those 2 in. I've got one here, look. See, I'll bring it round like so. There you go. And then here at the ends, I'm going to kind of just bring it in a bit. So it looks like they're separate pieces, you see? Bring it in a bit. There you go. Job done. So that's my first one. I'm not going to do too much around here because that's going to disappear. So I'm going to use the same shape. Now this now doesn't match that, does it? Of course it doesn't. So what we've got to do, I want to use the outside of it. And I'm going to sort of have a look at it and think, right, okay. I'm going to curve it slightly. I'm going to make it work for me because I want this shape to be slightly to the right. Okay, and I'm going to go all the way around there. So I've got the same shape, you see? Now I could have used this one. I could have put that on to help me give that, but it depends what you want to do. You've got 2 options there. Let's get rid of these little bits here now. So this looks a bit weird, I know. So again, I'm still going to join that one. It's going to join to there this time, like so. And then here, again, I've got to split it up a little bit. So let's put a little line around this one to start with. Okay. Bear in mind, it's always going to look a little bit scruffy until, you know, you've sort of like drawn it in with pen and things, but there we go. So that gives me that one. And then here, I need, like I've got 1, 2, 3, I need 3 here. So let's put myself a little mark in. So I've split it into 3 sections. And then I'm going to come around, drawing this one in first. See, that's going to sort of go up and meet at the top there. And this one's going to sort of do the same. There we go, around. See, I'm sort of bringing it into that line a bit there, into that one. Before you know it, there's the kind of the bottom section. Let's just bring it here, look, see, look at number 6. Yeah, I'm on number 6, number 7 working on. So now number 8, okay? So this one, you know, it's like that squashy stuff.
Yeah.
That it sort of sits on your ears. So we've got to make this look a little bit squashy like that. So it's kind of a spongy foam, isn't it, with a bit of PVC or something over the top of it.
But look how those few lines just make it look such a different texture, don't they?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm putting a couple of lines. You could change these as you go, but it just gives you that appearance, doesn't it? And wander it around a bit. That's going to come in later, but I'm putting that in now while I'm there. So the next thing, okay, is you've got to put the head piece on. Now, I've done this in a couple of ways. I haven't given you the whole sort of size of all of them because it depends where your piece is sitting.
Okay.
So this one here, look, I'm going to bring it out and I'm going to put that one fully in there like that, sitting on top of that line. See, look at it already.
Oh my gosh.
And then this one, you see, it's a bit smaller because what I've got to do is I've got to make it join here. So what I'm going to do is imagine where the middle is and it's going to meet there. So I'm going to put myself a little dotted curved line in so I know where it's going. And then I'm going to use this at the top to kind of help me. You see, it's going over the top of that first one there. And I've got that in the middle and I can put that bit in like that. Yeah. So then what I can do is I can follow that line down, I can join it.
Nice.
Okay, because I'm going to put my little lozenges in because I'm not following the instructions. I should have put that in. There you go. So you've then got your basic headphone shape. There it is. There it is. Yeah, look at that. That didn't take long at all, did it?
No, it really didn't.
Shape that in a bit. So once we've got that kind of thing, I've got another few bits in there, but I'm not going to worry about those for now. If I move on, it's now starting to sort of be a little bit different. I've got a bit of a wavy line. So, of course, if you're familiar with music stave, 5 lines, we're going to start with 1. So I'm going to come from here, I'm going to go over there, look, I'm going to underneath, and I'm going to come up and over like that. Okay, you can do it any way you like. It's just that I like it to go over and under because it makes this look more 3D. So that's my middle line kind of thing. So I've got to imagine now, here we go, I need sort of 2 more lines either side. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I'm going to follow this around. Let's do this outside one first. I always find it easy to do the outside one. I'm going to bring it down to here. And then you can fit this one in the middle. There you go. That's coming down to here. And then let's do the same with this one. So the outside one first. There it is, look. See, it's getting a bit thinner there. I don't mind that. It doesn't have to be the same size at all.
It gives it movement, doesn't it, almost?
Absolutely. There you go. So that's my first bit.
Lovely.
And then I'm going to come up and into this one. So again, I'm going to imagine, let's go a bit wider out there because I want to get another one in there, see? I'm following this line. I'm going to join it there. There we go. So again, this is where you can have a little bit of fun, you know, and even though you've sort of sketched that bit in underneath, you're not going to see the whole thing. So you've not if you think I've not quite drawn that exactly how it should be, doesn't matter, look, because you're covering it. There you go. All right. So I've got one. I've done a little bit more. Say a little bit more, and I've like rubbed out my lines there, so you can see there's my stave and there's my little headphones in there. So now it's all about putting the music on. So you know, if you're into treble clef. Or otherwise known as the G clef.
It is, isn't it?
It is, because it's on the G line. Let's put a sharp in there. So F sharp, which gives me G major. This is 4/4 time, and then you can put whatever tune you want to put in there. And let's sort of break it up into bars.
Yeah, you could personalise that, couldn't you? Like someone's favourite song,
Absolutely,
their karaoke tune.
yeah. I've actually, the one I've got in is, it's a Sam Hunt country piece.
Oh, no.
So, yeah, so you can put whatever, I think it's Miss You. Yeah, I'm going to make you miss me, that's the one. That's the one that's in there. But, yeah, I think. Right, so once I've done that, I put my notes in. Of course, I'm not going to sort of do that right now. I'm going to put myself another line in. And it's sort of going to sort of weave in and out just as before. Let's put that over there and under there. Because what I'm going to do with that, this line isn't going to stay.
Okay.
I'm going to put myself lots of little notes all around. Now, I am a stickler for putting the notes the right way around. Because I used to teach music back in the day. So, you know, my quavers and my minims and everything. But you do whatever you want to do. Just make it a little bit interesting. Make it fun.
Yeah.
You see, lots of these little dots around. And then you can add extra little bubbles around.
Lovely.
One last thing that I've done. Again, you do that all the way around, but I'm not going to sort of spend all my time doing that. You see, we've got this curve. We can come in and we can put some little loops in. And if we put some I'm going to leave them quite plain. And then see here where you've got this little bit and you think, oh, what am I going to do with that? Bring some loops in. You see how it just sort of works its way around and it gives it that little bit of movement. So once I've got all that in, I've got my little notes in, I'm happy with what I've done. If I bring the original in now, you can see a little bit of colour.
It's amazing.
Yeah, so I've drawn that in, what, 5 minutes?
Yeah, incredible.
So, yeah, a little bit more time spent on the notes, a little bit of time on the colouring, a little bit of glitter.
How many layers you've created, because all those tiny little notes look like they're floating.
Exactly, so that line's disappeared, and it looks 3D because you've got these extra bits going on. Yeah. So from there, a bit of colour.
Oh my goodness.
There's your headphones.
It's so clever.
Yeah.
I think it's absolutely beautiful. And imagine the gifts you can create for people with this. You know, everyone you know will have their favourite song, will have their favourite tune. Lots of people, you know, will play musical instruments or dream of playing musical instruments, and it's never too late on that front. But my goodness, to be able to just craft and create something so beautifully. Sandra's given you the tools, she's given you the know-how, she's given you the shapes, and she's giving you the step-by-step guide, and that's key because you're going to get so confident in doing this the more you practice. Loads and loads of you coming through. We've got a ton of messages as well, which we'd love to read through,
brill.
when we get a little moment as well. But just to update you on stock, at the moment, we're approaching 50% of the stock going. That's not including everybody who has this in their basket. So Alison, Suzanne, Beverly, Christine, Leanne, Tina, loads of you still coming through there. Check out your basket. That's so important. This is our first live hour of the day here at HobbyMaker. And if you don't know it already, we only charge you 1 P&P, and that's for the whole day. So it's £4.95. So if you start your order right now, you don't have to pay a secondary P&P. And that's why I'll keep on saying to you as we go through, check out your basket, because you don't have to build your basket. You don't have to make sure you've got everything from the day in there. Check out as you go along. Just click the little button. It's a little icon when you go to the checkout page on our website. Just click combine your order, and that's going to allow you that 1 P&P, £4.95 for the whole day. But do not miss out on this. Who are you thinking of already? Are you thinking of your mum? Are you thinking of your best friend, your kids as well? You know, if you've got a DJ, our next door neighbour, Sean's a DJ.
This is,
you know, and it's
they're images for everybody,
aren't
they?
Yeah, it really is.
It crosses all boundaries.
Yeah, it's gorgeous.
Whoever you want to sort of.
Should we read through some of your messages? Because honestly, we could spend 2 hours going through the messages we've received already. So apologies if we don't read every single one of them out. Like, we're just inundated. But Laura's going to pop a few of these on screen because they're so lovely. And I hope as well that if you sat at home and you're on the fence and you're thinking, oh, I like the look of this, oh, I love those images, but I can't draw. You can. You really, 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 really can. And actually, a lot of the messages are saying just that, you know, how they had that sort of lack of confidence, and you've given it back to them, Sandra. So it's absolutely terrific. It's all right. LW1246 is your code, just 21.85. Now, this is from Elise. Hello, my darling. She says, always wanted to produce art, but I cannot draw. However, with Sandra's inspiration and stencils, I am now able to produce beautiful artwork. Thank you so
thank
much.
you. And I'm so pleased, actually, that you found it, because we've talked about this before. So many people don't think they can draw. Yeah, there's different levels, of course, and some people at school didn't have a good experience, and I think that follows you, and you don't want to show anybody. But this just really opens up that whole world, doesn't it?
It does. It's amazing. It really, really is. Another lovely message just coming through here as well from Helen. Hi, Helen.
Hey, Helen.
She says, hi, Sandra and Rosie. I couldn't draw a straight line with a ruler until I came across Sandra. And if I can do it, anyone can. I think you must have had a wonky ruler, Helen. But isn't it wonderful? I mean, this is it. You've given people confidence and the inspiration, and that is beautiful. It's a beautiful thing. I've got a question coming through as well. How are you doing? Are you okay? This is from Collector and Kent. She says, hi, Sandra. I love your work. Just wondering, do you colour your background before or after drawing?
Good point.
Thanks.
It depends how confident you feel, because I know I've found a lot of people, they'll colour it in and they go, I daren't touch the background. Okay. I always do my backgrounds afterwards, honestly. If I bring this one in, because once I've coloured it, I don't really mind if some of the colour goes over, but if you're not sure, draw it, and then ink it first, and then add the colour over the top, because then at least you've not spent all that time colouring. And then but I think sometimes inking it, just go for it. And you know, if you've got like, this is quite patchy, and that's the look I was going for anyway, it was honest. But if you find that you've got a few little patches, then the best way of dealing with that, if I just bring in one of my background stencils, and actually, let me just show
And you
what
can mix and match your stencils. If
Of
you've got
course.
stencils in your kit already, you might have favourite images.
Yeah.
But,
If you've got a patch that you think, no, I'm not so sure about, bring in a little bit of ink, bring in a background stencil. I mean, I'm doing this on my original now, so here we go.
dun, dun, dun.
See, I've got a bit of a darker patch there.
Yeah.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to rub a few of these in,
Okay.
and I'm going to make it look like I meant it.
Look at that. Oh my
Yeah.
goodness. And
See,
then
I've got to do a couple down here now because it needs to feel like I meant it. I've got a bit of balance there, look.
Yeah.
Just a few. I never use a full stencil, really. It's just a few bits.
That looks
But look at that now. It's like, yeah, I meant it. I wanted it to be a bit grungy.
I love that.
So-
Does that help at home? Isn't that great?
Yeah, use a bit of a background stencil and
Yeah.
it sorts it all out.
It's gorgeous.
If in doubt when you've done it and you think, ugh, then as long as you've not used watercolour pencils,
Yeah.
spritz it, leave it to dry completely, or even put a little bit of water and it'll take some of that colour away and it'll
Okay.
give you a bit of a different background as well. I do ink and spritz. I'll do one later with the tiles.
Nice,
A lot of backgrounds. If somebody, I'll have to go find some salt or something.
Oh, lovely.
And I'll show you how to do it. But honestly, there's all different ways of doing it. It depends how confident you are.
That's it. And have play. Play.
I know,
That's
it's great
it.
fun.
Experiment.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, precisely. Now, this is something that has been hugely popular in the past.
This is a real
and-
nice one.
Yeah.
Smaller products, these, or smaller art pieces of artwork. So
Yeah.
you do have a board there with
I've
all
got
of
it
them.
all
So
here.
I know,
So
it's just see
lovely.
the samples.
And I will just say, right, a quarter of the stock has already gone before we even brought the graphics live. So do make sure, again, that you're checking out. You've got so much exquisite imagery in here. This is the stencil that you're going to get. And then from this, just have a little look at some of the beautiful things you're going to be able to produce.
Look at that.
The harp. Oh,
There's
my
a harp in there.
goodness.
Where's the harp on the stencil?
This is it, and it's
It's
all
there.
the shapes. And Sandra will guide you through. So all of your instructions are in the booklet. So you'll just, honestly, it'll all become so clear. Really simple, really gorgeous.
Yeah, I mean,
beautiful
even the
tag.
treble clef, I've given you part of it. I've not given you the full shape
Yeah.
because I want you to be able to draw the rest of it.
That's it. Look at this as well. And again, I bet you're thinking already of so many people in your life who plays the guitar, who plays the harp, who's always dreamed of owning or playing a harp. You know, the violin. It just is so breathtaking.
Yeah.
And there's just this gorgeous flow and musicality to the drawings
Absolutely, yeah,
themselves, isn't
yeah.
there? Really lovely. And all of this, of course, I'm going to show you the full coloured board in a moment as well. Beautiful. And look. Oh, honestly,
And
the
all
gas,
of those things, absolutely.
it's just wonderful.
Again, I've inked all of those after I coloured them.
Oh,
But again,
really?
yeah, it just gives it that little bit of a different feel, doesn't it?
I love that. I mean, you could make a whole, because we can make and sell with everything. that we make,
Absolutely,
can't
yeah.
we?
And of course, if you mix this with some of the frames that I do as well, you've got a frame around it, or even, you know, flowers and things like that, or you can just draw the guitar and have a bit of a background going on. It depends who it's for and what you want to do with it. But you can make it match, because I mean, I know my son's got 5 or 6 guitars, kind of thing. So you can make it match the one that they've got. So you've got everything there. It looks, they're fab.
They are,
Nice
that's
to draw
gorgeous.
those.
Imagine making like a little set of, you could do a little booklet. You might even have a music journal if you write your own music. You could be popping these on there. Little sets of notelets and cards for people that you could be putting into sets to sell. It's absolutely divine, so beautiful. And again, loads and loads of you coming through. Chris, well done, Nadine. We've got Elise there, and Leanne, Christine, and Pascal, Karen, Yvonne. Loads and loads and loads of you putting it in. 40% of the stock has now gone. So everything's just flying out the door. And you can see why. I mean, look at it. Captures such beautiful, beautiful kind of composition as well. And Sandra will talk you through. She's going to really guide you through with her booklet, so you're never on your own, you're never stuck. It's a fantastic community as well. And actually, if you've got all about the music, you definitely need to go for this one. And also, if you came through for this one before, you definitely need to go and get all about the music. So musical strings and all about the music, just designed and work so well independently, yes, but they work beautifully together. Okay, so this is your brand new booklet that is launched today, all about the music, and then musical strings, which is on your graphics right now. But get them together if you can, because they just work harmoniously together, shall we say. Right, there we go. Now, we've also got for you your aperture bundle. And this is completely different to anything
Yes.
else you've done, really, isn't it?
It is.
Fantastic, I love it.
On occasion, you might not want to draw an actual thing.
Okay, yeah.
You think, I just want to sort of have a bit of a moment to myself, or I want to draw something, but I want to make it a bit different.
Yeah.
So if you've got a lot of my stencils already, and you think, I quite like this particular stencil, but I've done it to death, what can I do? Mixing it with these is completely different. But you've still got instructions, because we've used these, and it's almost like we're putting things underneath this stencil. So you're getting that 3D element, and some of them are coming out.
Yeah.
And once you see some of the samples, that'll make sense, because at the moment they just look like a load of shapes, don't they?
This is it.
How
And
does that even work?
And I'll
But
take
it's
you
amazing to do
through,
with them.
because they are fantastic. And these stencils, it kind of, when you have a little, oh, here we go. We can see them here. We can see the stencils themselves, and I'll show you all the samples. Because actually, again, you know, you can create one image, but it sort of breaks them up a bit.
It certainly does, yeah. And I'm going to show you how you can use that with a different stencil as well, that's other than just use the instructions. But look at them.
So good. So you've got all
That
three of
artwork.
these.
Look,
Okay,
that
so
one
all
looks like
three
it's a
booklets.
bookshelf, doesn't it?
It does, it
Almost.
does.
There's something hiding, and you can
Well,
just
that could
use
be
a section of
fossils
it.
or- yeah.
Absolutely, and mix and match that way if you want to.
Fantastic. So you're getting set 1, set 2 and set 3, okay? That's the stencils and the booklets. And then just look at some of the beautiful things. This is Leslie Elf. has
Yeah,
created
Leslie, yeah.
This one,
She got-
absolutely
yeah,
gorgeous.
She likes using these. But again, you can mix and do your own little bits in, or just use part of it. It's almost like it's a starting point for your own creativity.
Yeah.
Look, that's actually in the book, so you see how it sits behind.
Yeah.
But some of it comes out. It's just lovely.
It's really beautiful. And it kind of breaks it down, doesn't it? Because you're taking a box or a circle or a shape
Yeah,
at a time.
absolutely, yeah.
It doesn't feel overwhelming.
No,
does
it's
it?
that bit of structure, but it doesn't look like you've used a grid, if you know what I mean.
Absolutely. These are just gorgeous. Lots of you coming through for this again. $59.97 is brilliant. They should be £20 each, but we are going lower for you today. So take advantage of the saving.
It is. I mean, that's just using part of it. It's just a little piece.
Look at
And
this.
then here you've got sections.
Oh, it's
little
lovely. And then this,
motifs.
completely different.
Yeah,
With that background as well, with the bubbles. It's absolutely
It's
gorgeous.
all about being creative. You could even,
Yeah.
if you wanted to, ink through them.
Yeah.
And then tangle on the top if you wanted to.
Oh, that's a good
Or
idea.
even use them to ink through and then stamp little things in each of the image. So they work with any other craft as well. So don't think it's just, I've got to draw everything. You don't have to.
The grid one actually could be a really lovely photograph collage as well.
It could. And I
Couldn't
love
you?
that, how it
Layout.
looks like things have slid out a little bit. It's
Yeah.
a fantastic sample, that one.
It does. It's really, really incredible. This is Alison, New Shapes, July 24. I love it.
Yeah.
So really do come on in. You're making a great saving today as well. So they should be $19.99 each. Today, at $44.99, it's only $14.99 for the stencil and the booklet for each one of them. So it's absolutely brilliant. Julie, Wendy's there, John and Brenda, Susan, Maureen, Paulette, Elise, Karen, Christine, loads of you there. And let's take a little look. So where would you start with
I
this
know.
then?
Where would you start?
Where do you
Pick a shape. Okay, so I'm going to go with the hexagons. So you've got hexagons and diamonds in this one. You've got circles and squarey rectangles in that one. This one, rather than give you specific shapes, you've got one with all the odds and one with all the evens. So you've got a bit of a mixture. So I'm going to put them to one side, and I'm going to bring out, here we go, my stencil. There it is. Now, it doesn't look like anything on its own, does it?
I mean,
So-
you know, it almost looks like honeycomb. It would work
Little-
really well with
maybe,
bees
yeah.
and things.
Absolutely. And rather than use the whole thing, you could even, if you wanted to, you could emboss this, couldn't you? You know, if you follow your guidelines on your machine, you could run it through.
Oh, that's a good.
And ink on top, so you've got more 3D. Now, usually I would have one of these prepped, but I thought it's important that you actually see me do it from scratch, because you sort of draw and you think, okay, right, what do I do now? So I've got a few bits going on there. And I could follow the instructions and, you know, do exactly what it says in there, which is a great place to start if you're not sure.
Yeah.
But what I'm going to do is I'm going to just do those few. And I'm going to bring in another stencil I absolutely love, and that's my dragonfly. It's a go-to one. I use this a lot. I do love it. So what I'm going to do is use my little dragonfly to sort of start it off. So where shall I sort of put him? I'm going to have him sitting over the top. So if I just remove this bit. Now I say I use this so much, I don't really need the numbers. I know where all the bits and pieces are, kind of thing. So I can make my little body in my head. See, so I've rubbed out the bits underneath, so it's sitting on top at the minute. And then I'm going to make the tail. but let's do a little bit of the tail. See, that's going over. And when I get to the end of this hexagon here, you see, look, I've stopped it part way through. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to imagine where it's going to be, and then it's going to go underneath that one there. There you are. So let's put that last one in. So it looks like it's going underneath now. So you can start to create some real crazy different sort of ideas. So let's have a look at the, let's do the wing. So again, with my wing, this one, I'm going to rub out all the lines underneath it. Just makes it easier to see. And put the wing in. So I've got a full wing there. And I'm going to do the same. I'm going to use the same one. Full one here. And then, again, it breaks up that shape. So if you've used this dragonfly as many times as I have, and you think, okay, I want to do something a bit different with it. See, so it's over the top there. But now here, I'm going to turn it over so I've got a mirror image. That would help, wouldn't it? Oh, hang on, I'm going to put another hexagon up there. Give me a second. Because what I want to do is have my wings going underneath that one. There we go. So, there he is, look. So he started there again. Going to rub out that bit. And that bit there. And he's going to go underneath that one. You see, so it looks like it's going in. So you're only kind of drawing part of it. So here again, look, I'm going to have it going in. So it looks like it's going underneath. You see?
Oh, nice.
So if I bring one in, I've actually drawn my dragonfly looking in pen. You see, you're only seeing part of it, but you've got these extra little bits, and it means you can weave in and out. So what would I actually do with that then? You think, okay, I've done my dragonfly, how do I do it? So I could come to look at this, and you see where I've got lots of different patterns going on. So I can incorporate these patterns into what I've got going on here. And the hexagons are still in with pencil, so I can do what I like before I even carry on. So let's have a look. I've got some lovely sort of leaves and flowers going on. So let's put a little bit of interest on his wings first, so you can see. I'm going to get part of that there, see? Because that is sitting inside there. And it just makes it fun. It's a bit more of a challenge, because you're thinking, right, okay, it's not just the dragonfly on its own. It's actually got something going on with it.
Yeah. And it's lovely to see how you mix and combine your different sets as well, your different stencils.
I'm going to bring that one up and over, see. And this one is actually, look, I'm using, following set 2. Look, I've got this little leaf shape here. So I'm going to put that one in there. And see, it gets bigger each time. Just little loops. See that one, look, I'm going to keep it inside the box there. But then when I get here, it's going to come out. So you've got this kind of in and out thing going on. And
it's almost like a bit of an illusion.
Yeah, it just makes it really fun to sort of put something a little bit different on it. You know, and it's not going to take me any longer to draw particularly. See, let's put another one in here, but you're just going to get part of it. And then maybe it's going to come up and out here a little bit later on. So you could start you know, it's a great little tool for working on a little bit of 3 dimensions and things and seeing how it works. I'm going to have that seed go in there, and it's going to come out here. Let's join it there. You see, so there's no kind of set plan, and there's a few stencils on today that you've got no real set plan for doing these things, but it's just fabulous. And you can then come and play with this. You can go and add your hexagons. See some of them. So like this one, for example, let's have that so it sits on the top. I'm going to use that same sort of loop shape. I'm going to form a little flower there. So that one I'm going to keep as is, and that's going to sit on top. And then, of course, when you start bringing in your pencil and shading things and colouring things, so some things like this, you're going to shade so it's inside, and that's when you're going to start getting your depth. Whereas this one maybe will shade on the outside. So that's going to look like it's standing up or standing proud. I mean, I could go on with this. I could spend hours on just this one alone. So this is just a little bit of an idea to get you going with it. See that one? Look, it's going in. Whereas this one, shading on the outside, looks like it's coming out.
Oh, yeah, look at
Yeah, a little bit of pencil underneath the wing. I mean, I'd say I'd spend a lot more time on this, but I'm quite keen to try and show you as many different things today as possible.
Definitely. We've brought some of your favourites, like the dragonfly. We will show you that in a moment.
Yeah.
And honestly, I just get transfixed.
Look at
watching it.
that.
Do you feel
How
like
it
that
sits
at
on the
home?
top there now.
Beautiful.
So before you know it, you've just got something different to play
Yeah.
with.
Yeah,
and it really changes things up. So if you've got a stencil, say you love, but you want to do something different, these apertures are just brilliant.
They're a game
giving
changer,
it that,
aren't they?
yeah, giving you that little bit of a different feel to it all. So,
And it makes you play. It makes you experiment.
it does,
makes
and
you
I think
sort of-
you have to do that. It's just great to have a bit of fun with that.
Yeah, it's so good. Well, this aperture bundle has
love
been massively popular, as we suspected it might be. And actually, once everyone's checked out, we're into single figures. So definitely don't leave anything in your basket unchecked. And we're going to bring you, I'm so aware of time, it's already just flying by. But the dragonfly stencil for drawing and tangling, oh my, 10% of this is already gone. And Sandra, we were talking about this upstairs when we were chatting about the show earlier, and I can see why this is one of your favourites.
I absolutely do love this one.
Stunningly beautiful. I think dragonflies are so fascinating anyway.
Well, they
aren't
are, and actually on the cover, it does tell you, it's got some words that refer to dragonflies. So illumination, adaptability, change, signifies a path to new worlds.
Wow.
Transformation. So it's all there, so you can actually include those words in your artwork if you want to.
Gorgeous.
Because they're all over the cover, so they're not just there for any reason. They're there because they're meant.
Look at this. I mean, how utterly beautiful.
Absolutely. That's done with the Black Edition pencils.
Gorgeous. That's Alison's done this one with the 9-sided stencil, I think. Yeah, it's beautiful. And then, of course, your dragonfly. Check this one out as well. Just absolutely stunning and completely different. I think that's what's genius, is with the same set of stencils, you're creating
you're creating,
artwork.
you're drawing your own dragonfly. You're doing your own thing with it. Look at that one.
Choose to be happy. I mean, that's going straight in a frame on the wall, isn't it? It's
Absolutely,
lovely.
yeah.
That's it. You really are creating artwork that will be kept, that will be treasured forever. Completely and utterly beautiful. And of course, you know, with the stencils, you can go very big as well, can't you?
Of course you can. You can build it up, or you could draw that and then draw around it.
Yeah.
And then it gives you the same shape but bigger.
Yeah.
So you can keep going. And you've got a couple of different bodies on there, 2 different sizes, and of course your wings, it's up to you. You make whatever dragonfly shape you want.
Oh, it's so
instructions
exciting.
for 3 different things there. But
Wonderful. And as you get more confident and as your confidence grows as well, you know, the 3 sets that you've got here, you start to play with the apertures, you change it up, you create completely different things. Janice, Suzanne, Karen, Yvonne, Paulette, Nicola, Charlotte, don't leave anything in your basket unchecked, okay? Everything is flying out the door. Very, very, very popular, always busy. And oh my word, yeah, we're already over half the stock of this has gone. So Karen Crafter, Paulette, Sheila, well done, Hazel, Judith, Christina, tons and tons of you still coming through there. QR1250, take advantage of all of the deals that you've got on the show today and grab them while you can. Now, we're going to bring in as well, and this, do you know what? Sometimes you just need something that covers all bases, don't you?
this is amazing.
This is great.
yeah, again,
it's
it's different. It's different to the other 2 or 3 that you've seen so far.
Yeah, completely
It's
different.
just a different way of looking at things.
Look at this. You've got Easter balloons, you've got your keys, you've got your presents. So Valentine's Day, anniversaries.
All occasions.
All occasions. It's all covered here. You know, birthdays, weddings, new
Easter.
baby. Easter. Yeah, just lovely. And I'll just take you through some of the lovely, lovely samples as well. Here, look at this, just for you. Really wonderful. The balloons as well, so versatile, because you could colour those so many different ways.
Of
many
course,
different ways.
turn it round, it's an egg as well. But I think this one as well, because you've got 4 different frames. I do talk about frames a lot and I use them. This is kind of an introduction to those things.
Yeah.
So the instructions are a little bit different on this one. So it's quite interesting to see how you work and how you sort of put them together. Yeah. And they're a nice little project to do.
They are. And also, I mean, the way that you've done these, Sandra, as well, I mean, that just straight away, you're creating little sets of cards.
You are,
people,
yeah.
aren't
Absolutely.
you?
I mean, I do have the heart-shaped one here because I'm going to show you how I've drawn that one. But yeah, they're just beautiful little cards.
Yeah.
If you want to do that. And somebody's going to save that artwork. They're not necessarily going to save a card, but they're going to save this artwork.
Yeah, definitely. Absolutely brilliant. Lots of you have been asking about tiles, because I mean, you could actually use your tiles to create some of these, couldn't you? They're coming up on the show later on as well, so they will be on the later show at 3 o'clock.
Yeah, it's been a while. We've had to get the card stock in, and it's I have to sit down and have 2 cups of tea when I've ordered cardstock because you're like, I mean, it's the best you could possibly get. It really is, and it's straight from the mill, but it's not.
It's lovely.
It's not the most affordable.
No, well, this is it.
John's like, how much? Yeah. It's for paper.
So you take, well, we'll talk more about that later, but I mean, you take the hit on that because it is affordable for you.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that's coming up at 3 o'clock.
Absolutely, yeah.
If you want on the web, not yet, but yeah, grab them while you can later. So where do we start?
Okay, your all occasions. You have got instructions, but it's more pictorial. So you look at this, you think, is that it? But what I've done in each frame, I've actually taken you through the steps around the frame. So the first things first, I mean, you get, look, all these little...
So many shapes.
Absolutely. So, okay, I'm going to start with this one, okay? This, I mean, it looks so divine, isn't it? Bless it. And this is what you do when you've got it. So I've drawn all the lines and put everything in. And I'm going to come in straight with pen. And I would honestly suggest, for the most part, you do, because these are quite intricate. Okay. So as you're going along with it, you don't want to have to go back and... You'll lose the will to live. You don't want to do that. So let's have a look. Step 1, it says, right, okay, draw these lines, join the dots, basically. So I've got a line going from there to there and there to there. I'm not going to go all the way around because it takes a while. And then I'm going to do zigzag shapes, like so. Okay, like that. See, we can all do that. I'm following the lines. And then here it says, okay, number 2. So I've actually got now a little dots. So let's put those dots on, because what it's then doing is it's saying, right, okay, we go from here to here, kind of putting a bit of a square in. Okay, now mine's not gone quite to the top, it doesn't matter. All right, so that's that bit. Then step 3 says, right, okay, so you've got these little curves, so we're going to put curves in like this. So you see how it's building, step by step. Curves. See, again, I would go all the way around. So step 4, let's have a look. So there's step 3. Step 4, right, okay. So step 4 says, you see, we've got this line here. I want to put a line there. I'd use my stencil as well, put a straight line in. And I would fill in this. I'm only going to fill in one, though. And I would go to a thicker pen, but I'm going to stick with my 3 there. See, I've filled that bit in. And this side as well. So you've got like a little sort of a slither of a line there. Fill that bit in. You see why I'm saying do it all in pen straight off. So I do that all the way around. So then it comes to look step 5. And step 5 shows, you see you've got these spaces here. I'm following that shape, look, and putting a little heart in. Okay, there. Step 6, it says, right, these ones, put some little lines in there. And then see where you've got your space at the top. You fill those in, like that. So you imagine how relaxing going around doing all this. So you want to see that when it's all done?
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Look at that. How crazy is that?
And it's totally absorbing. So you get...
Yeah, absolutely.
That repetition of movement and of patterns.
Yeah, so once you've done your frame, I've got my heart shapes here. You've got different shaped hearts. Now, you could do hearts. You could put a key in there, balloons, anything you want to do. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you sort of just one. Because sometimes one heart, you just need one heart. Just put that one in. I like the shape of that one. All right. And then it has got, let's have a look, on one of my, I think it's on the presents one. Oh, the eggs. See the eggs and the present. You've got little bows. So I could come in there, look, and I put that little bow in there. And let's put a little bubble in the middle there, see? And then little wavy line, you see? So imagine just doing that, a little bit of a sentiment. And I'm going to put like little hearts in and fill that. So there's lots of different patterns. You could sort of look at this and you could think, well, actually, I like the one off the present. You see how that kind of works? Just bring the instructions in and show you where that is. So look, it shows you, I've got my little hearts there. It shows you the strings, see, little strings. And here I've got some little patterns I could fill, little hearts, look, that I could actually fill my shapes with. But even if I thought, oh, I don't want to do that, what do I do on the presents? Well, some patterns for presents as well, see? So you can mix and match. And once you've done that, you've filled it in. There it is.
Beautiful.
So I've just put one little red one, look, and everything else has just been shaded out. But this doesn't look like it's a shape anymore. It's part of the whole thing, isn't it? Because you've blacked it out.
It almost looks like lace around the edges.
It does.
Now,
It's
the way
just
you
so
shaded it
pretty,
as well.
isn't it?
Yeah, it's
A
gorgeous.
little bit of extra detail in there, you know, sign it. And somebody who'd not love that.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's just one idea from
so
many
that
in
you
this
can
one.
do.
Yeah, this one's a bit of fun. A very, very mindful kind of moment, this one is.
Absolutely. There's tons and tons of you coming through there. Nearly 40% of that's gone. And I will just say, because you've seen lots of beautiful patterns in there, if you love patterns and you want more ideas about how to fill spaces, 3 o'clock something new is coming from Sandra, which you're going to absolutely love as well. So that's all on its way for you. Keep on coming through. We've just got, oh my goodness, 10 minutes of the
I know,
it
it goes so quick.
It does, doesn't it? But we've just got to squeeze in. This was launched very, very recently. It's only been on once. But I know a lot of you missed out on it. A lot of you missed that day.
I know,
as well.
sorry everybody, we brought as many as we could.
This is it. And it just, you know, it's stunning again. And hearts, whether it's for friendship, whether it's anniversary, whether it's love, whether it's wedding, you know, there's so many occasions where a heart is just perfect. And you've got lots of different styles of heart here. Look at this one. How utterly gorgeous is this? The sort of the faint heart in the background just created all these lovely flowers. The interlinking hearts here as well. Again, a really subtle heart that's been created. So these are hearts, but done as you've never seen them before, which is so
And I've
wonderful.
given you different sizes as
Yeah.
well. So if you want to do a small card, that's fine. But if you want to build it up and do something a bit bigger, you can do a piece of wall art as well.
Oh,
Depends how much you love somebody and how much
Yeah.
time you want to spend on it. Because, you know, you could spend a whole day or something like that one there. That's probably from start to finish for the whole thing. Half an hour, 40 minutes.
It's great, isn't it? But then if you really love someone, then you can put a little sonnet on there as well.
Absolutely, yeah. So, you know, anything you want to do and they just work.
So wonderful. I mean, these are absolutely gorgeous again. And as I said, they're hearts, but completely differently. You can make them kind of cutesy if you want to, but you can make them very dramatic.
Of course you can.
Make them very subtle.
Or just use the shapes, just the outlines.
Yeah.
But, you know, mixing and matching again. See the bit in the background, you've got like hearts going on in the background there. But
Lovely. Because again, you can use these as your stencils for your background too. Just so wonderful. BS1220 is your code for this. This is from the heart. Keep on coming through. And again, we're just going to squeeze in for you as well, because this is another very, very, very popular collection. Is your Dreamcatcher set. Now, this is for you. Can't speak. Put my teeth back in.
I know.
Follow your dreams. This is utterly wonderful.
I would say this is a weekend project because you've got that kind of dream catcher that's sort of A4 in size, and you might have seen this as a Diamond Dots. It is a Diamond Dots product, this one. It's huge. But here you can create that dream catcher, but looking at the instructions inside, it shows you how you can use the stencil in all the ways.
Okay.
Imagine the spirograph. It's almost a little bit like that, so you can get lots of different centres.
I mean, look at this. Come on.
I
Look at
know.
the feathers. How stunning.
You can do the feathers on their own.
Yeah.
You can do the rose. I mean, I've demonstrated the rose a few times. You could actually make it look like a real rose if you wanted to and just use that.
How gorgeous. I mean, this again, I think this is going to sell out today. We don't have a massive stock and certainly not enough to go around with the number of people who are coming in checking out. So grab it while you can. You know, your rose, you can use that for so many things.
You can, and you take little bits from it so you can do the whole piece.
Yeah.
Say I can actually just show you inside the instructions.
Oh, yeah.
Because I think that's a real
open
good
it
one.
up.
Here it is. Oh, here it is. So if you look at the first, the first page is all my stencils. You can tell I use them. They're quite, So here, look, this is all these little bits.
Wow.
I've actually used. Let's have a look. This shape, literally this one, to actually create all those different designs. So that's just a few.
Yeah.
And then here I've given you all the different patterns I've used and how you can incorporate it. And every single little bit, every bit is step by step, even down to creating that rope around the outside, which is actually, there it is, it's just with these lines. So every little bit's been used, even down to using creating your feathers. Look, I've showed you how to do that, then how it goes together. So it's a real comprehensive, but you could just take this flower and you could mix that with the apertures that we've just done.
Yeah,
or you know, you like your dragonfly, you can make that little motif in with all that. So it works, but fantastic weekend project, and you won't believe you've done it, honestly. It's one of them, oh my goodness moments.
It is, and this, coming back to what we sort of said right at the start, and to lots of your messages coming through as well, saying exactly the same thing. If you're sat at home thinking, I can't draw, I've never been able to draw, drawing is about confidence. I'm a massive believer in the fact that everybody can draw. There's loads of different styles of drawing, there's different ways of drawing, and Sandra's guiding you, taking you step by step through the different shapes, how to create that form, how to create all of these different beautiful images. And I promise you, I mean, that's a big statement to make. I don't take promises lightly, but I promise you, if you follow Sandra's instructions, you will be able to create the most gorgeous, gorgeous things, okay? You really, really will. And don't just listen to me. Don't just listen to Sandra even. Listen to the messages that we've had through on the screen
I mean, go
today.
on YouTube for Sanntangle and have a look on there. There's over 500 little tiles, so you sort of see how we draw certain bits and pieces in, and that'll give you a bit of confidence, entirely free, that you can then come to the stencils and you incorporate what I've done there. It's the same person doing them, same person words and drawings, so you're going to get the sort of the idea.
I'm so excited for you. Honestly, I can't wait to see what you do as well. And we've got time to squeeze one more in.
Oh, this one, amazing.
And I'm particularly fond of it because we've just got a dragon at home, if you haven't heard. We've got a little Rankin's dragon at home now called Bubbles, which is very exciting. Bit of a different dragon to this one.
Yeah, absolutely, yes.
This is amazing, absolutely wonderful. Look at that. I mean, how to train your dragon as well.
Well, this is it. I mean, open out the instructions so you look at the front and the back, because he's sort of, there he is, with the wings. And look at the cutes. You've got to have the cutes as well, haven't you?
So adorable.
It's so quick and easy to draw, that one is.
Oh my goodness, I've got to show you some samples here as well, because you'll see, again, you know, how many different ways you can take this. You've got the real cute dragons here, absolutely gorgeous, really, really wonderful.
I know.
But then look at this, you know, you can go all out, proper kind of almost.
Exactly, so that one's not using the wings, and it's using the yin-yang stencil that I've got as well, that actually goes. And there, it's a completely, I mean, it's got hair and everything. Just, you start with the structure, but then you can go your own way, and you create your own little things. And this is where your confidence comes in. Follow the instructions, do what's on there, but then, of course, bring it up and do something a bit different with it.
It's beautiful. I love it. I know I was desperate to sing it as well. Everyone is now saying, you can go your own way.
Absolutely.
But you really can.
Well, the thing about the stencils is they're not just to draw around and do a few patterns in. You will draw. These are hand drawn.
They're so cute.
Follow the shapes, and you are drawing your own products, your own items, your own things. And then it's a case that if you think, well, I like the wing curved and I didn't want the wing straight, you curve it. You put your own patterns in. These actually are great on fabric. Especially the big dragon. I know Leslie
on the back of a denim jacket or something. Imagine.
Appliqued it on, and then you can use your machine stitching and all sorts of things.
Just amazing. Are these the balloons as well from
all occasions?
Yeah, from all occasions. There we go. So you can see how you use everything together.
Absolutely, yeah.
Oh, you're an inspiration. You are truly, truly magnificent. And I'm so excited for all of you. Now, really quickly, just to go right back to the very start of this hour. Goodness me.
An hour's gone. Where's it gone?
This is all about the music. Look how busy it is, Sandra.
Do you know,
love there is.
It's all about fun, isn't it? Art is fun.
It is.
And it can be stressful if you've got a blank piece of paper, you don't know what you're doing. Having this blank piece of paper, then having the structure with the instructions, having the basic shapes, everything you need, step by step. Doesn't matter how it looks the first time. You could just go through with a bit of printer paper and sketch it out. But then you can start to hone your skills, and before you know it, you are creating what I've created.
Yeah, I mean, it really is exciting. You take away the smoke and mirrors, you take away the kind of, I don't know, well, that stressful part. If you put a blank piece of paper down in front of people, a lot of people freeze and go, well, I don't know what on earth do I do?
See, but if you've got a shape that you draw on it, and then you go, right, the next shape's here and the next shape's there, And it's never going to look the same twice. Even if I draw it, it never looks the same. But that's the beauty of these things, because you are drawing it and it's not going to be like having a stamp and you stamp the same thing every time. It's about you being a bit different, you being creative with it.
Well, we just love it. We love you. Thank you so much.
Oh,
and
it's been
I'm so
fun.
glad you're going to be back at 3 o'clock. So you should be back with us in an hour's time. And lots of different things still to come on today's show.
It's quite a few different shows today. We've really mixed it up a bit. So
loving it.
Enjoy it.
What Laura's going to do, it's quite dangerous this, Laura, are you sure? Laura's going to load everything up so you can actually start pre-ordering if you'd like to as well. She might not load everything just because stock quite, we'll just be careful. But do keep an eye on the web, okay? Have a little look. Well done to every single one of you. Thank you, Sandra. We'll see you in an hour.
Yeah, see you later.
And do not go anywhere at all, because we've got a massive back in stock collection for you. This flew out of the door last week. It's Lisa Horton Crafts. Catherine is here to take you through. And oh my word, if you didn't make it last week, you're going to make it today, and you're going to absolutely love what's coming up next. See you in a sec.
At HobbyMaker, we're very proud of our postage and packaging offer, but it might not be completely clear how it works. The good news is that you only pay $4.95 no matter how many times you order or check out within 1 day. To ensure this happens, all you have to do is combine your orders. So I could order morning, noon or night, and all I would pay is $4.95 until midnight that day, as long as I remembered to combine my order each time. And that's it. Another example of shopping made easy at HobbyMaker.
Hey, all you HobbyMaker fans out there. My name is Tavner Carey. I'm the Vice President of Product Development at American Crafts. You're probably familiar with our We Are Makers tool brand, where we offer all sorts of innovative, classic crafting tools like our cinch, our crocodile, our punch boards, all sorts of things. Well, we're also busy innovating. We're working on a bunch of new things that we're going to be launching soon. And we're super excited to be partnered with HobbyMaker, because they're not only dedicated to bringing you top innovation, but they're also dedicated to bringing you amazing deals.
When you purchase anything on HobbyMaker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with HobbyMaker.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the HobbyMaker app. Head over to the App Store now and search HobbyMaker and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all the products that are featured throughout the day. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see our bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back to watch and shop. And you can see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send us a message to the studio. You can also keep up with the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. So never miss a show by watching on the go with the HobbyMaker app.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on HobbyMaker.
Welcome to HobbyMaker. How are you doing? And how are you, Catherine?
I'm very well,
You're
thank you.
right.
How are
It's
you?
lovely to have you back here with us.
It's lovely to be working with
Well,
you.
and do you know what? It was busy,
Oh,
wasn't it? For the
Really
birthday.
was. Yes, 5 years for Lisa Horton Crafts. And yeah, what a celebration. So we're having a little bit of an after party.
Well, absolutely, because you know, we were inundated with messages after the shows, just saying so many
not
people miss
surprised.
out. And of course,
Wow.
since the birthday, we've had lots of new customers here at HobbyMaker.
Yeah.
So we've got something for everybody today and back in stock with some of your absolute favourites as well. So we're going to get stuck straight in, aren't we? Because we've got
certainly
loads
are.
to get through.
Yes.
Shall we bring in these wonderful chunky
Oh,
brushes?
yes, please.
These are gorgeous. And I know how much you love these because
do.
you've got gazillions of them.
I have, and I still need more. I still want more. Yeah, grab these while you can. They did go out to stock. They're back. I mean, these are your chunkies, which are fabulous because, of course, when you cover in those larger areas, these are great. Do you know, get as many as you can afford, because whether you're using the blending inks or the interference inks, or, of course, the metallic inks, which we've got on today, I would suggest having a separate set for each type of ink.
Can we just have a look at your pots over there? Just to sort of, to prove here what we're talking about. I mean, and this is just one of many pots.
That's one. That's my blending inks. This one's got some of my metallic inks in it. And then I've got a pot here that's kind of ones I'm trying to keep clean, but you can see I've dipped into them.
You've dipped into them already. But they are amazing, aren't they? They're really, really perfect. And they work beautifully with the Cloud9 Lisa
They
Horton
certainly
inks
do.
as well.
Because we've got the metallics, as I say, if you've already got brushes, but you've not got the metallics and you're going for those today, grab the brushes as well.
Yeah, they're great. Are they easy to hold as well? So very comfy,
They are.
very
They
easy to
certainly
work
are.
with.
And you can see that the bristles are slanted, which is a really good point, because when you're working with the brushes, you don't hold them completely upright. You want to hold them like a pen. So you can't get it wrong with the slants, and it just gives you that even pressure, that perfect pressure when you're applying those inks and that lovely blend.
You're already coming through for these. These are back in stock. They completely sold out last week. So this is your opportunity to come and grab them while you can. Your code for your chunkies is NCLF82. And you've got 3 of your chunky brushes in here in total from your Ultimate Chunky collection. People are multi-buying. People want lots of these. And they make great gifts, actually, as well, don't they?
They do. They really, really do. And dare I say, you know, if you've not had Lisa's inks yet, you need them. You really need them. But, of course, you can use these with other inks as well, and other applications. So, you know, you don't want to be without them.
Yeah, definitely. And think about, you know, obviously your paper crafting, obviously using your stencils and things like that, but think about your home decor as well.
Yeah.
Think about stenciling onto the walls, thinking about your what's it called? Upcycling.
Yes.
I don't know why I'm doing that for upcycling, but you know what I mean. For your upcycling project as well, they just make everything a joy, and we're so affordable as well, $12.99. You can pay that for one stencil brush.
Price. You can indeed, and of course you're going to use these multiple times. They're not a one use, of course they're not, and you can mix those colours. Lots of people like to keep one brush per colour, so if you want to buy in that sense, you can. But I do like to mix it up a little bit as well.
Do you kind of keep them in colour groups? So you maybe use one brush for your yellow, reds, oranges.
It is a good idea. I mean, the yellow is the one that you can contaminate probably the easiest. So, you know, try and keep 1 or 2 fairly clean.
Okay. That you've done beautifully.
I have got some that are rather dirty, but, you know, that's another story.
It's because you love them so much. You just can't stop using them, and that's no bad thing. That's a great thing. Joan's gone for 3 sets. Susan's there. Alison's multi-buying. Paulette's multi-buying. Sheena's in. Loads and loads of you coming through. Listen, we have so many different things to bring to you. So we're going to bring to you the standard set as well. And again, this is back in stock today. These completely sold out as well. And this is why, because everyone's multi-buying, because one set's just not enough, is it?
It's not enough.
No.
You will regret it.
Yeah.
As I say, whatever you can afford, grab today while they're back in stock. And certainly go for, of course, the detail brushes as well. So the small. You've got 3 different sizes in there. But when you're thinking of Lisa's stencils, when you're thinking of, you know, all those little areas, you've got large areas, maybe full flower blooms, then you've got maybe the detail on leaves. So you are going to use each and every single size.
Yeah, definitely. And oh my goodness, here you come. It's like just so many of you coming through all at once. NSLF43 is your code. And once again, you know, I suspect we've got a lot of people who are coming back having got these in the show, in the birthday show, realising exactly what you said there, you need more than one set, and they're coming back and getting more. So do come on in. Think about your presents as well. Think about your gift, or think about the people you're wanting to get gifts for. If you've got a craft group as well, maybe get yourself a couple of sets for that, so that everybody can join in, everybody can be crafting together. It's incredibly busy, and I don't want to repeat myself, but I'm afraid, because please don't leave anything in your basket, because every single day people miss out. They haven't checked out. They wonder how it disappeared. It's because if it's not checked out, somebody else can be allocated. These have sold out multiple times, and today it's looking like they're going to go the same way. So please, please, please don't leave it to chance. Check them out while you can. While you've got them in your basket, check them out, because then you know that they're yours, okay? Really important. Something else we have back in stock. Oh my goodness, and you're going to have a world of fun with these. I love your demonstrations of these, Catherine, because you just show us all the different ways to play, to have fun, to experiment, to explore, and these work beautifully, of course, with your brushes as well, don't they?
So, of course, we all know about the Cloud9 blending inks, which have got that lovely sort of velvety, chalky finish, which blends so beautifully together. We've had the interference inks, which, of course, you can create those different colours on different colour cardstock. Now we have got, and this is so clever, we've got the metallic inks. So you've got that lovely shine. Now, if you're looking at the top swatch there, that is on white card. At the bottom, it's on black card.
Oh, wow.
You put these on coloured card, you're going to get a different effect again. So it doesn't change the colour like the interference ink. You can still see the pink is pink, the purple is purple, the blue is blue, but you do get those different effects. And that shimmer and shine is absolutely beautiful. More than that, they're not just metallic inks, they are blending metallic inks.
Wow, so you can mix lots of these colours.
Exactly, you can blend them together, so they're going to work beautifully again with your stencils, your backgrounds, and also they're water reactive. So you can do your faux bleaching, you can make all those interesting backgrounds as well. So really, really play around with these. They're absolutely fabulous.
Oh, and play, that is king, isn't it, really? You just want to experiment and really go to town with these. Metallics just lift everything as well, don't they? They're just that little bit of metallic detail, whether you're going all out or whether it's just a little section of what you're doing. That metallic shine really elevates what you're crafting, doesn't it?
That's right, and you've got bright colours in here. You've got the bronze, the fool's gold. Nothing's replicated from the three that were first launched as well. We had the gold, we had the silver, we had the copper. These are completely different colours, so they're going to work alongside the metallics that Lisa brought us in the first place. And as I say, you're going to get those different effects. I mean, blending together something like the fool's gold with the verdigris gives a gorgeous effect. Maybe pumpkin with the fool's gold. You're going to get more of a rose gold coming through, so do experiment with those blends.
Oh, nice. So wonderful. Right, IULF05 is your code, okay? In this bundle, you're going to get all 10 colours, all right? So you're not having to choose, there's no drop-down menu, okay? This is your opportunity to get all 10 of these brand new colours that were launched for Lisa Horton Crafts' birthday. We've got, and I can't believe we're able to do this. You said it upstairs, didn't you? You said, well, we won't be able to do the same split pay that we had last time because obviously it's not the birthday now. But somebody mentioning no names who is now in Germany, so can't be contacted. That 5-way split pay is still there.
Is it really?
It is. So your 5-way split pay is here for you today, which is wonderful. They're not going to contact Liam in Germany. We wouldn't want to, you know. And Lisa, I hope this is okay with you as well. It is on the 5-way split pay, and we're not stopping at £79.90. You've got an amazing deal today, £71.91 for all 10 colours, and your take-home price, 0% interest free. This is a nonsense, this is £14.38.
Wow.
Isn't that incredible? That's all you're paying to get all 10 colours home. Go, 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 okay? I cannot promise that 5-way split pay again. We cannot promise that same deal again. So this is the day. If you missed the birthday, maybe you got them on the birthday, you're so impressed you're getting yourself another set. Because frankly, if you know you're going to be using them all the time, when you're getting a deal like that and the split pay to help you out as well, it's a no-brainer, really. Susan, Jennifer, Elise, well done in Norfolk, Jill, Alison, Lisa's in New York, Bedfordshire's coming through as well, Kent and Surrey. It's busy, 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 okay? Come, look, Elisa's bought 2 sets.
I'm not surprised.
Yeah.
I am not surprised.
They're gorgeous colours. And you know what? Should we have a closer look? Shall we see these in action with the brushes? Oh, is it a closer look at the colours? Or you want, yeah, you can have a little closer look at the colours too.
Let's do that.
And we'll have a closer look at them in action as well. You can see them on the black card, see them on the white card, and see how you can mix and blend those colours as well. These are beautiful. Julie's in Cheshire, Julie's in Deborah's in Midlothian. We've got Greater Manchester there as well. I love this pumpkin. Kind of is going to work with all of them.
You know, you're so right with that. You think of it with sunshine, of course you're going to get those different oranges coming through. With the fool's gold, with the bronze, you're going to get those sort of antique golden metallic effects. The verdigris is another favourite actually. Well, you can't really choose a favourite, can you? They're all there. Titanium is not the same as the silver that came out earlier as well. It is a different colour. So as I said, there's no replicas.
It's slightly warmer. Is that fair to say? It's like
I think so. Yeah.
It's really wonderful. And they all of them pack a punch, and they're all going to just completely change up what you're crafting. The fact you're going to get them all home, all 10 of them, for £14.38. That's just extraordinary. And just to absolutely clarify for you and give you confidence at home, that split pay is totally interest-free. You're not having to wait either till you've paid the full amount before you get them home. £14.38 will come out of your account after midnight tonight, so not a penny before, it'll be after midnight tonight. And then these will be posted out at the earliest opportunity from Lisa Horton Crafts for you, okay? So absolutely come on in, absolutely take advantage of the saving today, and that brilliant 5-way split pay. IULF05 is your code. And just, I'm so excited to be able to play with them and have fun with them because they really are wonderful.
They are.
They're gorgeous.
They are beautiful.
Should we have a little look? Shall we see?
All right then. Let's. We'll just start with the basics. So just straight away again, I'm just going to show you with the black and white. Remember, with your coloured cardstock, you will see the same colours, but it's going to look different again depending on the colour of the cardstock. So if you've got Lisa's texture cards, for instance, in the colours, then they work beautifully on there. So I'm going to start with. Oh, I was going to go for the purple actually. Let's go for. I've got the lids mixed up. No, I haven't. Ultraviolet is the purple in here. Also, we've got on the show, we've got back in stock or back on the show, we've got the non-slip mats as well, which are absolutely fantastic. So if you're working with your brushes, you've got space for the base there, you've got space for the lid so you can see what you're working with. And that means that everything's going to stay nice and still and it's not going to be sliding all over the shop when you're working with those fantastic brushes.
Can you use those for mixing as well?
I do use them for mixing. I probably use mine more for mixing than anything else.
Oh, really?
And also if I'm using my glue gun and it's got little drips, it catches the drips and they just peel away. Oh, I like resin work as well, so I'll do little drops of resin on there and create my own faux gems. Because it is silicone, it's easy to clean and it's non-stick.
Perfect.
So fantastic. Right, okay, so we're just going to go with that beautiful ultraviolet. Using one of the chunky brushes. Mine is a white one, it's an older version. You're going to get those lovely green ones. And if I just go straight over the top of the two colours together, you will see, although that purple is coming through, they look very, very different.
Oh, yeah.
Now, remember, these are packed with pigment, so they're going to take a little bit of time to dry. They stay open for quite a while. Obviously, on the white, you can see straight away that shine coming through. They are stunning, aren't they? They really, really are. On the black, let's see if we can catch the light a little bit. Yes, you can see that drying off now. You can already see that beautiful shine there.
So they get more intense the more they
get more intense as they dry. So very simple. We show this usually when we start with inks just to show the difference of colour on the cardstock. But you know, we can do a lot more with them than that, of course. So what I am going to do is just switch out my colour for a little while. I'm going to bring in the Love Struck now, which is that gorgeous pink. And I'm going to work with one of the embossing folders that we've got on the show as well, in conjunction with the inks and also the brushes. I'll just move that cardstock out of the way. I'm going to bring in also Mojito, which is one of the greens. You've got two different greens there, which is absolutely gorgeous. And I'm going to use a little bit of the sunshine as well. Just going to pop that on my mat there. Right, so I'm going to bring in this beautiful embossing folder, which is our magnolia background.
I love magnolias.
Oh, they're gorgeous, aren't they? Do you know, I've got a magnolia tree that was given to me 7 years ago. And it didn't flower until last year.
Really?
Yeah, and it flowered at a time I never... It's flowered in July with these beautiful big blooms. when I didn't expect it to flower.
Oh,
It was
that's lovely.
absolutely stunning. So I'm excited about it this year now.
Bet. Because I miss ours, because in our old house we had a magnolia tree, and then we don't have one in our garden, so I need to get one because
they are stunning.
They are
aren't they?
beautiful.
They are. Different varieties do flower
Yeah.
at different times. Right, I'm putting my glasses on so I can see. Now, this particular embossing folder, if I just bring in the packaging so you can see it.
And this comes with layering stencils as well, doesn't
does. It certainly does. We're just going to use the inks with the brushes on this one. So this is your background. It's absolutely gorgeous. And of course you can, it's magnolia, I know it is, but you could go with whatever colour you wanted to. But I'm going to do it a little bit differently on this one. So looking at the design there, I can see if I was stenciling this, I can see exactly the way that the flowers face. But if you're not sure, feel where the raised areas are. That's going to be at the bottom. And where you feel more of an indentation, that's going to be the top, because the pressure comes up and pushes up from underneath and gives you that beautiful embossed effect. Now, I'm not going to do the whole of this, I'm just going to do a section. So I'm going to pick out with the gorgeous Love Struck some colour and go directly into the embossing folder. Okay, so there we are, just adding some pink. We don't have to be too precise about this. Doesn't matter if it goes over the edge a little bit.
Okay.
It's going to give us a completely different effect. I'm aiming for maybe more of a watercolour effect here, so it's going to be a little bit less vibrant. It's going to be a little bit more dreamy, let's say. There's different ways you can do this. You can apply those colours in different ways again. I'm just lifting that folder so I can see where I'm going, because the way the light's catching the studio, it doesn't particularly help. Right, I think I'm going to leave it there with the flowers. This is where those brushes come in, because now I'm going to go for one of those detail brushes. I think this is the smallest in the pack. If I just hold that there so you can see the slant on it again.
Ah, perfect.
Now, I've already gone over with pink, but that doesn't mean, of course, I can't go over the top with another colour. So I'm going to add a little bit of the yellow just into the centre of the flower there. There we go. There's a tiny little bit of yellow there. I think that's enough. We'll work with that. And then we'll go with, I am using separate brushes for this at the moment. We'll go with the Mojito now and bring in some of that green. Now, I don't know if this is already picking up on the camera, but I can see the shine. Even though I'm going onto the plastic of the embossing folder, I can see that metallic effect already coming through.
Yeah, you can just see that on camera actually as well.
Yeah, I
That's
will give it a
beautiful,
little
zesty
flex
colour,
in
isn't
a second, so hopefully it picks up, but we're going to see the effect more. There it is, you can see it, can't you? So it's absolutely beautiful. Just put the lids on there before I do the next step. Then I'm going to use something that's not actually on today's show, but I believe it is on the website. What I would normally do is just take some water and spritz that. But why just spritz it with water when you can go with sparkle spray?
Oh.
So actually what I'm going to do is two things. Because I want quite a watercolour diffused effect, I'm going to add a little bit of the spray directly onto the embossing folder, but also onto the cardstock as well. So a very light background sheen this is going to give us, that beautiful sparkle. Now I've gone for the green forest. Again, the more it dries, the more you're going to see it. And of course you could do this on black card, which is really going to show up that shimmer and shine. Now I'm going to do something a little bit different here. You've noticed I've already coloured in on the embossing folder, but actually I want to leave some of this cardstock without the embossing on it. Or I should have gone at the bottom if I wanted to do that. I'll tell you what, we'll do that with another demonstration maybe in the next hour. But what we'll do here, just to show the difference between where we've gone with that ink and where we'll just have the embossing at the bottom, it'll still give us a beautiful effect. I'm now going to pass that through the die cutting machine and it's going to transfer all that wonderful ink. Because we spritzed it, you know, on the card and in the embossing folder as well, these are water reactive, remember. So we're going to see that kind of diffused effect coming through on the cardstock. Now what you may find, depending on how much water you've added, is a little bit of seepage coming through on the embossing folder, so do clean it afterwards. But if I lift this up, can you see what's happened? And the more that this dries, so it's as though we faux bleached that without faux bleaching it.
Look at the depth on that embossing
It's beautiful,
folder
isn't
as
it?
well.
It really
My
is. If I
goodness.
turn that over so you can
That
see
is
from the back as
gorgeous.
well, you can see how beautifully embossed that is. But from the front, we've got this blend of colour. We've got the lighter or plainer area at the bottom, so we could add a sentiment. and as that dries, that shimmer's going to come through even more. If we wanted to accentuate the detail of the flower a little bit more, what we could do, once this is completely dry, is just brush over the top again with our ink, and it will pick out those raised areas so you can see that detail come through even more. I have got one that I did do earlier.
Lovely.
On black and white, actually. So I'm just going to bring that in to show you. This one's dried. So now, if you're using your fundamentals, of course, which are on the show, you can choose which area you want as a background and cut this down. If you want a bigger card, of course, you can use with the whole of the background, but it just makes a really beautiful, dreamy background.
It does, it's stunning.
On the black, you can see how soft that is. So, of course, you can still see that shine coming through from the inks, but also you've got the shimmer there as well. Very, very pretty as a background.
That is gorgeous. Imagine like a little triptych of those,
exactly,
you know, the different coloured cardstock
beautiful,
as well.
Isn't it?
It's incredible. I've got as well, so many of you with your inks in your baskets, take advantage of the split pay and just be careful if they're in your basket. All right, we have them on the show for you today. They're absolutely wonderful. And you've got this unbelievable 5-way split pay. That absolutely categorically should not happen. It would normally be 3 at most, wouldn't it? Usually a 2, frankly. It's £71.91. It would normally be a 2-way split pay. Today, you're able to get them home for less than £15, and that's totally interest-free. So don't leave them in your baskets, okay? Because yes, we will bring them back to you at some point. You know, we will have them back on the show, but we cannot guarantee the split pay and we cannot guarantee that saving either. So grab them while you can today, okay? Now, loads of you are going through for the folder as well. Not the folder, the holder. That's the one. Different letter. The holder for you. And we've got a really brilliant deal on this one for you today. We all love a buy one, get one free, don't we? And that's exactly what is happening here. They should be $14.99 each. So, of course, with 2, it should be $29.98. But you're going to be getting 2 here today for just $14.99, okay? So both of them there. I would love to have double or maybe even triple the stock, okay, but we have what we have today. Grab them while you can. Whether you're using them to hold your ink pads, whether you're using them for resin work, like Catherine said, maybe you're going to be using them for your mixing as well. There's so many different things you can use. And actually, they make handy little trays, you know, if you're doing beadwork and stuff as well.
Do you know, that's a really good point. They'd work really, really well. I've just taken some ink into one of the areas there because, as I say, I can use this as a palette as well. You can mix, but while it's out, whether it's water or whether it's the shimmer spray, you can, of course, add your water and then paint with these as well. So the more water, the more you're going to see a wash coming through. If you've got your cardstock, I will say I am using the Ish cardstock that Lisa brings to us. I'm not sure if it's on the show today or if it's just on the website.
I think it's on the website today, but this has been massively popular, hasn't it?
Exactly.
Really good.
But you can see straight away there, just painting with these as well to get those backgrounds, blending those colours together. Whether you're blending with your brushes, whether you're watering down and blending, whether you want to do that faux bleaching, then of course these inks are going to lend themselves to so many different techniques.
Look at that. Oh, look at that warm sky.
I know, it's gorgeous, isn't it? Let's have a little bit more orange there as well.
Imagine sipping your mojito. Looking out at that sky.
That would be beautiful.
Be lovely, wouldn't it?
We'll let that dry. We might get to use it later.
Oh, lovely. And that would look really great with your embossing folders as well, wouldn't
Exactly.
it?
Exactly. Of course, you can just emboss on your coloured card, then maybe add some black ink over the top to bring out the detail. We might do that in a little while, perhaps.
So many different things you can do with it. Keep on coming through. Just because we're moving on, it doesn't mean you've missed out. But, you know, check out your baskets again. Janet, Michelle, Emma, Sunita, Lisa, well done. Now, we talk about essentials. We talk about things that you use all the time, the things that you reach for. If you're not sure or you just know it's going to look fantastic, and this is what this next collection of dies is all about. It is a massive bundle of all of the beautiful dies that you're going to use again and again and again and again. This is your fundamentals complete die collection, and oh my word, it's incredible. You're going to get 10 different sets, okay? So this is the first that you're going to be getting, and look how much you've got in here. Just a perfect arch. Love that stitched. detail all the way around.
Detail is gorgeous, isn't it? So, of course, you have got nested dies here, but you've also got apertures for your cards. You've got those tunnel cards. You've got those pyramids if you want to create them as well. You've got tags. You've got pages for your journals and your books and your memory books, and it just keeps giving, this one. It really does. The name is perfect. It's fundamentals. It's your fundamentals is kind of basics, so it's basics, but it's much more than basics.
That's it. It's what you use all the time, and then but you've so many different ways of using them, right?
Yeah.
So it's just really great. Have you ever seen nesting dies like this before? It's not brilliant because they can be corners for your photographs.
They can,
but they can be so many other things.
Yeah.
Look at
Building
that.
patterns with these is amazing. We've got some fantastic samples from the design team here as well, where they have done some pattern building. Paper piecing as well would be fantastic. Using all those scraps, so if you've got those little offcuts, take the smaller dies from each set. At the end of every crafting session, just use those dies to cut out those smaller scraps and keep them together so you've got them to hand.
They're gorgeous. You've got some beautiful samples as well, as you say. We'll go through those for you in a moment as well, because these are just incredible. Wowzers. Look at this as well, completely different shape.
Very different, isn't it?
Yeah.
So useful. There's been some very clever uses with this one, with the design team. I know we do have a little barrel with a beer bottle, I think it is, with it next to it. So you can see how you can use it horizontally, you can use it vertically. You could emboss this. If you've got your wood grain, of course, that's going to give you a fantastic effect if you want to create that barrel.
Oh, yeah.
It could be a vase. It could just be your nesting and your aperture again.
Lovely, really wonderful. And then you've got your classic circles. All of these have got the stitched edge, haven't they?
They have indeed.
As well, Catherine.
Yeah.
Lovely.
Yeah.
Look at that.
I think circle is probably the most used shape for me when it comes to my dies. I love doing square cards, but circles, great, whether you're making card shapes, whether you're cutting out apertures, whether you're making masks. So if you're creating those backgrounds and you want the sun or the moon, so you want to mask off, then you've got that there as well.
So good, and so hard to draw a perfect circle.
That is very
well,
true.
impossible, really, isn't it?
Very true.
Especially trying to cut one out. Now, here we go as well. You've got these fabulous, what have we got? The octagons? Let me see, I haven't counted
Now,
them.
one of my favourites out of this set, I think this one. For anybody that knows me, they know I love hexagons, Jimmy. This is an octagon, another favourite. I just love it. And little shape cards as well. I mean, you can make those small place cards, those little thank yous, your stationery sets. It's all there.
That's it. And of course, we can make and sell with all of these, can't we? So if you are wanting to make sets of cards for people, then you can absolutely do that. And tags, oh, look at the diamonds.
I know.
Don't you see that? Oh, all upside down. There we go. That was good of me, wasn't it? Here we are.
Do you know, and I just love looking at the board. I've got to say, Paula did these boards for Lisa, and she's done such an incredible job. You know, you can see how they all nest together. You can see how you can create those apertures. You can see how you can pattern build as well.
Look at the dimension on that.
I know.
It really comes out at you.
It really does draw your eye in, doesn't it?
Beautiful, really, really fantastic. You know, you've got everything in here because you've got your classics, like your square. We're still going. You're getting 10 sets in total. Squares, again, you're going to be using them all the time, aren't you?
Now you've got the nice sharp corners on the square, but that beautiful stitching effect again. Great, again, for creating those different size frames if you want to make the apertures. You can have a chunky frame with a small aperture, you can have a very slim frame, so you've got all the options again. Oh,
they're just, honestly, absolutely terrific. This is gorgeous as well, completely different. So, you know, you call me crazy as well, but this, my favourite Scottish oat cakes are exactly that shape, really lovely.
This is a clever set, actually. So when I first saw this one, I thought, I don't know what I'll do with this. And then when I started playing, there were so many uses. It became another favourite. That's a great sample there from the design team again. Pattern building, but also your pockets on the corners of your journals or your memory books. You can emboss these, you can build them together, you can put them together into shapes. So again, create, as you can see, you can almost put them together as a circle. The bigger you leave the gap, the more circular it becomes. If you just cut one out and put them really close together, you kind of get another kind of squished circle. But actually, the more you space them, the more perfect the circle becomes. So you get different effects again for that reason.
Great. They're just so clever. And again, I mean, you can use these to draw into as well, can't you? Create, and a tag, absolutely perfect. Everyone needs tags. And it's even got, look, it's even got those little details.
It does. So if you want the hole in there, you can die cut that out. You've got the reinforcement if you want to put that in there as well. Even if you take that hole out, save that little bit that pops out because you can use them as embellishments.
Oh, yeah.
Use your ball tool and give them a little bit of shape and then use them as centres of flowers or little faux gems.
Oh, nice. And use your metallic inks on there. That's
Exactly.
going to be great, isn't it? And then last but by no means least, again, really fabulous, all of your rectangles. I mean, look at this. You've got everything you need in here. Really, really superb. I'll show you some more of those gorgeous samples as well. WRL F01, all 10 die sets, which are absolutely superb. So it's your fundamentals collection. And this is back in stock for you today. 0800 001 4433. Shall we get your price down? Because you're not paying $199 today. Take a little look at this, $179.99. And yes, it is on split pay for you as well, completely interest-free. So take advantage. It's a 5-way split pay.
No.
All of this, all of these beautiful, beautiful dies. And you've got things in here that we've not seen before. You know, they're just totally different to anything we've seen, actually. So it's really fantastic. It's Lisa thinking outside the box.
That's right. And even thinking about your squares and your rectangles. In fact, the rectangles have got rounded corners as well, so they're a little bit different. But if you've got other brands of dies, you'll probably find that the sizes fall in between those brands, which extends on those as well.
Of course, that's it. And they go through a standard die cutting machine,
Standard
don't they?
die cutting machine, you only need, or even if you've got the very small machines, some of these will certainly fit through there, but you don't need anything bigger than your 6-inch wide plates.
Yeah, they're beautiful. Really, really wonderful. And do you know what? To get all of this home for $39.99 when you use, $35.99, sorry, when you come through. It's a 5-way split pay, totally interest-free. Look at what you can create. Adore that.
Isn't that fab?
gorgeous?
That is really lovely. So that's, again, you know, if you've got those offcuts of card, or if you've been making the inky backgrounds and you've got offcuts, die cut those, save up all those little bits and pieces, and then one day when you're thinking, oh, I'm a bit stuck for time, a bit stuck for an idea, you've got a box of goodies ready to go, just stick them down, Bob's your
and
uncle.
pop it in. I mean, look at some more samples here. There's that fantastic barrel.
Yes. And I love the rainbow as well.
It's great, isn't it? And that hanging basket, who would have thought to do
Now that is clever because that's one
So
of the
clever.
corners again, one of the triangles. You can see how the diamonds have been pieced together to create that beautiful background.
Those tiles. And I've got one in the
aren't they?
studio here as well, which I would just never have thought of when you see this shape. See, I saw an oat cake. Look what this artist, what Sue saw. That's much more exciting.
Isn't that fabulous? I love that.
Beautiful, really, really lovely. Honestly, so exciting. So come on in and grab them. Well, there we go. Joe's seeing pizza. Laura's seeing a shark fin with a little one as well. So you can see so many things with these, and that's the beauty of it. Come on in and grab them while you can. Brilliant, brilliant deal for you. Yes, you know, being honest about it, obviously, $179.99. It seems like a lot in that first instance, doesn't it? But when you think about how much you use these, in fact, you've got 10. How many dies did we work out?
Well, if
65, did you say?
I think I got to 67 when I was counting.
67 dies. Oh my word. So again, this is something you'll get today, but then of course you'll use them for years and years and years and years. Okay, very best of luck to you there. All right, we've got lots of you coming through. Right, we have, so just to fill you in, the brushes are back in stock. They are flying out the door. You've got the chunky and you've got the standard as well there. Okay, the ink pads are flying out the door. Keep your eyes on the web, okay? That's really, really important because, yeah, you've got lots on there. If you are just joining us, take a little look at the website, okay? But we've got, I know you absolutely adore these, don't you?
I do.
I can see why. These are beautiful. So what you have is your wreath collection here. Your layering stencils, you've got your embossing folder, and you've got the dies here as well,
You've got 2 dies with this one, so you can cut the whole piece out, or you can just take that centre section out as well. So hopefully we've got time to have a look at this because I really want to give it another go because we barely got to even see this the first time round.
And it still flew out the door, even when you didn't have much time to show it off. IWLF64 is your code. So $33.98 to be getting an embossing folder, layering stencils, and the die to cut it all out as well. That's absolutely fantastic, isn't it? It's a really, really good deal. I don't seem to have, am I missing the die?
I think it's in the packet. I think
it's in here. Thank you.
Yeah.
It's just me being silly. There we go. There we are. So we've got the die there as well that's going to cut it all out, which is just brilliant. And we're going to see all of this in action in just a moment's time as well. Beautiful. It's such lovely style, isn't it? I love those loops, those sort of ovals.
Yeah, really, really pretty. I mean, you could still add your 3D flowers. So think about your die cut flowers as well and bring those to life. If you wanted to fussy cut those flowers away from the wreath, you could use those individually as well. If you just wanted to stencil the flowers, which I was going to do actually, I think we'll use this in its entirety. Maybe next hour, if there's time, I might just do the flowers for a different project.
Okay.
But you can break this apart so easily.
Yeah, they're just lovely, aren't they? IWL F64 is your code. So come on in. Now, $33.98, considering you're getting embossing folder, layering stencils, and your die, would be terrific. But today it's under £30, $29.99. This was a really special launch for the birthday, celebrating 5 years of Lisa Horton Crafts. And you know what? We're going to see this in action right now.
We are indeed.
We're going to have a closer look at it all. So what are you going to do for us?
Right, so I think we'll use it as it's meant to be used initially. So we'll work with the stencils first of all. Now, I know the Ultimate is sold out again.
Okay.
I am going to use it, but you don't need the Ultimate to use Lisa's stencils. I'll talk through that once again. Can I just touch on the guillotine as well?
Yeah, absolutely.
Because this launched also for birthday. This is such a lovely piece of kit. I've got a huge paper trimmer, which was really annoying me because I had to take it everywhere. This has been such a godsend because it's got that self-sharpening blade. It's got the safety catch on it. It's got the finger guard. It's got great increments on there, which is wipe clean. You can even hang it up. Listen to that noise. Great. And to me, it's the same with scissors. I can tell a good pair of scissors by the sound the blades make. It's the same with your trimmer. This is in conjunction with Spellbinders, so you've got two great brands with their name on this as well. The little pin that you see just there.
Yeah.
Can you see that?
Oh, yeah.
Just there. When you come to pack this away, if you just lift this away from the edge and pop it into position, that's not going to go anywhere. So when that's in your bag or the back of the car, it's going to be perfectly safe. So everything's been thought about.
I love the colour as well.
I know
I mean, it's Lisa's
colour,
and it's so gorgeous.
Exactly.
I love it. All the brushes, everything ties together.
Yeah. I do believe we've got the tacky mats on the show. So if you haven't got the Ultimate, that's a great opportunity to get that as well. I'll use the Ultimate at the moment, but we'll try and squeeze that in at some point to show the ways of working with that as well. Now, obviously, with Lisa's stencils, you do get this peg system. So you'll find that with the actual different sheets of the stencils, you're going to see those pegs which fit perfectly onto your Ultimate. If you haven't got that, you don't have it, you can use the tacky mat to hold everything in place, and all you need to do is just draw through at least two of those holes, top and bottom, or you can do them all, and then every time you change the layer, you just line up the holes so you know everything's in the right place. Perfect. So you do not have to use the Ultimate.
Nice.
I am going to, though, because I have got it, so why not? And it helps you see everything. So let me just put my glasses on again.
Right.
Each one of the layers does have a number etched into it. If you can't see that number very well, then of course you can use a permanent pen or something to mark it. But we're starting here with some of the florals. Always a good idea to keep the packaging to hand so you can see. What I like to do is keep a spare piece of card with me as well. I don't like to take the brushes directly from the pad directly into my stencil area. I work the ink into the brush. So whether it's on a piece of card or, as you can see here, we've got a lot of closed spaces, a lot of mylar there. So I can use that as a little bit of a mixing palette.
Nice.
So I can take that ink and really sort of work it into the bristles. I'm just going to then pull that into the edge of here. This is the metallics, that's all I'm going to use. And I am going to keep this really quite soft. If you want to continue to layer, of course you can do. But I'm not going to go heavy with this. This is the first layer, so I'm keeping it quite gentle. And if you do want to add areas of shade, then of course you can think about where the light might hit. Maybe in the centre of a flower you might see a little bit more depth of colour. At the bottom of some of the petals, or you know, where petals overlap, you might see a little bit more colour. But at this point, I'm not worrying too much about anything. I'm just going to get some colour down there.
Lovely.
So there we have layer number one.
Now the inks are drying really quickly, aren't they? So
They
you
are.
You don't have to
Yeah.
wait for them to dry between.
You don't have to wait too long. Of course, they do stay open a little bit longer because, you know, you can blend them, you can use those water effects with them as well. They are water soluble. I am sticking with the same colour. I'm just going to go with the pink, but now I can add a little bit more depth to there. So even though you've got metallic inks, which are absolutely packed with that pigment and also that shimmer, that shine, you can still be very gentle with them. So I'm adding a little bit more colour maybe from the centre and working out, because this layer is going to give us the detail to the flowers. You don't necessarily have to change colour. So if I just blend outwards again, if I want to go back into the centre and add a little bit more definition there, I can do. And look at the difference that has already made. You can see it, can't you? Just using that one colour.
Yeah.
Now, the next layer is the start of our wreath. So if I bring in another brush, remember, grab these brushes while you can because they don't hang around long.
Yeah.
And if you're going for the metallics, this is the first time you've gone for the metallics. Then,
ooh, look how
this
rich that is.
Do you know, I will show that because this is just my scrap. Look at this. This is the bronze.
Wow.
And as that dries, that's going to intensify again. You're going to see more and more shine coming through. So it's just beautiful. That's on the white. You imagine that on the black or the coloured
I love that you get all of the colours with the collection as well, because you just makes you branch out a bit more, doesn't it?
It certainly does. So again, I'm not going to go too heavy with this, just working in a circular motion, adding a little bit of colour. There's more than one layer when it comes to our wreath itself, the twiggy wreath. So, you know, I can intensify it on the next one, so keeping it quite light, but you've definitely got that, that design coming through there. The next layer, you can see we're going again. So I'm sticking with the same colour, same brush, same colour, but let's go a little bit heavier with this one. You could have done it the other way around. You could have gone heavier maybe at the back and a little bit lighter at the front. But, you know, it's personal choice and you decide the way you want to work. Again, because I've got lots of that area in the centre with the mylar, I can use it as a palette and just keep dragging that colour in there. Don't waste the ink. We've seen how if you spritz it with your water or with your sprays, you can also use these as a paint as well. So rather than just wiping that ink away, I would spray that and create some backgrounds.
Yeah.
Obviously, I'm not going to do that right now, but look at that. You can see how that's starting to build. Then we have the start of our lovely leaves. So let's go for one of the greens. I'm going to go for the mojito again. I should be using my silicone matte here, but it's still full of ink, which I can reactivate. If that dries, I can reactivate it as well, because of course these are water soluble. Let's go for a slightly chunkier brush. Again, I can use my mylar as a little palette just to work that colour in there.
So that's the way we're working, aren't we? And with the brushes, it seems an obvious question, but I mean, so you are using the smaller brushes for the details, the larger brushes for those larger areas, aren't you?
That's right. I mean, because there's a lot of the mylar that's not cut out here, you've got that sort of closed area on the background. You can't really go wrong with this. Even if you went with a larger brush here, you've got a really good blend. But yeah, you've got tiny, tiny bits. Some of Lisa's stencils, you might have the centres of flowers and you just get the little dotty areas in the middle that are really, really fine. Something like that, you'll probably find a smaller brush will grab that detail a little bit more. So again, keeping it quite gentle. I don't want to go too heavy with it.
I mean, what layer are we up to now? Is that layer?
We've just used layer number 5.
Yeah. Wow.
So this is 6. There's 8 layers in this one.
Incredible.
Same colour again. So I've only used, or I'm only going to use probably, I might use 4 colours, or I might stick with 3. But so far, we've only used 3 colours. So here I can add a little bit more colour again, picking that ink up, going round and round in a circular motion, intensifying that colour where I need it. And if I want to go back into the ink pad, I can do. But do you know what? There's plenty of ink there just to get enough colour down. So there we are. So if we lift that again, it's really starting to come together, isn't it? So don't forget, you've got the sunshine in here. If you wanted more of a yellow coming into the leaves, you could do. But I did say I'd just stay with this one green. So I'm going to go a little bit more intense on this one. So you can see the difference again. There's a tiny bit of detail in the centre of the flower, which I could pick out with a yellow, but I'm just going to go over with the green again. Remember, because these blend, you're going to see different colours coming through where they connect with
other colours, you're not going to see the same green. So if I go over the pink, you are going to see a different shade coming through. A little bit more ink on that one, I think. So we're almost there.
Wow, look
now
at
you can really see the difference between the colours, can't you? And then finally, we have our last layer. Now I can see the centre of the flower there. So I'm going to go in with that detail brush that I used earlier on that's still got, look how much ink is still on there.
Still from before.
Yeah,
My
I'm not
goodness.
even taking the lid away from the ink pad. You know, I'm just going to use that exactly as it is. And then I'm going to go back in with the green, the same green, and just really add some colour into the details there, the veins of the leaves. Just
And
so
this
that
one,
they
you could almost
stand
use those
out.
as little ferns as well, couldn't you?
Yeah, of course you could. So if you wanted just to take the flowers from this particular set, without the wreath itself, maybe you just want this bottom flower, you only need to pick out the areas of the detailed stencil that you actually need. I'm just catching the top of that yellow with the green there as well, because it gives it that realism for the centre of the flower. And if I take that away, now you can see
that is
absolutely
absolutely
gorgeous effect.
So beautiful. And I mean, so many different ways you can colour that. You could go blue, you could go yellow. There could be so many different types. You could actually change them into different types of flowers, well, couldn't you? Just depending on how you colour them. It is gorgeous. Now, so you've inked it up, and then would you emboss it next, or would you emboss it?
So because you've got the dies, at this point I would decide, are you going to die cut it? If you're going to die cut it, probably die cut it before embossing it.
Of course.
If you do it the other way around, if you emboss and then think, oh, I wish I'd taken the middle out, you can still go back and die cut it, but you'd probably need to put it back into your embossing folder to re-emboss it, because the rollers are going to flatten it down. I don't know if we've got time to do this, or we can save it for the next hour. Or we can move on to something else.
It's
entirely
fabulous.
up to you.
I mean, do you know what? What we'll do, I'm just going to run through everybody who's coming through for this at the moment. On screen, you've got those gorgeous metallic ink pads, and they've been massively, massively popular on the show. You're getting all 10 colours, £71.91, so you're making that great saving today. And they're still on the birthday 5-way split pay. That's not meant to be happening, but Liam's in Germany, and Lisa, we didn't make the call to Lisa or to Liam, so apologies, but we just thought we'd keep that there. Absolutely amazing. $14.38 for you to get all of them home today, which is absolutely brilliant. So lots and lots of you coming through still. Just remember to check out your baskets while you can. Now, how are we doing on time? Are we all right to see it go through the embossing folder? Yeah, let's see it.
Okay.
Let's do it. Yeah, that'd be really
so
lovely.
we'll not die cut this one, but maybe in the next hour, what I'll do, I'll bring this back in and we'll die cut it, just to show that if you emboss first and then change your mind, you can still go back and die.
And it lines up perfectly, doesn't it? It all just works so well together.
And do you know what? If you do manage to get it a little bit off, it doesn't really matter. I think I'm probably a little bit off with one of mine there, but do you know what? I'm just going to go with it. Let's go with it. I can see one of the centre petals looks a little bit misaligned, but I'm not going to worry about it.
It doesn't all have to be perfect.
I think so. No, not at all. Right, okay, so obviously, we love the reveal, don't we? Oh my word.
Oh, look at that. It's intensified that detail so much.
It really has.
I can't believe the difference that makes.
It's really gorgeous.
Wow.
If I turn that over so you can see again that beautiful deboss side as well. Never underestimate the deboss side either. You want to do different paint effects or ink effects, or all sorts of different designs with the debossed, you can do. I was thinking about this as well. Think about your sticky glues and your gilding flakes. So you could add your glues onto here, you could emboss onto here, you can use your gilding flakes. So there's so many ways you're going to still continue to work with these.
Oh, it's wonderful, isn't it?
Really
the
pretty,
graphics are on screen right now. Remember, with this, you're getting your 5x7-inch embossing folder, layering stencils, and the die as well here. This is for the twig wreath. It is completely beautiful, and you're getting it today for $29.99. So well done to each and every one of you coming through. We do have 2 more of those layering stencil and embossing folder sets on the show today. So we're going to bring you the magnolia heart, okay, and then we've got the magnolia on its way as well, which we saw in action earlier, which is beautiful. So whether it's anniversary, it might be for a wedding card, might be for Valentine's, which is coming up very soon, isn't it? But it's so lovely. And once again, you've got your embossing folder, and you've also got 8 of your layering stencils. If I just turn that around for you as well, you can see those different stages on the layering stencils there, which is wonderful. And we've got some gorgeous samples from your team again. This is Lorraine. How lovely is that?
It's gorgeous, isn't
Beautiful.
it? I love the intensity of the background there and that beautiful sort of rich red with the florals. Again, if you want to just take the floral out, that is a stunning design. Now, Lisa didn't want to put a die in with this one, so it left that centre hole so you could stamp directly onto it or add your sentiments in there. But as you can see by that sample, again, a little bit of splattering or some effects with your metallics. Run your gilding waxes over the top, you're going to get different effects again. I love this when it's been cut down into a square as well, I've got to say, because it's a 5x7 embossing folder, but look how it works with the fundamentals. You can see how the corners have been used there. You know, so yeah.
And again, I'll just show you side by side
gorgeous,
so you can see, because it totally changes it up, doesn't it?
Yeah. Another product from Lisa, actually, that this is going to work really well with is the white core cardstock.
Yeah.
Because you've got those raised dots in the background, if you want to sand it back. Yeah.
Oh my word. I do not know where time is going today. It's flying by. So we've got another set to bring in for you. $24.99 is all you're paying. Okay, it's an amazing saving when you're getting your embossing folder and those 8 layering stencils there as well. It's absolutely fantastic. This has been massively popular collection as well. And then of course we have your magnolia, which we saw you using earlier on. And I just think this is glorious. It's so full, it's so beautiful. Again, 5x7 inch. You've got the embossing folder here, and you've got your 8 stencils once again. And I'll just quickly turn that around so you can see those different stencils. 6 this time, actually. Now, it should be $33.98. Today, you're getting it for $24.99. I mean, that's amazing. Yeah, it was the birthday price. Look at that, how gorgeous.
Yeah, again, using the fundamentals, you can see those triangles have been used there, and then the corners taken away to fit that card.
Look at the metallic
beautiful background. I know,
as well.
Stunning, isn't it?
So pretty. And then this as well. Oh, there we are. I'm going all upside down today. And then look at the centres. Absolutely fabulous. Wowzers. Two very, very, very different cards, but using that same embossing folder, using those same layering stencils, but completely different effect. LFL. F74 is your code there, and do not forget to check out your basket. It's just absolutely stunning, stunning, stunning. If you're just switching on, if you're just joining us at HobbyMaker, I would really strongly urge you to check the website. Okay, if you go to hobbymaker.com, you're going to find these are flying out the door. Would not be surprised if these sell out again today. You've got the chunkies and you've got the regulars there for you. Go and grab them while you can. Okay, just reminding you that they're there on the website for you. We also have these drop shadow sentiments on the show for you today, and these are massively popular, aren't they? For very good reason.
Do you want me to do a very quick demo?
Oh yeah, can we? Oh yes, that'd be great.
Really, really quickly.
Oh yeah,
and then we can show them. I know we've got 2 sets, so I've just got one of them. Well,
so you get both sets in the deal, don't you? Perfect.
This is going to use the tacky mat as well. So the tacky mat, I use like a third hand in a sense as well. It fits to your ultimate, but if you've got your glass mat, stick it down to the glass mat. Look, it's the glass mat that's moving, not the tacky mat.
And that doesn't need any glue on it or anything, does it? It just naturally holds it.
If it gets a little bit less tacky, then just wash it with warm soapy water. So because I'm using a glass mat as well, I can still see those increments through there, so I can still put everything nice and straight if I want to. If I wanted to use the ultimate, I could do. Let's go with Love. I'm just going to place that somewhere around the centre. If I wanted that right in the middle there, I can do. Just because I've got it to hand, I'm going to go with the pink again. I'm not going to reload, so I'm just going to add a little bit of colour here. Now, I think the last time I did these, I went with 2 different colours and separated it, did almost an ombre effect.
Okay.
But just for speed, because I know we haven't got long left. If I go with the pink there, so I've not even reloaded. Doesn't look very bright. If you want to intensify it, just go over again. I should probably have marked here my little holes, which I didn't do. Let me put my glasses on so I can see. So that is quite important. So if I wanted to do that very quickly, I could actually go with...
Oh, yeah, just do it with your rings.
Yeah,
That's a
just
great
go with
idea.
a couple of little dots there so I can see where to go.
Good tip.
It's so tacky, the tacky mat, you see, that I've just stuck to it. Let me just line those 2 little holes up. Because it is quite important you get this next layer right, because you know, it's kind of a shadow, a drop shadow that works more to one side than the other.
Now, if you're new to it, would you tape it down maybe?
Yeah,
I mean,
you
you're
could
doing
tape
this
it
really
down. Yeah, I'm
speedily.
just doing it for speed. And I'm sticking with the same pink, but I'm using a stronger pink now for this one. I did notice, actually, with the first layer, I cleaned these up before I came on, and I think one of them was still a little bit damp underneath because it had made the ink move. But that just goes, again, to prove that these are water reactive, so you can do all those different effects as well.
Look at
But there you
that.
can see you've got that drop shadow. It brings it to life, doesn't it?
It really does.
Lifts it out of the card.
It's beautiful, and you've got best wishes just because. Happy birthday, a note to say, how are you? With love, miss you. Wishing you a happy birthday. Feel better soon. Oops, I forgot your birthday. Or you can have oops. She did it again. You can do this with so many of these gorgeous sentiments in so many different colours. And now you've got your ink pads as well.
Yeah.
You can really mix it up. All of this for $29.99, which is just absolutely superb. CTL F10 is your code. Go through, just make sure you're checking out your basket. Click on that combine your order button on the web, and everything's included in your $4.95 postage and packaging here today at HobbyMaker. Time's flying. Honestly, the whole day is disappearing, isn't it? Catherine, thank you so much.
It really is.
What
Can
time
I
are you
just
back?
say as well, for those, you don't even need a die cutting machine for those.
You don't, do
so
you?
if you're just starting out crafting, that's a good way to start.
You could emboss with them as well, I guess,
could
couldn't
emboss
you?
with
If you
them,
have got a
yes.
die cutting machine. Amazing. What time are you back?
I'm back at 6 o'clock.
Perfect. Well, we should look forward to that. And you've got an entirely different show coming up at 6 o'clock as well. So there's loads more to come. Don't go anywhere. We have a bit more Sanntangling coming up after this short break. Another brand new deal for you as well. So don't go away. We'll see you after this. Thanks, Catherine. See you soon.
Did you know HobbyMaker's sister channel, Sewing Street, is live right here every day from 8 AM to 1 PM? Join us for 5 hours of sewing, dressmaking, quilting, crochet and much more. With expert guests and presenters who demonstrate throughout the show, you'll be able to get your inspiration along with everything you need to take you on your sewing journey. Whether you're a pro or just getting started, there's something for everyone. So tune in daily and be part of our creative community right here on Sewing Street from 8 AM through to 1 PM.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
At HobbyMaker, we are proud to collaborate with the best brands and suppliers in the industry, bringing you top quality products and innovative designs. Whether you're a crafting enthusiast or starting out, we provide everything you need to fuel your creativity. HobbyMaker, let's get crafting.
Did you know at HobbyMaker that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Registering for a HobbyMaker account on our website couldn't be easier. Head over to the HobbyMaker website and click on Register Now. Type in your preferred email address, create a password of your choice, and we just ask you for a few simple details. Click on Create Account and away you go. Within your account settings, you can view your order history, address and card details and any items in your basket. Shopping made easy with HobbyMaker.
Hello, welcome to HobbyMaker. I'm Rosie. It is lovely to be here with you. What an exciting day it's been so far. And I can tell you, there's even more excitement to come. Sandra is back here and we have another brand new launch and I'm mega excited for this, Sandra.
This is a bit different,
cool.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
Because of course we do our drawing and we do our tangling, we have such fun with it. But you have got that other little bit, and I touched on it a little bit earlier.
Yeah.
You want a bit of me time, you want to relax, and you just want to do a bit for you.
Yeah.
And I use these products. I find it really useful. Back in 2003. No, 2013. 2003, I started teaching. 2013, I stopped teaching, and I was in quite a dark place because you're so used to doing something. Suddenly, you're like, what am I doing here?
Yeah.
So I started writing morning pages.
Okay.
I didn't really know what they were, and I don't write particularly. I like to draw.
Yeah.
So that's where it started for me, and that's where my little journals and my little tangling and minor things and all these things come from, is from my own personal experience.
Wow.
So I find these things really useful. So it's nice to bring them to air, bring a bit of education with it as well. So you're not on your own.
Yeah, absolutely.
That first blank page was frightening, honestly. And so I don't leave you with a blank page with any of these products.
Any of these products. And I think that's so important what you just touched on there as well. How this is a craft. And I know that all craft can lift you out of a dark place, out of a difficult time, but I know that this has been really, really, really wonderful for so many people watching the show today as well. It just gives you a bit of escapism, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
And you get lost in it. And this project, this collection for you now is really, really fantastic. Honestly, just... It's a proper book as well. You've got so many pages in here,
Well, it
haven't you?
is. I mean, we use these. We have our planners because that means you can mix and match. You can put your diary in. You've got your little notes.
Yeah.
You've got your how to colour things and your affirmations. But this is another addition to that, which means you can take as much as you want with you if you're going to take it somewhere. You can move the pages about. And it's up to you and how you use your planner, isn't it?
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
Kind of nice, this.
So we have it here for you. This is Tangly Patterns and what to do for them. A colossal amount has just flown out of the door
you're gonna love
already.
this.
And wait, I mean, this is before we've even shown you the price. The deal, $10.99. That's it. Producer Laura's just saying that she thinks you've got this wrong, frankly.
Well, I'm sorry, Laura, but you know what? Santangle's always been about affordability and everybody being able to access it. And something like this is so useful. And if you've got a little bit of, not much confidence, or your self-esteem's took a hit and you don't know what to do, or you've got the stencils and you think, where do I take this and how do I actually do my own thing?
Yeah.
This is the bit that's going to do it for you.
It is.
This is the one.
Oh my goodness, there has just been the most enormous response. I mean, 20% had gone before this happened, and now this has happened. Oh my word. Grab it while you can, okay? I have no idea about restock. Is it what we've got? Is what we've got,
Now,
Sandra?
I want to make sure if anybody wants this, I want to make sure that you've got it.
Okay.
So if we have to print more,
okay,
we will
right.
print more, because I think it's one of those products that, okay, it might not be crafty particularly, but it is.
Yeah,
Is it art?
absolutely.
Yes, it is. Is it instruction? Yes, it is.
Yeah.
but it's about you learning how to use these patterns and things, and I don't want anybody to miss out.
Okay, perfect. Well, thank you
We'll
so
restock
much
if
for
we
that.
have to, and I've said that on air, and I will
There we
ring
go.
John and tell him later.
There's no going back now. Now, before we get into a demo, because I know we're desperate to see this in action, I've just got to warn you, and I don't mean warning in a, like a, you know what I mean. The binder that you were about to see, and the reason I'm drawing your attention to it is because I know you're going to see it and you're going to want it. If you want it, you really do need to go ahead and check it out now, okay? Because we don't have a vast stock of this today.
We are at the end of them, and once this colour's gone, this colour's gone, because then we eventually will bring some more, but it'll be a different colour. It likes to change them about a bit. I mean, I've drawn on mine. Of course,
Of course you have. Of course you have.
Now, the idea with this is I've used a Sharpie. You can't use one of my fine liners because it'll rub off.
Okay.
Okay? Can't use that. But a nice extra fine Sharpie, a couple of different colours even.
All right.
You can use them and you can draw on it. You see, I've actually gone all the way along.
Oh, nice.
So it's a work in progress. I can keep drawing on it and things like that. But the binders are lovely, and they will only work with our products.
Okay.
So it's one of those things. If you think, oh, I've got a binder at home already and I can use that, they don't quite fit in that state. We had to have it specially made to match the binders and all the rest of it. So it's one of those things. But yeah, do you want? Let's
look inside. Let's.
So in here, I mean, I've got a few of these, as you can imagine. There's my affirmations. We'll ignore that for a minute. Tangly patterns and what to do with them. So if I open it up, it talks about using the pages. It's about improving your skills and trying new things, because we have certain patterns, and I'm the same, that we use all the time, and you don't improve your skills that way because you're just doing the same thing. So it's got a little bit of what about the patterns. It tells you a little bit there about what kind of patterns do different things.
Okay.
And on the back page, it sort of, here we go, kind of continues that. So some patterns are used to embellish, and it's giving you examples. Some are known as space fillers, so you can see where you're going.
Yeah.
Then if I open it out, what I've got here, now, I've redrawn all these. You might find there's a bit of a crossover with other products, but we can't help that because patterns are all patterns.
Yeah.
But there's 20 here, and I've shown you different things. There's 20 here.
Wow.
There's 20 here. 20 here, but you see I'm giving you ideas of what you can do with them.
Yeah.
It's 20 here. That's what, 100? And then here I've given you some pages. I know you've got this blank bit here and you're like, oh, she could have put another box there. This is for your own collection. And here, this is for you to actually do little samples like I've done down the side.
Lovely.
So I did that on purpose. I meant it that way. So there you go. And then here, this is really important. I've actually taken 4 of the patterns, and I've showed you how I've created something from those 4 patterns.
Wow.
So you've got a bit of instruction there, but I think looking at them, you can see how it creates. And I've given you different examples there on how you could use those patterns to create different designs. So that could be a lovely card topper, couldn't it, if you wanted it to be. You don't have to do it tile size, whatever size you want, but it sets you off. There you go, there's another one. And then here, this is where my teacher hat comes on a bit, because it's worksheets. What do you do? So what I've done here, and I've done them kind of grayscale, because you might want to draw over and change things.
Okay.
So I've given you some words here, and I've told you, look, add lots of patterns around this statement. Try to avoid borders, because that's what you would automatically go for, borders. But I've said, find other patterns that do something different. So on this one, you've got to look for something else to try. Bit of out your comfort zone.
Yeah.
Now, I've left the back blank, purely because you can make notes on there, or if you're going to colour this in with alcohol markers, because you've got that option if you want to, it is going to seep through. And plus, if you think, well, I just want this page on week 1 of February, you can take that out and you're not going to sort of have an impact, because this can go in your diary and mix and match.
Yeah.
Draw a border design and use 6 different patterns to create an image in the middle. So I've given you the boxes around the outside that you put all your patterns in, and then that's how you were going to put them in there. Look, I've started this one. Good. This is one of my stamps that I brought the other week. So I think I've included lots of different aspects. So it says here, look, incorporate a double border design around this piece. I like to go into the image, giving the appearance it's sitting behind. So that's what I've done. I've still got my pencil lines around there. Bit of colour. So these are the 2 patterns I've used. There's my colours I've used for my pencils. And then this border doesn't exist in your piece. That's what I've drawn.
Wow.
So here you've got some different shapes. But again, I'm telling you kind of what to do. I'm giving you a bit of instruction. This is like the apertures.
Oh, yeah.
So it starts you off with that. Same with that one. Here, now you'll know these, the symbols. So I've told you what the symbols mean. I've put some in for you and I've suggested that you enhance them using different things. Same with this one. So I've put them in different places. If you've got these stamps, you can then go on and you can recreate them, but you can choose any of the 100 designs at the front and then add them round. So again, coming into a deconstruction. What do you see here? Put the patterns in here and then change it. So it's all about mandalas.
Gosh. I mean, there's so much here. And again, it's giving everyone the chance to grow their confidence.
Well, this is it. See, so now we're into stencils. So you've got a hat shape there. I've given you 2 different ones, or different sizes and different foots. So you put your patterns in here based on the ones at the front and then incorporate them into it. So you're starting to say, right, I've got this pattern, I've got this stencil, but rather than using Sandra's instructions, I can now choose my own patterns and I can make my own thing. But I'm actually giving you the instruction. I mean, look mandala pre-drawn. Then we're into a bit of Locket Lane kind of thing. See, so you can look at that and hearts. There's my little look. So you know how to embellish around that, how to add to. So there's again another one of my stamps. How would you include that? A feather.
Love.
So all these worksheets, there's 20 worksheets in there.
That's in 20 worksheets for $10.99.
And then
it's incredible.
You choose what you want to do, and of course at the front you've then got your own patterns.
It's so
fabulous. To help. It's just it's an educational tool, but it's going to take you out your comfort zone, and it's going to help you take all those stencils you've already got, or ones you brought today,
and elaborate
on them and do your own thing. So all the education's there. You do with it what you choose.
Oh, it's so exciting. I mean, this is like giving you all the artistic adjectives to sort of build on all those beautiful stencils you have. It's amazing. It's going to go everywhere with you as well, because you're going to just take this and sit if you're on a train, if you're on a plane, if you're in the caravan, if you're on holiday. It's right. Apologies about the binder. That has sold out. I'm so sorry. But as Sandra said, very excitingly, next time you see a binder on, it will be in another colour. So you will have another opportunity at some stage. Now, we're just going to let our call centre catch up. It is exceptionally busy. Loads and loads of you coming through. We're going to come back and we will demonstrate for you the royal way. Sandra's going to demonstrate for you. But we're just going to check on stock. We're going to check on a couple of things and we'll be right back after this. Check out your baskets. We'll see you soon.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
Okay, quick update. It has sold out, but as Sandra said at the start of the show, we are going to make sure that you've got more. So Laura's just working through that now for you. So please, if you're sitting waiting and it's saying sold out, bear with us. We're organising that for you on the web and you will be able to get hold of Tangly patterns and what to do with them. Sold out in less than 5 minutes. There's a huge demand and we've got bear with us. We're working on it for you, okay? But this is really, really exciting as well because this allows you sort of start to play a bit of a game with your tangling.
Yes.
It allows you to create things. We used to do. My husband and I used to do this whenever we went to a new city, we'd roll the dice to sort of take us left, right, straight on to explore a city. And this is Sandra giving you the opportunity to do this with a dice, with your drawing. So we've got a couple of stencils that are on their way where you do get a dice with it. But if you want the dice on its own, you've got a 20-sided dice, which we have now learned from Jo is a dodecahedron.
Absolutely.
Thank you, just had to hear that again. It's on your screen right now. So the colour will vary, won't it?
The colours will vary, absolutely. I mean, they're all fabulous. If I could keep a bunch of them all to myself, depends what mood I'm in and use it. But they're all fabulous. So some of them are like a plain single colour. Some of them are a little bit mixed.
Okay.
But they're all lovely. So whichever one you get, you're going to love. And of course, all my patterns on the pages are 20. It's like I planned it.
Yeah.
So if you want to take out that choice, you roll the dice instead. Yeah. I mean, we do it with Tangly Trails with the dice, but this means that you then don't know what's coming up.
Do you know what you could do with a group of people as well? You've probably already done this, but you could all start with a piece of paper and then roll the dice. You have to choose one and then pass it round, and then you could then
absolutely, and you have to use it. So it takes you again out of that. Oh my goodness, I've never done that pattern before. I'm not quite sure. It makes you sort of come out of that comfort zone.
Definitely. It forces your hand a little bit, doesn't it? Which is really good. And then that randomness gives you that sense.
You've got a new favourite.
Yeah, exactly. Just to say as well, $3.99 for a 20-sided dice. I was saying to you before, my eldest brother, he must have about 50 dice. He's obsessed because he's into his Warhammer and all that kind of stuff. But I'm sure that they used to be a lot more expensive.
They're really tricky to get hold of.
Yeah, they are. That's amazing value. But really good, because they can't be cheap to make. They can't be.
No, not at all. And they're just really useful. Yeah. And I mean, you can use it or not. It doesn't matter. You can still use this book without it, which is why I did it as a separate entity. Yeah. Some of you might already have one, honestly. So we wanted to do them as a separate today for you.
Oh, it's so wonderful. Loads of you coming through. The vast majority of you multi-buying as well. I instantly fiddle with them. They're kind of, it's such a lovely, satisfying sound.
It's a nice shape as well, isn't it? It's very,
it's very tactile. Yeah, it's beautiful. Keep on coming through. JC1253. Oh, what's that? Sorry, Joe. Oh, a dodecahedron. Oh, Joe, come on. You've let us all down. It's outrageous.
To be fair, we didn't know, so...
I know. We were just like, oh, yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah, that sounds about right. I should have known. I've got a 12-sided shape.
So the dodecahedron is 12-sided.
Never mind.
What's the 20-sided, did you say?
Oh, way up. Oh,
icosahedron. Did we just have an AI voice there?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
An icosahedron. There we go. We're all learning today. I love it. 60% of the dice has gone. Okay, well done to every single one of you coming through. Keep on checking out.
It doesn't look like much on its own, but it's so much fun.
It is. Well, it's
again, we've only got a certain amount of those. So.
Yeah, it's really lovely. Now, it's done. It's all sorted. Okay. We are restocked. We're ready to go. So here's your Tangly patterns and what to do with them. For everyone who thought you missed out, they are here. Sandra said right at the start of the show, she wants you to get this home. And that in itself really shows how important this is.
It is.
This is giving you the tool set. This is giving you the skills. This is giving you the confidence to fill in those spaces, to extend your drawings. When you do get your beautiful binder as well, you might use the patterns to decorate the front of that as well. And as always, loads of messages coming through, Sandra.
Oh, hi, everybody. Thank you.
Yeah, it's gorgeous. Let's have a little look at this. This has come through. Oh, here we go. This is coming through from Vicky. Hi, Vicky.
Hi, Vicky.
She says, hi, Sandra. Hi, Rosie. My sister, my mum, and me, we love Tangly Trails. We do a tile swap with it every month, and it's a great challenge.
Yeah,
what a great idea.
It is. It works really well, doesn't it?
Love that. Yeah, let's dive in.
I've picked a piece out. I've got this sort of circle, and it's partly sort of split up. And it says here, choose 6 patterns to use and use to fill in the sections on the circle. So that's what I've got. So let's think, page 1 to 5, pick a number.
5.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's page 5 of my patterns. This is the 20 patterns I'm going to work with.
Okay.
And I've got to choose 6.
Can I roll the dice?
Go on, roll the dice.
All right. 16.
Right, hang on. 1, 2. Now I'm going up, down, or across. It turns 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 16. Okay, so 16 is this kind of sort of wavy one. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to put it in here so I remember it.
Okay.
So wave like that, and then it's got these little leaves. This is lovely, this one. Look at this.
Really pretty.
All right, so it's got that, and then it's got some like little sort of, it's like a flourish one, that is, isn't it?
Yeah.
There you go. Right, give me another one. Roll the dice.
Oh, sorry. This is what happens. I forget to do my job. One job, Rosie, but when said, I just get transfixed. So watch you draw.
What have we got?
Number 4, please.
Okay, so
Rock on the draw.
Oh, number 4 is a little bit like a kind of a flower. Now I'm going to, when I say flower, it's sort of like got a little bit of a stem there, and then it's got like a wobbly sort of like shape there, like this. So I've got to fit this in somehow. I couldn't prep this because you can't plan it, can you?
No.
But putting them all in here, it gives you a bit of a practice so you can draw it and you can go, yeah, I've got that. Go on, roll again.
Right.
I'll do another one then.
Number 6.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, number 6 is, here we go. It's a curl. Like that. And then it's got a curl going that way. and then it's got 3 loops that way, see, like that. So I'll stick with 3 for now.
Okay.
So how are we going to fit that in here? So the first thing, let's have a look. Probably this one, I'll go with this one to start with. And what I can do, see in these sections here, because you've got to really think about this, haven't you? I've got something that I might not have put in normally.
Yeah.
So if I come into one of these sections here, so right, okay, I'm going to draw in those curves. Now notice, look, I'm being brave, straight in with pen. And then I've got 3 loops there. Okay. Now, of course, you can do this at any size you like.
Yeah.
So if you think, well, actually, I like it, but I want to do it really tiny or I want to do it quite big, you can do that. See, let's do a larger one there. Okay, into there. And then sort of I'm going to have one here kind of sort of looking like it's going behind. And then let's have another one here. So it's sort of filled my space. This isn't perhaps one I would use to fill spaces. So how we then create, I could sort of come in, let's have a look. I'm going to sort of create a new shape in there like that. Now imagine doing this, but doing it in every other one.
Oh, yeah.
So you're creating a new design that you think, well, actually, I wouldn't have done that as a filler pattern before. I would have done that as a flourish. But
beautiful.
It kind of means, there you go. See, look at that. And then I could fill them with bubbles if I wanted. I'm just going to do another one there. Just do it quickly so you can kind of see how it would work. Now, I'm not trying to make them the same, but automatically I seem to go that way each time. But you can mix and match it. If you find that you're going too mirror-like or you're quite repetitive, just sort of turn it upside down and do it in a different direction. See, let's put one in there so it looks like it's sort of sitting.
I mean, that's what's amazing, isn't it? You've used the same pattern, but it looks different.
Yeah.
You know, it's great.
Absolutely. I mean, this would make a lovely little fabric now, looking at it.
Yeah, wouldn't it?
See, it's where all the ideas come from. So, I mean, once I've done that all the way around, I kind of like that.
Yeah.
And then this next one, so we've got 2 different patterns here. This one, I'd be more inclined to doing it in the middle. I think what I'll do, I'll come with my pencil. Hang on, in my tin.
Oh.
Do love my pencil. To be fair, I've got about 4 on. You know, one at home, one at the office, one in my bag, one in my box.
Are they out of stock at the moment? They are, aren't they? Or can you get them on the website? The
my pencils.
Pencil in the tin.
They're on the website, I think.
Oh, and remember, if you do want to have a little look, you can see the QR code there on screen. If you scan that, it'll take you to Sanntangle's HobbyMaker brand page. All of that's included in your 1P&P as well. So if you do want anything extra, if you're looking for pencils, you're looking for pens as well, you're looking at any of the Sanntangle stencils that we haven't got on the show, it'll also be included in 1P&P. So go grab them.
See with this now, look, I mean, again, this would probably be quite a big bloom on a piece, but because I'm doing it smaller, they're just wobbly lines, aren't they, really? So you don't have to do that. You can do them straight if you want. And put some little dots coming around, look. So doing like, look.
Look at that.
And I would...
They almost look like really fancy jewellery clasps, you know, around a gemstone.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
And who'd have thought? I say I can't prep this because we didn't know what we were going to end up picking.
The dice decides.
The dice decided, but I kind of like that.
Yeah.
You know, I've got one. Sometimes you think, I want to do this. Other times you'll think, well, do you know what, I'm going to pick a piece. See, I've got to do this one now because I want to see what it's going to look like as full. So look, wavy, wobbly lines. There you go. Same on this one. Along there. Quite easy to draw, so everything's sort of step by step, unless it's so simple you think, actually, I don't need to do steps. You can just see how it works.
Well, what's great as well is when you're repeating it like that, your muscle memory kicks in.
Yeah, look at that.
Better and better.
You see, because I've done it in a lighter colour, it means that the lines that I've put in are not going to be sort of the main feature.
Yeah.
See, I've come around and put like a little faux stitch in there, look. It looks like. And of course, when you colour it, you're not going to see that grey line anymore. So it's not that there's something wrong with my printing. I've done it on purpose.
Yeah.
So you can see it, but you can make changes if you want to. Look at that.
Beautiful. Look at that.
So, of course, I've got one more. Now, where would you put that? Okay, I'm going to put it in these. So if I do a swirl. Now, I'm going to do a bit of muscle memory, look. So I'm going to put that swirl in every one to start with. You see, in its own right, it's started to create a pattern, hasn't it? See, now I've got to kind of finish it, because if I come to it later, I'm going to end up with a different line, aren't I? So I won't be long. Here we go, look. Just shows how it builds. And as I said, I'd got no prior knowledge of this, so I didn't know what I was going to look at that. That looks good, doesn't it? So
great.
even if I shaded around there, that'd look quite in 3D.
Yeah.
But it's got these, I'll just do a couple, these little leaves on it. So let's do 3 leaves. And then it's got like a couple of these little bobbles. Let's do one there you go. So again, so I'm going to go the same way, sort of left, right, left, left, right, left. Again, let's put some little bobbles on. There we go. And same kind of thing there. So again, that's perhaps something I wouldn't really have used that way before, but actually putting it on now, it's see how it's changed it from a line.
Yeah,
beautiful. Of course, once you've done all of that, you can decide, like I say, you could shade it around that circle. You could shade it both sides, actually.
Yeah.
And both sides here, and it would give you that kind of a dome feel. Or you could shade sides, and then it would look more like that kind of zigzaggy thing. Shade around there, colour it in. But I mean, I've still got 3 more boxes. It says 6 there. Just because I've said 6, you don't have to. I'm just giving you guidance, okay? So if you think 3 is enough, I mean, I'm going to get another one in here, aren't I? And maybe I'll get another one on the edge, and maybe I'll do one around the outside. So I'll get them in.
You'll get them in.
But it's a nice little challenge. It's something
stunning.
to sort of...
It's a lovely little challenge. It's also a great game if you've got friends coming over.
It's going to look great. I'm going to have to finish that.
Great. With
Not
the
now,
kids as
but
well.
it'll look great.
Yeah. Oh, but it's wonderful. Well, do you know what? You are flying in for these. This is your tangly buttons and what to do with them. LB1260. Are you okay? You're good. No, you're all right, Carol. We've got, bless you, we've got lots and lots of you coming through. If you've got any questions at any point, please do message in, okay? If there's anything you'd like to know, if you're new to Sanntangling, if you've never seen this before, then do, of course, message in, and Sandra's here to take you through. But what I would strongly advise, as always, is checking out your basket as you go along, okay? You saw how quickly the initial stock that we had sold out within 5 minutes, and it's looking like this is going to go exactly the same way. Don't worry, we will bring you more, okay? Because Sandra said that we can do that with this. So, but I would take advantage while you can. Okay, loads and loads of you coming through there. Now, we're going to do the Tangly Trails, and this has got the dice with it, hasn't it?
It has, yeah. This is a similar concept, but you've not got that education and worksheets with it kind of thing. So it's one of those where you've got lots of patterns in there. I guess some of them will cross over a bit because it's just how the nature of it is. So again, you've got 20 different tangles on each page. You do get the dice with this and then it gives you some little examples of how you could do it, but it doesn't give you instructions.
Okay, got you.
You also get the little stencil there and a couple of little cards so you can create your own. Now, what I've done with mine, I've actually made about 10 cards up. And every time I get a new book or a new stencil, I'll actually create my own little set of cards. So where you've got them in your planner with the last one, they're in your planner. This one, it's a little bit like card kind of, index card kind of thing.
You could also use this for your colour swatches. You know, with your pencil crayons and things like that as well.
And it's just one of those go-to things that if you're not so sure, you could try this out. It's purely fun. Yeah. And it gives you that little bit of interest, but this one doesn't give you the education.
Got you. Okay. Again, great deal there, 1965, and you do get your dice with this as well. And again, the colours will vary, right?
Absolutely, yeah, the colours will vary.
Lovely, so cool. So you got that there for you, 1965, TW1218, okay, come on in. Now, we mentioned a little bit earlier on your tiles, and we've got a variety of different ways that you can do this today, actually. We're going to start with the tile box. This is absolutely beautiful, isn't it?
Now, I do have my original.
Have you? Oh, good, okay, fabulous.
So I have finished mine. I've drawn on it, I've tangled on it, and then I've used spray varnish.
Wow, what an amazing gift that's going to be.
Well, this is it. I mean, a little bit of felt underneath. You know, I've got little stoppers on the bottom.
Yeah.
It all slots together. You don't actually need glue for this. John's pretty good at doing this kind of thing, so it all slots.
Yeah.
But, I mean, just something really nice, because if you look across on the bottom, you've got 2 little slots, and you're like, what are they for? But you see, hang on, there you go. You see a little slot there.
Oh, yeah.
There. But then if you look at the top on that little handle, you see you've got a slot there as well.
Ah.
What it means, because your lid, it comes off, it doesn't stick. But if you thread a bit of ribbon through that slot, down the bottom, through that slot, you can fasten it on the top there, on that little slot. And it's going to hold your lid in place. So if you're going to give this as a gift, I mean, even if you don't use it for tangling, as it's a gift for a little trinket box, a little bit of ribbon on the top there. It's just a little gift, isn't it? And that, just that little touch.
In there, you could put...
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, I did use a bit of glue to put the lid in place, but this bit is not glued.
Wow, it's really sturdy though, isn't it?
But that one I did. It all slots together beautifully, and the instructions show you how to do that.
So good. I'll show you everything that you're going to get. Like, you've just seen Sandra's beautiful finished example there. You're going to get your little instruction leaflet. Very straightforward, very, very simple to follow as always. It's got that beautiful cherry veneer wood as well. 20% of this is already gone. You're going to get a mix of colours of your little tiles in here as well, which is fantastic. You're going to get 20 of these in total in an assortment of different colours, and the quality of your, I mean, it's not paper, it's cardstock, isn't it?
It's not, it's 270
really
GSM.
Yeah.
You've got that lovely cartridge feel to it.
Lovely.
They're printed on the back with the Sanntangle brand, where you can then put the date and any, well, we put tile numbers on the back and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
I think it's really important if you write that on to start with, you then feel like you've drawn on it, so it doesn't feel as intimidating on the front. But as I said, I'll show you how to ink a tile. It's really nice to see. I've actually done one in the hour, so it's dry.
Amazing.
So
I mean, that's 20 card toppers there. You know, that you could
20 hours.
20 hours, of mindfulness. Absolutely gorgeous. And then I'll just show you one of the pieces of your cherry veneer wood as well, because it is absolutely beautiful. Really, really lovely. It's a really gorgeous aesthetic to this. And then, of course, once you've tangled on it as well, once you've created your designs, maybe using the patterns, maybe using one of your favourite tiles, maybe using the music from earlier, or the dragonfly, or, you know, there's so much you can do with it. People are multi-buying. That is absolutely the right thing to do, because think of all the things you can put. It could be a jewellery box, it could be a trinket box.
You know, every single one is unique.
Yeah.
Because on both sides you've got that cherry veneer. It is, what do you call it, real wood. Coming from a technology teacher. Real wood. But it means you can tangle on both sides if you want to. And it just is beautiful. Of course, you've got your MDF structure, which is going to give it the strength.
Yeah.
But because you've got that veneer, you can use that to actually create your designs, or completely ignore it, or just varnish it. A little bit of gilding wax on it, and they look beautiful.
They really, really are wonderful. They make gorgeous gifts, don't they?
They do.
And I love the fact with a gift like this, you can gift it one of two ways, can't you? You can gift it finished and you've done the work, or you can gift it as a project for somebody to get them into it.
You could do like I did with Leslie's Christmas present. You could part do it and say, look, it's a collaboration.
Oh, I like that.
So you might do the sides, and you might say to somebody, okay, I've done the side, you do the top.
Yes, I love
Sorry,
that.
Leslie, I do apologise.
I actually loved that though. But
yeah, we did.
It's a good idea.
But we've done that before. We've done collaborations before. It's really nice to
wonderful.
work.
So
That's
fabulous.
funny.
So good. Right, keep on coming through, keep on coming through. There's loads of you there. I think they're going to be selling out by the looks of things today. So don't leave anything in your basket unchecked. Another thing we've got, and again, we mentioned this earlier. Now, we've not had these in stock for months. And before that, it was months before that as well. And the reason, I mean, you were touching on it in the show before. These are really beautiful, beautiful quality. And because of Sandra's absolute commitment to give you that affordability, really, I mean, it's a bit of a giveaway, really.
Absolutely,
and it's amazing what you've done.
this is the best quality cards. It's card stocks, 270 GSM that I could find, but you've got that cartridge feel to it, which means that it's going to work with your pencils and your tortillons. You're going to be able to ink them. You can paint on them. I mean, they're just beautiful to work. If you're going to work on a piece of cardstock and you're going to spend your time drawing something, you buy the best you can. Yeah, and this is the best.
It is beautiful. And I just wanted to show you that as well, so you can see how rigid that is. That is proper, beautiful,
lovely, aren't they?
beautiful
Shall I ink one?
cardstock. Yeah, go on.
Going to ink one.
8 by 8 centimetres, flying out the door as we suspected they would. Loads of you multi-buying as well, so come on in and grab them. You get 20 in a pack, okay, so 20 for $6.99. So what's the best way to do it then?
Best way to do it, any inks you like, honestly, any inks you like. piece of paper or something underneath, not your tangle board.
Okay.
Don't want to ink on your tangle board. And glass mats usually, but I don't carry a glass mat with me because they're quite heavy and they don't fit in my box. They're heavy. So I'm using a piece of paper, which perhaps not the best. But you see, look, I'm just using my brush. Notice, look, yellow brush.
Nice.
Leslie
will be pleased.
Yeah.
I like you working on the paper because actually those bits create quite interesting
They do,
patterns
yeah.
themselves, don't
so I'm
they?
going to mix it up a little bit. Now, what I do use a lot, I do use salt because that takes away some of the ink.
Oh, yeah.
It creates really interesting effects. I don't actually carry salt with me. I haven't got any today.
Not what you pass a Molden.
No, I used to carry little sachets and things.
Yeah.
But, I mean, you can go as much as I like it quite dark around the outside. Here we go, look. Now, there's a couple of things you can do with that. I could actually go in, you know, like we inked before and with a stencil.
Yeah.
You could use a background stencil and put a little bit of that on. But it's just sort of a speed. I've inked that one. So see, I've got a couple of nice little colours there. Do a lot of this.
Yeah.
And then I've got a spray bottle full of water. Okay. Now, I'm going to sort of just do it out of shot because I don't want my whole desk to get wet. But, I mean, literally, just put some water on. And what you'll notice, and this is great with all cardstock, you see it's starting to bend.
Okay, yeah.
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 Leave it because it will bend, and that's the sign of a good quality cardstock. Yeah. At this point, and I've really inked it, I would spread a bit of salt on. Okay. Because again, that's going to soak some of the water up and it's going to create nice effects. But if I just move that one, because I've done here's what we did earlier. Now I've completely left this, and you can see that the watermarks that it's made, and it's given it that lovely sort of feel. So this one, it looks like it's two parts, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So maybe I'd have that as maybe a bit of a sunset, could be that way, couldn't it? A little bit of sea there, maybe, something, a bit of a sun. Or maybe you'd want it this way. Or maybe you'd put it this way, put a stripe down and add a border. Let's do it. Let's
do it.
So maybe, here we go, we put a stripe down there. Yeah, and there, let's put another one. So then I'd be looking for, oh, it's gone off a bit. That's okay though, because what I could do, I could fill that with ink. Or bubbles.
Oh yeah.
So I want a border pattern. So if I come back to my little booklet here we go. Right, we need a border pattern. So rather than choose, pick the dice this time, let's have a look. See, I've got one here. No, I don't want to use that one. That one, yeah, it's kind of nice, but let's go for, see this one, look. Got some swirls. So, okay, even if, I'll turn it this way because that's how I've got my piece. And it's like little bubbles. So let's put little bubbles on it. So because the ink sort of got, a bit more dot side, it's just nice, I think, to split it and make that a feature on this one. So I'm going to come along and put a double line in. So you take your time a little bit with this, but I still would come in with pen and do this. And then same that way. There we go. This is easy, isn't it?
It's great, isn't it?
Then you could, put that in there. Now, of course, if I wanted to, I could fill those bubbles in. And then here, it's got some lines, so let's do that. I'll just do a little bit of it. Let's put some lines in, like so. Remember, this is only 8 centimetres square. It's nice and small, isn't it? It's really manageable. So I'll just do a little bit of it, because...
They're brilliant to get started, aren't they? If you're new to Sanntangle.
Absolutely, yeah. And so there's over 500 videos showing different ones.
Yeah.
But being that we've got the book here, so I'd do that all the way down. But then let's go to the samples that we got. See, I've moved that already. It's already at the front, ready for the next bit. So let's have a look. Okay. First one here, look, it's got... No, not the first one. Hang on a minute. There you go. This one, look, it's got a border. So I could use that as a border if it was all finished. And then here I've got a pattern, and I've drawn it here because it's in my sort of set. So let's have a look, and it says, look, draw 3 flowers. You're like, okay, 3 flowers. There's the steps. So it looks like that, little loop. And then it's a little loop that way, and a little one that way. And it's kind of got a little cup underneath it. Draw that down there. Look at that, how quick that was. And then, oh, that one goes that way. Put some little lines in, it's got some lines in. And that way, one in the middle, into there. See, that's going to curve a little bit. And then I've got another one this side, so there's that little loop again. It's almost loop but teardrop kind of shape. One that way, in there, cups, lines. Next one is this one, look. So we want a little leaf, bobble on the top. And then here, I mean, I've done that very quick. I do these a lot. You can tell. Yeah, you don't have to draw them that quick.
Okay, my goodness, look, we've just put the tangly patterns back on. And
you see, I mean, there'd be more of those. And then it does show these like little reeds. These are really nice to draw, look like a little kind of thing there with the top on. And then we've got a line. And then we've got a couple of curls. And then out with some little dots. As you see, I mean, I'm just showing little bits there, but you show how you've inked a tile, how you can then sort of draw on the top of it. And of course, if I'm bringing a bit of pencil shading in, now decisions, am I going to go outside or am I going inside? Let's go on the outside like this. Again, you could bring in your coloured pencils, whatever you wanted to use with this. But it's nice to see actually that a tile will shade here. Torty yarn. And soften that off. So you could do a bit of a mixture. I like to actually add some colour to something that I find, you know, really, I want it to be a prominent feature. So maybe the flowers.
Yeah.
And then the rest of it, you could use pencil and tortillon to shade it. Gives it that bit of depth.
I mean, it's an instant topper for a card, isn't it?
It is, yeah. And I apologise. I could spend the whole time drawing the whole thing, but I'd rather show you just the techniques a little bit. So you see how that now looks a bit more three-dimensional.
Yeah.
You've got that lovely depth underneath. Maybe I'd put some little bubbles down here, a little bit of a sentiment on there. Before you know it, you've got your topper.
Definitely, that is gorgeous. So beautiful, isn't it? I bet, you know, we've got so many people watching who are just sitting going, I can't wait to try this, especially if you're new to it. It is just so much fun.
It works with all your other crafting.
Yeah.
We've all inked tiles, we've mat and layered,
yeah.
We've made cards. So this is another feature that actually incorporates itself into that. So it's not a new craft on its own, it integrates into other things.
It does, it's fabulous. Well, you know your restock.
Oh, right, okay.
60% of that has already gone, and that's not including everyone who's got it in their basket. So again, check it out. That's really important. This is Tangly Patterns and what to do with them. If you'd like to come on in and get hold of it, LB1260 is your code, okay? You can dial through 0800 001 4433 or check out on the web, okay? So if you check out on the website and, of course, on our app as well, that is what you want to be doing. Now, we've also got the
Tangle in Mind.
It's
on the stand,
here,
the other side. No, the other side.
Oh, this side. Here we go. Here we go. There we go. I'm like, great. There it is. With Tangling in Mind, you've got this fantastic book, and this is just really, really joyful. Amazing value here as well. I mean, extraordinary, really.
Yeah, this has been one of my go-to products for quite a while.
Yeah.
So it's one of those things that, again, we talked about when I finished teaching. Yeah. Not sure what on earth I was going to do. I mean, luckily, I've got a very supportive husband. And, you know, we muddled through. Sometimes we had odd months. And when I was doing these morning pages, what do you write about?
Yeah.
And I don't always want to write, I want to draw, or I've got something that makes me happy, like I love my dogs.
Yeah.
So photographs of my dogs, and I think, well, okay, they're on my phone, what am I going to do with it? So this is my book here, so I'm quite happy to share some of this with you, and it's a work in progress, it's not all filled in. So it explains about this book at the front here, and it tells you, you know, about why I changed and what I did. And then I've got you a list of contents here, and in each page, you've got different things you can write about. I am grateful for something I did today that I'd like to do better next time. My good deed of the day for others. So I was actually once at a supermarket. I'd got, you know, it was quite cold. I was on my way into work, and there was this poor bloke, and he was cleaning the windows of the front of the supermarket, and he was coughing and hacking, you know, as you do first in the morning. He was obviously got a cold and a cough. Yeah. And I thought, do you know what? Actually, I've got some cough sweets in the car. So I went and grabbed a handful and gave them to him. And it's just something I thought it made his life a little bit easier. I didn't need all of them, you know, kind of thing. I hadn't got a cough at the time. And that little thing, it not only makes that person feel better, but it makes you feel better as well, that you've actually helped someone. So that could be written there. So all these things, there's lots of things in there. And some of them are good lull moments, who they were with and why and where, that kind of thing. So you could think, well, I want to write about that. So you go to the relevant page. So you've got lots of space to put either tiles in,
Nice.
Here we go, look, tiles in.
Uh-huh.
Or you can draw straight onto them.
Beautiful.
A little bit of writing, little boxes for your little patterns.
Mm-hmm.
And here you can see I've actually used, I've put some patterns in for you already. And I've actually used them to create my own design there. See, I'm right over text, over lines, small steps I could take to make my day a positive one. And I put here, look, turn a negative thought into a positive one. That's not as easy as it sounds. You have to work at that. But that really makes me think. Take the time to fuss the dogs fully before leaving the house, not just, see ya, off I go. So this is a blank page. I've not done anything yet. I've helped you, started you off with a few bits. So let's find a page. Here we go. I've done a few bits on.
Do you want me to tell you a lol moment?
Yeah, go on.
Like, oh, look. Well, come back to that. Look at this. Oh, my goodness.
I know. This is Seth. Seth passed in last April. So Benji's kind of on his own now. But, of course, we've had a puppy this week. That's interesting. But here's John, you know, my love of my life. And I've put a bit of a stamp in. Look, I've sort of done a little bit of shading along there. What makes me happy? It's these guys. And I got, look, here they are again. Look, this is when Benji was a puppy. So love things like that. But then, of course, here I've got work. Look, I've got a die there. I've done a bit of drawing. I've got a stamped thing there. This one, actually, I did on a show with Dave a long time ago.
Okay.
Questions I would like to ask and maybe find the answers. Really silly on the radio. Do birds fly in fog?
Oh.
Apparently they don't. But if they're really hungry, they will. Apart from cranes.
Oh.
Exactly.
So
you know,
cranes will
just
still
little
fly
questions there and things like that. I've got, look, a work in progress. So I've got a little picture there. Here, look, I've drawn. So I've got a tile, a little tile, and then I've drawn the rest on. So I'm putting little bits of writing in there, but I'm also using it for drawing. Look, I've got my little cup of tea there, things that have stood the test of time. And then little pictures. This is what we did with a tile a day kind of thing. This is one where I've used some creativity ones and one of my tiles. See, that's actually drawn in.
Amazing.
It's not stuck on.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm working it and I'm using it how I want to.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of the time you look at this, and you know when sometimes you've got a photograph and your photograph doesn't say much, because it's a photograph, isn't it? If you've got photographs in here and it says, things that I like, and I put this photograph in because, then it's one of those coffee table books.
Yeah.
Or it's a bit of a legacy that you can look at and say, look here, my favourite movies and who I watch them with. Yeah.
Fabulous.
Look, Rocky V, I missed the end because I had to be home on time and it went over the time I'd got to be back home. So, you know, little things like that, and it says more about you.
Yeah. But it's gorgeous, isn't it? Because it's a sketchbook and a journal.
It's a bit of everything, and it's helping you because it's got those points in to sort of give you. Look, that's a postcard I've stuck in and I've added to. So it's all about, you know, you doing what you want to do with it, and it does build. It builds as you go.
It's beautiful. I mean, you can do that with trips abroad. You could do that
all
with
sorts of things.
You know, so many different parts. And like you said, when you have a change in life as well, when you sort of you're moving from one transition points in life, it just helps you through, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And that's with tangling in mind. It's an absolutely amazing 100-page book. To get 100 pages for $19.99, I think everyone will agree is superb. So well done to each and every one of you there. Now, you mentioned earlier on your affirmations as well. And I mean, this is, so many people will use affirmations on a daily basis. And if you don't, then it's a really lovely thing to do, isn't it, Sandra?
I know this sometimes you sort of look at this thing, how is it crafting? It's because we're drawing within them. But what is the point of an affirmation? You're like, is it a little bit of witchcraft? No, it's not. If you say, today I'm going to have a good day.
Yeah.
And then you say again, today I'm going to have a good day. And you keep saying that. Your brain is going to imagine that today you're going to have a good day. It wants you to be 100% successful, so it will make sure you have a good day. So it's crazy. That's the Tangling in Mind pages.
Gorgeous.
So actually having these and opening the book and just thinking, right, okay, I'm going to write something in this, or I'm going to draw today, or add something to it. It really actually changes the way you feel.
Yeah.
And what I've done in here as well, I've given you a stencil to go with it. So what you can do with that is you can use the stencil. So if I just pull that out, look, it fits in my planner. I can go to a page. Let's have a look. See, I've got a few ideas there for you as well. Let's have a look. So here we go. I'm capable of overcoming anything. Blank page. I've actually put a bit of writing here, but what I can do is use this and think, right, okay, just to help me out, let's have a look. I'm going to put myself, and I'm going to do it straight in pen. I'm going to put, let's have a look, this box around it. And immediately I've got that bit of structure, so I don't have to worry about it, do I? And think, oh, what am I going to put in front of that? How's that going to work? You see? And when I've got these lines, I can either join them or I'm going to put little dots on. So already I'm looking at that sentiment or that affirmation, and I'm thinking, I can do this. I can overcome anything. But what I'm doing is I'm just making it pretty, and I'm drawing on it, and I'm changing things about a bit. You know, I can bring some of my, remember my little pack of 100 here? Let's have a look. Got a little butterfly there, look. Let's do a butterfly. So I can put that on. There's no serious thought about it. It's just about you enjoying it and having a moment. There you go, look, little lines on there. So let's put some little things in there. It's amazing, isn't it, how you create something from a few lines. Let's have some little dots coming out and around. See, maybe that'll go underneath and then around here. And it's just about having a bit of me time. Let's put a little heart there, look. Yeah. And then around the outside, maybe, I don't know, I'm going to do bubbles. And, you know, because you've got like blank page on the back, you could do this in alcohol markers if you want. You could take it out, put this one page in with your diary for the day or the week, and you can work on it for the whole week. So maybe just about 10 minutes every morning.
And even just working on top of that affirmation, you sort of, it's there, isn't it? It's constantly repeating itself in your mind, even if it's a bit subliminal as you're working on it.
That's exactly what it's about. It's not about you really focusing too much on it. It's about just enjoying it. I've got a couple in here. They're kind of work in progress. So say that could perhaps take me a week, so I'll put it in my diary.
Yeah.
But let's have a look. I have got one. There you go, look, that I've done a bit more too. So I'm going to do great things, I'm sure. But what I've done, because this page is blank, I've been able to take this design and extend it across and use the whole page. And then I can come back and add a bit of colour when I feel like. And then before you know it, you're going to end up with pages that all look like this.
Yeah.
I mean, the nice thing as well, let's just sort of have a look. Where is it? On the back there, I've given you some that I have actually drawn some ready for you, so you can see them as examples.
Ah, lovely.
And then
you can colour into them.
You can colour into them, you can add into them if you want to. And at the front, again, I've not left you on your own. I've given you some instructions and I've shown you how I've actually created those pictures in the back. See, I've stamped something there, look. But look, I've even, look at this, foiled that one.
Oh, wow. Oh, nice.
Yeah, because it's all done on a laser printer. If you want to, you can take it out, put it through your little machine, and you can have it foiled.
Can do it. Oh, it's beautiful. Alison's just messaged in and she says, "Hi ladies, I've made my first ever purchase from HobbyMaker and it's Sanntangle. I'm so inspired by the fabulous demos. I can't wait to have a go."
Oh,
Alison,
fantastic. Well done. Let me know how you get on, please. That would be amazing.
Yeah, that'd be, go and join Sandra's community on Facebook.
Get yourself on there. Go and find them. Yeah. They're really nice people on there.
It's wonderful, isn't it? It's a proper community.
Yeah, it's a real nice community. Absolutely. I know we all say that, but they are.
Yeah, they are. They're gorgeous. Well done and welcome to HobbyMaker as well, Alison. It's lovely to meet you here today. The affirmations is now limited. So many of you still needing to check out as well. So very, very best of luck to each of you. We also have, now we've mentioned and we've seen a couple of the stamps actually through the show. These have been on once before and they absolutely flew out of the door. They're gorgeous because here we have Sanntangle stamps. Now these work wonderfully on their own, but equally, you know, you can embellish them, you can add to them, you can use the sentiments with them as well, your kind words, thinking of me, being there, your time, you know, really, really lovely. This is just saying thank you. Sheila, Bridget, I mean, lots of you already in for this. Well done. I'll just turn it around as well so you can see the detail in these stamps because they are absolutely gorgeous. Really, really beautiful. So come on in. And look at this as well. You've got your doodle by stamp. Which
well, this is it. Really, I mean, I've had a bit of a beer mob on it recently about people signing their work. You need to sign your work. So I've actually given you stamps that says art by, an original by. created by, drawn by.
Yeah.
I think it's really important, doodled by. And then, of course, on here as well, you've got thank you. But we always say thank you to people, don't we? But this is saying thank you for, and then it's giving you options, your kind words. Thank you for thinking of me. Thank you for being there.
Yeah.
And I think it's really nice that as well as we want you to use the artwork and mix and match it, we want you to use the words and mix and match them
definitely.
as well.
And those little add-ons, it makes it even more meaningful, doesn't
Absolutely.
it?
When you
It's
put
really
doodled
beautiful.
by, it's great. It's your little sign. It
love it.
means that you're going to sign your work. And
Yeah.
I think it's really important you do that.
So lovely, really gorgeous. This is SB1208, okay? Do not miss out, okay? They're gorgeous and again, flying out the door. And we also have your Fly Free stamp set. This is utterly gorgeous once again, just really beautiful, beautiful imagery. I'll show you the front and then I'm going to flip it so you can see the size of the stamps because these, again, lovely big stamps, you know, they're creating such an impact on the page straight
They
away.
are, yeah.
But of course, then you can tangle into them and you can add to them.
This
and
is
you
it.
can
And
change
again,
up.
you've got those, I mean, you've got the stamp tangle on here. I mean,
Stamp
I'd buy it
tangle,
just
yeah.
for tangle. But it's just nice. Again, you've got those positive affirmations on there that you can mix and match.
Yeah.
It's just really nice to play with those.
They're gorgeous. Stay true to what you believe. You make the world a better place. Fly free. And then, of course, you've got your doodle, your stay positive. I'm here for you no matter what. So much to play with in here and so much fun to be had. It's been really lovely to see many of you joining us for the very first time during our Sanntangle shows today as well. And listen, we've got 2 more Sanntangle shows coming up.
I know. What are we going to be doing for those?
You're back at 5, aren't you?
I know.
And then 7 o'clock.
Yes. Busy, busy
busy bee today. Keep on checking out on your tangly patterns and what to do with them. Go and join Sandra's community on Facebook as well and join her at 5 o'clock for some more fabulous tangle fun. So don't go anywhere either because we have another fantastic show coming up for you. I love bookbinding. It's taken about many years. We've got Carol here to take you through an utterly breathtaking bookbinding project. This is an amazing, amazing kit from Janie's Originals. So don't go away because you've got so much more to come on the other side of this.
Did you know HobbyMaker's sister channel, Sewing Street, is live right here every day from 8 AM to 1 PM? Join us for 5 hours of sewing, dressmaking, quilting, crochet and much more. With expert guests and presenters who demonstrate throughout the show, you'll be able to get your inspiration along with everything you need to take you on your sewing journey. Whether you're a pro or just getting started, there is something for everyone. So tune in daily and be part of our creative community right here on Sewing Street from 8 AM through to 1 PM.
At HobbyMaker, we are proud to collaborate with the best brands and suppliers in the industry, bringing you top quality products and innovative designs. Whether you're a crafting enthusiast or starting out, we provide everything you need to fuel your creativity. HobbyMaker, let's get crafting.
Did you know at HobbyMaker that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Registering for a HobbyMaker account on our website couldn't be easier. Head over to the HobbyMaker website and click on Register Now. Type in your preferred email address, create a password of your choice, and we just ask you for a few simple details. Click on Create Account and away you go. Within your account settings, you can view your order history, address and card details and any items in your basket. Shopping made easy with HobbyMaker.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
Welcome to HobbyMaker. I'm so excited, Carol. Literally in love with what you're about to see on this hour. I'm really just delighted for every single one of you. And Carol, I want to go right back because this is our first show together.
It is, yes.
It's lovely to finally get to work with you. Because this is a collection from Janie's Originals.
It is, yes.
It is utterly beautiful. But when did crafting start for you? And what about bookbinding? When did you first start bookbinding?
Crafting for me started a long time ago. It was Christmas cards, and that's how I started. And then over the years, I've been on design teams, demoed. But bookbinding really came after lockdown.
Okay.
When I was looking for something new and something different, and I saw Janie on the telly, and I started through that. And then I went to one of her weekend retreats, and yeah, so since then I've been going to a few, and I make YouTube videos of her stuff, and she asked me to become an ambassador for her.
Oh, wow.
And then the next step now has been for me to come on the telly.
Oh my goodness, I mean, it's so exciting, isn't it? And genuinely, because we say to people often here at HobbyMaker, you never know where your craft will lead you. You never know what it will turn into. And you are absolute testament to that. You know, you started crafting, started bookbinding, and now here you are.
Indeed, I am.
It's amazing. Well, it's so lovely to have you here. And I absolutely adore this collection. I mean, bookbinding is such a beautiful craft anyway, isn't it? It's an art form. And actually on that note, I'm just going to show you a couple of these as we chat, because bookbinding is an art form, and it can be quite daunting if you don't know where to start.
Absolutely,
and I think what you've got here on the show today, and you're going to see, Carol's going to take you through exactly how to do it, how to make, you know, all of the different pages. It's honestly, it's just incredible. And you've got on the show 5 different individual bookbinding kits. The kits are huge. You get so much in there. And they're all independently very, very affordable for everything that you're getting as well. We do also have the opportunity for you to get everything, and to be honest with you, I think this is what most of you are going to want to do, because if you're anything like me, if you're anything like Laura, if you're anything like Carol, how do you make a decision? Because they are all absolutely stunning. So all these wonderful animals, these gorgeous, and you've got different shapes as well.
Yes, yeah, we bought 2 different shapes this time. The A6, which is a kind of a Janie staple, and then we've got what she calls the TM, which is the tall and narrow. They make up exactly the same way, it's exactly the same process. But yeah, it just gives a little. I love this kind of shape.
It's
different.
Lovely, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, these can be journals, these can be diaries, these can be beautiful gifts for people. And how about angel policy as well, Carol? Can you make and sell with these?
You can, as long what you can't do is sell the parts.
Got you. Okay, so you can't resell the kits, but you have, it's once you've made something.
Yes.
Okay, that's the classic thing. I mean, it just is so extraordinarily beautiful. What a beautiful sort of idea with kids as well to get them started.
Oh, absolutely. You get with these kits, you start to learn the skills for bookbinding, and then then the next step is to make your own from other things.
Exactly. It's truly, truly wonderful. We're going to bring graphics in for the full bundle, okay? And then what we're going to do is go through each individual collection for you. And you have got the paper set in here as well, which is fantastic. So there's so much in the show to squeeze in, and of course we want a demonstration to see how to do it all as well, so bear with us. And if you have any questions at all, if you're sort of unsure about anything, if you want to know anything, if you've got any questions for Carol, please do message in. We are live, we're interactive, and you can do that on the website hobbymaker.com. There's a little box on the web page and you'll be able to message in. It'll come to Laura and come straight through to us. So honestly, do just get involved, because I'm so excited about this. Right. In here then, you're going to get the giraffe and the zebra, which we've just taken you through. You're going to get your flamingos, which we've got here as well. You're also going to get your beautiful elephant set as well, okay? And your gorgeous tropical birds as well. I mean, how'd you choose? They're all so stunning.
Yeah, and they're real Janie's quirky style. In full colour this time. It's a very vibrant set, this look.
Yeah, they're just lovely. So you're also going to get your Animal Antics print pack as well. And this is where you're going to get 50 sheets of your wonderful, wonderful animal illustrations. And these are just gorgeous because you can use them, of course, in your books, but also use these in card making.
Yes.
Use these to decoupage if you wanted to as well. Sort of decorate your boxes and your furniture, things
Absolutely,
like that.
Yeah. And again, some Janie uses images that are in the public domain. They're sort of some from the 1800s and up to Victorian times. And she collages them. A lot of the backgrounds are her design. And she collages the images to make these kind of prints that we see. So, but yeah, so yeah, it makes it very, very, as Janie's originals, very original, very quirky, very Janie.
I mean, I'm just in love. Are you at home? I can see. Thank goodness we had a little move around to some of the stock because, do you know, we just knew we didn't have enough bundles, didn't we? And we have to move around. Please make sure you're checking out quickly. ILJ Q20 is your code for the full bundle. Once again, you're going to get 5 different bookbinding kits, okay? So all 5 of them, and in a moment you'll see exactly what you get in each one. And oh my word, they are jam-packed full. You're also going to get your incredible Animal Antics sheets of paper as well. And these are really beautiful quality. I mean, let me just show you a couple more of the images that you're getting here. They're big, vibrant, quirky, fun.
Yeah. So all the ones you see on the books, you get bigger versions in this paper pack.
Wonderful. Yeah. They're stunning, honestly, just completely gorgeous. And you got it all for £85. I can't believe this, because bookbinding traditionally can be quite pricey, you know, it can cost a lot to make your own book. This is really giving you all the tools, giving you everything you need, and you will be able to do it. It's really exciting. What drew you to Janie's Originals originally? What was it that just captivated you?
It's something quite basic, really. I was kind of caught by the idea of bookbinding from watching the repair shop and the guy that repairs the books. And so I was kind of starting on that journey, and I was looking for glue. I was looking for a good glue. Yeah. And I happened to see Janie on the telly selling her glue, and that's where it started.
That's where it was, yeah. Amazing. So, it is just incredible. Should we go through all of the individuals? And what we'll say, with everyone checking out, we're approaching 40% of our big bundle going already. And just quickly, it is on split pay for you, okay? So £85 is split into 3, £28.33 is all you pay. And everything you see on screen there, you're going to get all of that home, okay? And we're approaching half the stock gone, all of it, everything. So it's absolutely mega bundle. Okay, so let's go through each individual kit then. So start with the flamingos. Oh, I just love it. I love it.
Okay, so with every kit, you will get an instruction booklet. And it takes you step by step through all the different stages that you need, and then a few little extra suggestions of what else you can do. So within the kit, you get the 2 boards. So in this case, 2 A6 boards.
Already cut to size.
Already cut to size. All the paper for your signatures, which are each of the sort of folded pages in there. Again, cut to size and the right amount. You get a piece of fabric to make your spine.
And you've got more than you need there.
Absolutely, you've got way more. I didn't in these, but you've got enough to make a pocket inside or something like that. So that's for your spine. Then you've got the 2 cover papers. They're the right size. Now, I think I used the double flamingo, but you could use this one on the front and this one on the back. There is no rules.
Okay.
You can choose. And then you've got this one. These are the 2 inner pieces.
Lovely.
And then your spine template. Now, I've already got one here. What Janie suggests is you cover this in sticky tape to make it a bit stronger. She suggests you do it before you cut it. I tend to cut it and then cover it. It makes no odds, but you get the spine template.
What I love about this is it's all cut to size for you, because that can be part of the complicated bit of bookbinding sometimes, can't it? So the fact that's all done for you.
Indeed.
Brilliant.
Then you get, you get some, what we call ephemera.
Okay.
So these 2. So we've got, if I can find them in here. So we've got this little pocket is here. So again, you just cut it out. Sorry,
Here we go.
So you just cut that out, fold the tab, stick it in where you like.
Amazing.
The tags, I've just mounted them onto a little bit of craft card, and I've used what's left over from making the dangle, which I'll talk about in a moment, to put through there. These little images, they're given to you on here. You can stick them wherever.
All these little tags as well are in there for you too.
Yeah, here. So you get the page tabs, you get 3 page tabs, and these little sort of labels. There's another pocket, these tickets.
Oh my goodness.
I think you don't get the clips. These are my clips. It's the way I like, what I call these floating pockets. So you get these little tickets in there as well.
Cute.
Yeah, so all of what I've used within the book to decorate it comes with it.
The fact that you get all of this as well
Yeah.
blows my mind, because for $15.99, genuinely, I don't know how you'd even begin to put this together yourself. Like, it's extraordinary.
Yeah, because you won't, for each book you only need a small amount, and you tend not to be able to buy little bits of fabric.
Yeah.
So you get all of the fibres, lace. They differ between each pack. Not obviously, it's the same in this pack. It would just be different ones in the others. You get that. You get enough of the waxed thread to sew your signatures. You get some beads to add onto your dangle.
That's so lovely.
You get a little book plate, and I've just used an off cut of paper to go behind it. And then you get 4 corners, 2 on the front and 2 on the back.
Oh, but it is mind-boggling.
It's everything. And the bowl pin. I forgot the little bowl pin.
Of course, the bowl pin.
The little bowl pin which holds your dangle onto your book, so you even get all of that.
Yeah, it's just, it's got to be one of the most comprehensive and beautiful and easy to use bookbinding kit.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
It's so fabulous. And, you know, whether you're going to gift it as a kit to somebody for them to do, or whether you're going to make them their own personal. You can make like a little wedding album for somebody, make a little cookbook, you know, all your favourite recipes in there maybe, and of course use it as a sketchbook, an ideas book, a journal.
Absolutely.
Oh,
there are
gorgeous.
there are so many different ways you can use it, and it's all there. It's all
there.
Everything you need is there, apart from a couple of little bits of equipment, which we'll talk about when I start making one. But yeah, it's all there.
Oh my, right, we're going to show you the giraffe as well. So again, everything, all of the individuals are available for you. And I've got to say, the individuals are flying out the door as well. The big bundle, remember, which is on the web, you're going to get absolutely everything that Carol's taking you through right now, okay?
Okay, so with the tall and narrow one, there is a little slight difference in what we get. So you get, obviously, your instructions. Your spine template comes as a separate piece for this one.
Okay.
You get your 2 boards. I don't know if did I say TN means tall and narrow? I probably
Tall and
have.
narrow, okay,
Yeah.
perfect. So it's a bit like a DL, isn't it? So
Yes,
in terms of its
yeah.
size. If you're a car maker and you've heard DL before, then that's kind of what you're...
Now these, when you have the A6 paper, for the A6, they're A5, and it's obvious which way you fold them. Janie has cut these square, so don't worry, or don't think, oh, which way round do I... They're square. They just fold in half. Okay, you get your spine fabric.
Again, loads of it there. It's way more than you need. That's great.
You get your front and back covers.
So I was just thinking with that, I mean, that's beautiful quality.
It is.
And fabric's expensive. So I'm just so blown away by this.
So that's your covers. So they're sized. What isn't sized on this one are the inside pieces.
Okay.
And Janie suggests, if I can find the repeating pattern one, using this, which is what I've done.
Okay.
But you don't have to. If you'd prefer to use like him, you could use him as your cover.
Beautiful.
It's entirely. This one's a little bit big to use in your inside, but you know, there is no sort of like you have to do it this way. You choose.
Wow. I want all of this as fabric in my house as well.
So you can see I've even cut into these to decorate the pages because they're just so beautiful.
They're amazing.
Yeah. And again, you get the same kind of, it's the same set of ephemera. You get the tag, the tags, the pockets. There's a tag pocket somewhere in here. Here we go, the tag pocket, the little pictures. So same sort of setup. The tickets, all the same as in the A6.
And all of your dangles.
All your dangle stuff. The corners, I think I might be wrong in saying, but on most of them, if not all of them, they're different.
They're slightly different, aren't they?
They are
So you
slightly
could mix and match
different. You
those.
could, yeah. And on this one, you get some really nice variegated thread to sew your signatures
lovely.
in.
Oh, it's just, is it making you smile at home? Because I just feel like it's a very joyful collection.
It
makes you happy.
Yeah, I mean,
doesn't
like, you know, the parrot sat on, you know, and the little butterfly on his nose.
If Frida Kahlo did giraffes.
Oh, absolutely.
That's, you know, it's brilliant. It's so beautiful. So this is your giraffe. Once again, your individual is there. VHJQ53, okay, is your code. And the full bundle, just to update you, did you say 3/4 of stock has officially gone? Oh, I know. And I'm so glad we had a little rejig earlier.
Yes.
Now, sticking with that shape, we've now got the zebra.
The zebra. So, again, the information book, your spine template separate, your 2 boards, and all the boards in the kits are 2mm grey board.
Okay, perfect.
And then Janie's recycled cartridge paper, again, cut square for this one. Janie knows why I'm doing this. I'm not a great fan of cord, but
Oh, really?
No.
I love it.
So I'm a very, when I do it.
I want the texture, the feel of it.
Yeah, she found that out live when I was on last time. Because I didn't like to tell.
Does it make you feel uncomfortable that I do
it's
that?
like a velvet. No, that's fine for you.
It's okay.
It's
I love it. I love it. My friend's like that with cotton wool. She can't cope with cotton wool, so she can't. Yeah.
Okay, so there we go. Now, it is called the zebra, but if you choose to put the flamingo on the front rather than on the back, you can. I mean, that again, it's up to you. So you get your 2 outer. These would be what she suggests for the inner, but then you get this. I love this.
Oh, I mean, what's not to love?
Yeah.
It's just so lovely.
And then you get these 2 little bits as well. You could potentially use those, although this one is kind of more a landscape than a sort of portrait one. And the same ephemera, the pockets, the tags, the labels, the tickets, and the, what are they called?
It's just amazing. Now, I'm really aware of time, and I know that you want to see how to actually make. So what I'm just going to say is, you know the idea now. You can see with each and every individual, what Laura's going to do is run through the graphics of all the individuals, okay? You get everything. So you're getting the covers, you're getting the board, you're getting all the ephemera, you're getting the, I mean, all of them are flying out the door, and the big bundle, I'm pretty certain, is going to be selling out before the end of this show. So we might have to have another rejig. We'll see what we can do. Conversations might have to be had. But when we get these beautiful kits home, where do we start? What do you think? What do we do first, Carol?
For me, I put the dangle stuff, all this to one side. That's for later.
That's the prettifying later.
That's the prettifying later.
Okay.
So there are a few jobs that you need to do. Although, if you follow the instructions in Janie's, she steps through it. I don't always follow the instructions.
No,
and she knows that. She knows that. It's nothing new. Nothing new for Janie to be hearing me say that. But what I would do is I would start with my covers.
Okay.
If I can find my pieces.
Especially if it's your first book. I mean, that's the great thing. If you are a beginner, you will be able to do this.
Oh, absolutely. Just follow the instructions. Step by step, takes you through every single stage that you need to do.
Just quickly, sorry, Carol, my darling. Just before we get into demo, we just had a question asking about the papers and whether we do those separately on their own. They are on your screen right here, my darling. And we do have another little bit of news for you as well. So VCJ-Q42, this is for your 50-page pack. I mean, I personally as well, I just want to get extras of these because I want to frame them and put them all over my house. I'm so in love with these images and these designs. I just think they are fantastic. Upcycling your furniture, photo frames, you can be putting these on, you can put them in your photo frames. You know, even, I'm thinking about the doors in my house. I'm thinking, you know, you could go really wild. Yeah, you know, like the windows of the doors. Lampshades. I mean, you can do all sorts with this. So definitely get yourself some more papers. We also have a little digital download, don't we?
We do, yes.
So you can also do that digitally. So if you want to get the digital download, that is also on the show. And I highly recommend that because you can go large and you can go smaller and you can,
Yeah, I mean, I have just a bog standard inkjet printer at home. It doesn't do colours great, but it does it enough. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That doesn't necessarily come out as vibrant as this, but it will. And it means I can print them double-sided. You could then use them in your journals as pages in your journals. And then you can
print out onto rice papers and things like that, can't you?
Oh, absolutely. You can
print for your decoupaging.
Or you can print it onto card and then use that to make, you know, what we call folios that way. Okay, so I've cut the two out. And so what I would do now is I will place this face down and I'm going to stick that on. Now, all I'm going to use is Janie's paper bindery glue, and I've got a show later on and we're going to have that on there.
Okay.
So
that'll probably be on the website now already. So if it is, you can go ahead and check out. And if it's not there yet, don't worry, it will be there later on.
Now,
and same with the board. You've got more board.
There's more board in that show, yes. That show will be about, you know, the next stage when you're, you know, you're a bit more confident in what you're doing. Now, this is Janie. If Janie's watching, she's going, oh my God, Carol, because I'm terrible with glue.
Is it a less is more situation?
Yes, it's...
You've gone a bit overboard there,
Yeah,
Carol. That's a very cool spatula, by the way.
Yeah. So,
I like that.
Yeah. That's from Janie.
Right. Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
Very good.
So now, you don't need anything special. You know, if you want to make sure that you're putting it on, let's use a zebra. If I want to make sure the zebra's in the right place, then you could look at it and then draw a couple of pencil lines.
Okay.
But I'm just going to go with it. If you get it roughly centre, you're fine.
Okay.
Okay. And that is a bit squiffy, but we'll go with it.
And it doesn't matter, does it? Because you've got the inside covers, which will, you know.
So use something to, it can be an old credit card, whatever, just to push it from the middle so that you don't get any bubbles. And that's one of the reasons why you wanted to spread that glue out, so that you don't get bits where there's no glue and it doesn't adhere, and then you get a little bit of a warp. Okay, so let's do the other one as well. The next stage, now, I'll show you how to do it. You know, if you're getting the kit and you haven't got anything else, you can still do it.
Yeah.
But there are tools coming up later that will help
Yeah.
with this next stage.
Perfect.
Again, too much glue and then it slides.
But you know, this is TV demo.
Yeah.
It's all right. You can use less at home.
Okay, so what we need to do now is we need to cut the corners off.
Okay.
Now, you need to make sure, this is a 2mm thick board, so we need to make sure we've left a 2mm gap. Now, you don't want to measure that, you know.
No one wants to measure.
So just leave a gap. Just leave a bit of a gap. So I'm just using a metal edge ruler.
Yeah.
And if you're somebody that wants to be precise and you've got a cutting board and you want, you know, a nice kind of 45-degree or whatever it is angle, use the lines on your board. But I'm just going to wing it. So I'm just.
And this is what gives it that really professional book bound.
Yes.
Leaving
that gap is what allows your corners to look mitered and proper without that little sort of scraggly little bit.
Yeah. No one wants any scraggly little bits.
Yeah. So I'm just what I'm actually going to do is just I can see the edge of my ruler there and the metal edge, and I'm going to put the edge of the ruler against that. Whoops! It helps if I follow the actual ruler, doesn't it? There we go. So you can see I've got a gap, possibly a bit too big, but it doesn't matter.
Okay.
Because it'll fold over. So I'm just going to go round, and again, I'm not worrying too much if I'm not getting them exact. But if you're someone that wants to do it exactly, then watch the later show, because we've got a tool there in a pack that will allow this, you know, you get the same cut every time.
Okay.
Do you want me to do both, or should I just do that one for now?
Yeah. Let's go with it.
Okay, we'll keep going. So yeah, so I'm just cutting them off. These ones might not be quite as good. But like, hopefully what you'll see is that actually you can do it even if you haven't got the tools.
That's
what
and
Janie wants it to be accessible. She doesn't want you to feel like you need to buy.
Yeah.
Now, see what I've done there? I've gone way too close.
You did that on purpose, though, to show us the difference, Carol.
Of course I did. Yeah, so that is the one that will probably not look as professional because I haven't got that space. So what I'm going to do now...
It is good to see that, though, because I think it genuinely...
Yeah, and you know, at the end of the day, if you do it, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
You can, generally, if I've made that mistake, I use a little bit of glue just to kind of like rub it into it. And but try and use it like a matte glue so it doesn't look all shiny.
Okay.
Okay, so start with the two shorter ends. Now I always like to put a little bit, my little bit is, you know, along the edge of the board, along the board.
Okay.
So that, because obviously it's got a depth to it, and again, you can do it better at home. But fold it over like that first to make sure it sticks, then over, and then again with something, just give it a good squish down. Now this is the one here. I'm terrible with glue. I'm just. I am.
You can see already how professional it's looking.
So it's going over, and I'll do the same. When I'm doing two boards, I always do both of them at the same time. I'll try to, because you know, you do each step.
Yeah.
Rather than doing all the steps with that and then coming back and doing all the steps with this. So do the small ones. Now, this next step is the bit that helps to get the nice corner.
Beautiful. Just while you're doing that, because you repeat that process, don't you, on each
Well, just
flap,
before
or
that,
actually,
this is the bit, and I'm just using, this is a scoring tool, and I'm just pushing this little bit here in.
Ah, okay.
Okay, so I'm just pushing that little bit just in.
So you're pushing it in.
Now, you see, this is where I didn't cut it enough. There's nothing really to push. Okay, there's a tiny little bit that's gone in, so we'll see. But you push that bit in. Okay?
Yeah.
Right, so I'll stick these.
Okay.
And then
I'm
you can have a look. Yeah.
Because I'm just going to update you with what's happening, because you might be saying, Rosie, hold on, I want to get the bundle and I want to get the individuals. We are having to restock the bundle because it has sold out, even though we did that rejig earlier.
Okay.
We knew this was going to happen. I'm so glad that we did that, because literally, but we're just having another rejig. So at the moment, on the web, you won't be able to get the individuals at the moment, because we're taking some from the individuals to put into a bundle. It's all going on behind the scenes, okay? Just to update you. But you can see why it's been so popular. I mean, it is absolutely gorgeous. What is on screen at the moment is your digital download. And I think, frankly, if you've gone for the full bundle, you might have gone for an extra paper pack as well. I would still go for your digital download as well, because even if you've not got an all singing or dancing printer, it doesn't matter. Use great quality paper, and that's going to improve the quality of your printout anyway. But also it's going to allow you to print out your favourites. Imagine, for example, the giraffe, and you're going to print it out. If you've got an A3 printer, or you could print out in different halves, you could, you know, put it together for a large piece of home decor, for example. Or, I mean, there's so many possibilities with digital download. It's only $7.99, CTJQ60. So I would definitely, even if you've never digital downloaded anything before in your life, because it's only $7.99, I would suggest going for it, because then you have it there. So when you run out of papers in future and you're desperate to use your zebra, or you're desperate to use the giraffe or the elephants, then you've got it there. It's a really good idea. And it's great that Janie's done this for us.
Oh, absolutely.
Really
yes, yeah. Okay, now I'm just cutting this bit, but you can probably see where the mistakes have happened.
Can I show you that at home?
Yeah.
Because this is, and I'm genuinely really glad you did it, because it's an important visual to sort of see why it's really important to leave that 2mm gap. So here's your 2mm gap one. Do you see that professional edge? Absolutely perfect. There's no gap there. If you don't leave the 2mm, then this is what happens, okay? And as Carol said, from the front, it really doesn't matter too much, because you can reinforce it, but the quality and the professionalism is really, really fantastic when you leave that little 2mm gap, okay? And you leave a gap for whatever size your grey board is.
Yes,
is that
so
right?
if you've got, I mean, the tool that we have always does 2mm, but if you, so it doesn't really matter. as long as you're at least really the amount of your grey board.
Perfect.
Because Janie tends to use 2mm, which is
Perfect.
why we have the 2mm. Now what I'm doing is I'm just cutting this down very, very roughly.
Wonderful.
To,
and with the A6 board, your inside cover's already done for you, isn't
yes,
it?
so this is the only difference. And then it's up to you what you use. And I eyeball. If you want to measure, then you can measure, but I'm an eyeballer. And most of the time it works, except when you're on TV.
But I do love this because it is really giving you the chance to bookbind, which is such a beautiful skill. It's such a beautiful craft and one that we never want to lose, really.
No, exactly. And by this, you can see the stages that you would do if you haven't got the kit. So you need your grey board, you need to cover it on the outside, cut the corners, and then we're going to cover it on the inside. The stages that you go through are, you know, the skills that you learn as you're doing this are transferable skills to then moving on. You know, a lot of people don't. A lot of people that I know just stick with the kits and they love the kits. And Janie has a million different kits of different styles, different sizes, different themes. There's something sort of for everyone, really. But if you're then like me, I've always been, but I want to do it my way.
Yes.
You then have the tools, the skills to go, right, so now I need to do this, now I need to do this. Okay, so the boards are done.
I mean, look at that. That's really all happened live, all happened in real time. No sort of, here's what I did earlier. This literally just happened. And look at that professionalism straight away. So you're going to be able to do that and create your beautiful book, your lovely journal, your gorgeous diary, your recipe book, your sketchbook. You know, it's all here. It's wonderful, wonderful. So you've got your board.
Yeah, so, and to be fair, Janie does give you the measurements for the inside, so you don't need to eyeball it. Okay. She will tell you. I just tend to eyeball it. So she also then tells you the size that you need to cut for your 2 spines. So we need 2 pieces, 20 centimetres by 5.5. Okay. So I do tend to use my board, so I'm actually going to go this way. I wouldn't normally do it this way at home because I would probably, I am going to do it how I would do it at home. So I would always get one edge. You've got one side straight. This edge, you've got this edge of this material.
Okay.
You want to straighten the other side. If you do any sewing or fabric cutting, you'll know you really want to be working from a straight edge. Otherwise, you end up in a bit of a pickle.
Okay.
So I've now got, this is a straight edge. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn it this way, and I need 20 centimetres. So I've got it at the 10 centimetre line, so I'm going to cut it on the 30 centimetre line, if my maths is correct.
Perfect.
So you've got that can be used however you want in your book. Plus,
make little pockets, couldn't you?
Oh,
Little
little bookmark, absolutely.
Yeah.
And then, because then everything matches, it all keeps together.
Stop press for a moment, just for a moment. We've got the rejig, we've got the restock, and it's happened. Thank you, Laura. Thank you, Janie, as well. So it is there for you. If you want to get the full bundle, it is now complete. You can come on in, and we've got that same incredible saving for you. You're going to get all 5 bookmaking kits. You're also going to get your 50 pages of Janie's originals, beautiful papers in there as well. ILJQ20. Go, 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 go. If you missed it first time round, this is your chance to go and grab it. It's on 3 split pay, totally interest-free. And honestly, you're going to have so much fun. You really are. It's beautiful.
Okay,
right. So
then you've got all that left as well.
Amazing. So that's the whole of the book.
Indeed. These are the 2 pieces then we've got for our spine. Now, you need one to start with.
Okay.
Face down. Now, I tend to have, is this the right one? Just checking because I've got lots. To have this cut out, covered, and the holes punched. Janie will explain that in the instructions, but I tend to have it here so that I know how far apart to put my boards.
Okay.
Because what you don't want to do is stick them too close together. I would also suggest you want to leave a bit of a gap because you need a little bit to be able to fold it over.
Got you.
Okay, so I'm going to start with this one. What I am going to do, I tend to use a little bit of low-tack tape to just keep this in place. So that when I'm fiddling around with my cover, this isn't moving. Now, so the other thing I do, this is how I do it, it doesn't say this in the instructions. I place it where I want. Now you need your front cover on the left and your back cover on the right. I put it down where I want it, but then I flip it towards me. Okay? I leave my little gap. And then with a pencil, I just put a little mark there and a little mark there so that I know that my glue needs to stay there and not go any further out. So I'm just going to make sure away. You don't want it to, so that it's visible, but you do want to be able to see it. So I'll put it down there and then I'll get my little spatula and then just spread that out. Janie in the instructions will say about 1 centimetre, which is right, but I, as I said to you earlier, I'm an eyeballer rather than necessarily a measurer. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this. Now, make sure, there's one thing I've missed, and I've missed it deliberately in this point just for speed. Janie, if you like to fray your spine fabric, do it before you do this. So spray all the edges. You didn't really need to see me doing that on the telly, so I've not bothered. But you can see I've... and cord does fray nicely because it has that kind of, you know, the lines in it. So it does fray, makes it very nice. So,
lovely.
Same with this side. I'm going to put it down the way it needs to be. Flip it towards me. Make sure I've got a little bit of a gap. And I'm going to put pencil lines on. And my glue. Like so. Spread it out. This is where it's at home. You end up working in like a ever-decreasing space. Okay, so making sure. Now, the other thing, get your ruler. Put it along the top, that top board.
Good tip.
And then you can make sure that your boards are lined up. Again, I've left a little bit of a space between each of those. And I'm just going to press that down. Okay. You don't need loads of glue, and I am guilty of that, as I've already said. When you're using fabric, sometimes the temptation is it's not sticking. I need more glue. It will work, it will stick. You need patience, which I don't have much of. And if you do overglue it, don't worry. You're just going to have to let it dry before you go on to the next step because it'll be a bit squidgy.
So go and have a cup. That's the point. Go and have a cup of tea. Or go and, you know, do any little job.
Well, in fact, Janie's instructions will then tell you something to do while this is drying.
So leave the jobs.
Yeah.
You don't need to do those. They can always be left.
Okay, so what I'm going to do now is, again, now this is like the less is more. And I may or may not put too much on. Probably will, but we'll go with that.
Okay.
And I've only put it on that middle bit at the moment. This now, you want the cord facing up. You want to line up so you can see the top and the bottom. And you want to give that a press.
I would have done that for you, you know, Karen. Do you want me to give it a good press?
It's a sacrifice I make for Janie.
I love that feeling.
I know, a lot of people do. And I noticed this last sort of like autumn into winter, cord was very in. I go in every shop, it was like,
cord cushions. You imagine snuggling up on those, Carol,
No. All my friends know this and velvet are just no-nos. Okay, so what I'm doing...
Not a fan of a velour tracksuit?
No. So I'm using the ruler. This is the metal edge. This is the other side. And I'm pushing it in. You can see this flaps up a little bit.
Okay.
You want to do that to make sure that you've got that, you know, that nice bit. Okay? So I'm going to put a bit of glue down here, and then I tend to use this.
Okay. Is that a pastry? It's a pastry
well, yeah.
cutter, isn't it?
You have to ask Janie. I've got it from Janie.
God.
But yes, I think she they recently redid the places where they work, the studios and that. And they re-wallpapered, and she messaged me saying, it makes really good wallpaper.
Yeah, I bet. In fact, that's what I used to have, a pastry cutter like that, and my husband used it to grout the bathroom. He did.
Yeah.
Outrageous. So,
Now
yeah.
I would turn it round to do this side, just to make it easier. Don't do things that are too difficult. You know, make it easier. So the other thing I didn't do on that one was spread the glue. So spread the glue out, and then again with this, just push it.
So look how professional it all looks. It's just
so now, it might not be quite dry, but now we have, again, you see it's not quite dry. This is where you need to have the patience to leave that until it's dry before you do anything with it. Okay, so we'll put that to one side for now. We can do one of the signatures because that's something that we can do while we're waiting. So you have enough for 3 signatures, and you know you need 3 signatures because you've got three columns of dots.
So on that note then, if you wanted to, because later on you will be able to buy more of this paper, if you wanted to make a thicker book, could you just double that up?
You could, or you could have a watch of the next show, and there will be something that would help you to do that.
Oh, perfect. There we go. That was a very unplanned plug.
Yes, it was, yes.
There you go.
Yeah. So, let me just double check. How many do I need? 3 stacks of 8, so we'll just do one lot of 8. 2, 4, 6, 8. Okay, now, you can, Janie has a thing called a book hook, you know, like a bench hook thing, where you can butt them up and, you know, if you want to be really accurate, which I'm not being, but you just need to fold them in half.
Okay.
Okay. Now,
and don't be tempted to fold them all in half in a oneer.
No, I tend
wonky,
not to. Yeah, it's better to do them individually. And again, this is the job that in the instructions you're doing like this while this is drying, because what you don't want to try and do is to start sewing through that when it's wet.
Oh, no.
I mean, we might have to, but you know, when you're doing it at home,
in real life.
In real life, yes, not telly, not on the telly.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you need to leave that time. So now with the A6 booklets, when you have folded the pages and you put them together, if you're not sure what we mean by a signature, when I put all of these in like this is what we call a signature. I did ask Janie why. I think she said back in the good old, old times of booklet binding, the bookbinders had to sign each one of these as they were doing them, hence signature.
Ah, that makes sense.
Yes.
Now, and it is what when next time you read a book, you'll never see it the same way again, will you?
If you look at the top of the spine, you'll be able to see them all, even if it's a more modern sort of bind, but you'll still see the signatures. Now, I can see that I've not got all of them in.
So check.
Yeah, do check that, because when you come to sew them, you'll be going, oh, why have I got a floating piece of paper here? Now, one thing I will say, with these ones, Janie has sized them so that they don't hang over.
Okay.
Because it just was easier to make them square, which is slightly smaller. With the A6 ones, when you when you fold them, they hang over this a little bit. Now, if you're not bothered by that, it doesn't matter, you can leave them like that. If you don't like it, if you let me just get I've got a bit of board in.
So this one's been trimmed, has it, Carol?
Yes, so let's say this was the size.
Yeah.
What I would do is I would butt this up to the end of the board, and then I would draw a pencil line down here, and then use my knife and a ruler. I wouldn't put it on a guillotine unless you've got a really good one that will take a lot of paper.
Okay.
And just gently take those off, and then they don't hang over. But that's preference.
Yeah.
When I do my junk journals, I'm not bothered that some hang out, whatever. It doesn't matter, but it depends what look you're after.
Perfect.
So what you would do now, I've already got a couple of these prepped so that I didn't go into that. So this is when it's covered. So what you would do is fold this in half.
Yeah.
You do need it for later as well. I'm probably jumping out of the order of things now. In fact, and I'll fold it back that way so that I can see. And I will put it in my signature. And then, now, I have my piercing cradle, and we've got this on the show later.
Oh, look how pretty this is.
Yeah, I decorated mine.
Oh, nice.
Okay, so it's shaped deliberately so that your signature is open but not open all the way, that this sits in, and then you've got this gap here. Oops, take the end off my awl. Ooh, could you do that?
Yeah,
So otherwise I'll end up
drawing
blood.
We don't want that.
No. Okay, so, and then you just push down. So I've got it on that middle dot, and I'm just pushing it down. That's it, that's all I need to do.
Wow.
I've now got that one there. If you don't have this, then, oh, where did I put it? There it is.
Have you got like a foam mat or something?
Janie uses foam.
Oh, look.
I stick together, you know, on the boxes, those flaps.
Genius.
I stick about half a dozen of those together.
Yeah.
And I use that. When
What a
you're
brilliant
doing
hack.
it, just try to hold it so that it's still a bit bent. It works just as well.
Oh, that's really
And you'll
great.
still get your...
Yeah.
I'm going to turn it around so that I don't stick that through. Just make sure I've got those holes lined up again. We'll soon see. Yeah, we've got those. And then I'll do that one. The tools are great if you're going to do a lot of books. If you're just doing the kits and you're not looking to make any more investment and you're happy to just do, you don't need them. You can do it other ways, and that's the way I always do it.
That's such a good hack. I would never have thought of that. Isn't that genius? Brilliant. Thank you.
Okay.
Do you want me to pop you? I'll pop your finger.
Yes, could you please? It's a dangerous weapon, that one.
Yes.
Okay, so that's now ready, and you would do the same, so you'd end up with 3 of these. Now, by that time, when you've done all of this, this should be dry. I'm not sure it will be, but we'll see. What you then would do, and you might want to do it before, is like this one, pierce the holes, or if you do have a screw punch, the smallest sort of end that you've got on the screw punch, punch the holes through.
Okay.
Yeah. Because
so
now...
if you chose to do it with leather, for example, or a thicker fabric, definitely you'd want to put those holes
you would
in.
want to put the holes in. So, I'm going to want that in a minute. Never mind, I'll get some more. So, this now is going to sit in here, and I am just making sure, even with leaving that gap, I can feel that's quite tight, but it will be fine. It'll work. So what I'm doing, it's really tricky with fabric, because when you pierce the holes, I wouldn't even try to put a screw punch through the fabric because of the fibres. It's just not going to happen. When you pierce through, sometimes the fibres close up and you lose the hole.
Okay, so it depends a little bit on the fabrics that you've got.
Yes. So if it was let's say if it was a giraffe, I'd use my red friction pen.
Okay.
But that's not going to show up on here. So this is just a white gel pen.
Well.
So I'm going to just put as best as I can, because it doesn't always want to mark. And you might have something that works even better. You might have a white paint marker, or let's see how we've done.
Yes. Perfect.
So now I can see the holes.
You can see that on canvas, can't you? Yes,
yes, you can. Perfect. So now I will. I am going to punch them through, pierce them through, not punch them, with my with this again and my awl, just to open them up. But the white should stay there, even if these then decide, to disappear. It gives me a little bit of a. You can see the white is still there. So I've opened up the fibres. But if they decide to close, I can still see where they should be. But piercing the hole does help.
Wow.
Okay. God, my hand's shaking now. Trying to get a fine point on a small dot. There we go. And you don't need to push. I'm not pushing it through to the bottom of this.
Yeah.
Just that it's just a little bit of pressure goes through.
It just makes your sewing easier, doesn't it?
Yeah. If I turn it back, you probably won't even know where they are. That's the problem.
Yeah.
I can just about see them.
Yeah.
But possibly by the time I've been sewing and moving the fabric around, they might have decided to close up.
Yeah, yeah, cool.
Thank you. Okay, so the next thing we would do is to sew this in. And Janie, in her book kit, tends to use, let me just put that away, a 3-hole pamphlet stitch. It's the simplest of stitches.
Okay.
And in the kit, I chucked it over here, didn't I? Because I didn't want it. She gives you more than enough of the
wax on this is great, isn't it?
Now, I'm very good at getting this tangled, so just as you unwind it, be careful. So, I'm just going to double check, because at home, again, it's just I wing it. I'm going to do it properly as I'm here. 3 times, approximately 3 times the height of the book.
Okay.
So what I tend to do is I go just either side, and then same
perfect.
again, and then the same again. Now, if I was cutting for all 3 signatures, I then do this.
So you've got more.
And then this, and cut them. And you can see you've still got some there, but I'm just going to cut the one. Let me just do that again because I can't work out where it was. So 1, 2, and 3. And we're going to just snip that, okay? Now, you do need a needle, and let's get my little box. And you don't want to, I wouldn't use the really thick one. These are, Janie sells a set of bookbinding needles. You wouldn't want this thick one.
Okay.
It's too thick. If you, like you said earlier about doing leather, then you might want to use that one because it's got a little bit more push on it.
Okay.
So there's my needle. And I'm going to thread my needle. We'll see. If not, I've got one of those threaders in there.
The good thing is with
There
it
we
being
go.
wax, you don't ever worry about it splitting.
No,
do you?
and that's the purpose of waxing it, so
Yeah.
that your thread doesn't split. Okay, so when you've pierced your signatures, you would have them all in a line. As you do them, you put it there, you put it, the next one there, so that they were all, and then you bring one in at a time and start from the back.
Okay.
And you're going to go into the middle and out through that middle hole. Okay, now you want to leave a tail. Now I tend to use a little bit of low tack tape, but do make sure it's really low tack because you don't want to be taking off any of your paper. You don't have to, but I have a tendency to pull a bit too hard and then it goes. So now the way I do it, personally, I've got arthritis in both my thumbs and sometimes I find the manipulation a bit difficult, so I turn it up this way.
Okay.
Okay, so I can see where that's come out and I'm looking for my hole here, which I can just about see. So I brought the needle in here, you see that? And then in through that top hole. And it should all just line up. You shouldn't be fiddling too much to find it because it should all line up because we've got to use the spine template on both.
Perfect.
Okay, so it doesn't matter if you go that way or that way, that's irrelevant. So now I'm going to miss this one into this one.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to go out and I can see that nice little white mark. And there's my hole. And I'm going out through there.
Perfect.
Okay, now this bit, you just need to be a little bit careful. You're coming back through the same hole.
Okay.
And what you don't want to do is to split the thread that's already there. Now, sometimes I find this a bit tricky. And you can you see that there?
Yeah.
What's happened is I need to pull that back.
Okay.
But that's okay, because it'll be fine. Sometimes I pull it across like that, then I can see whether I'm going to split that thread or not.
Mega.
And that should be coming through. Oh, I've just missed the hole. There we go.
There we go. Perfect.
That comes through there.
It's all, yeah.
I hate my
It'll come on
hands.
in.
Yeah. So we're going to unthread this needle, if I can get it through.
I'm going to have to just explain for everyone at home because
yep.
can you believe that hour's gone? But you've done it. You've shown us how to do each important part.
Absolutely.
And it's just what type of knot we
Literally.
need to do in the middle there.
That's
Oh,
it.
that's it.
Done.
You've only gone and done it, Carol. Absolute legend. So beautiful. Such a wonderful, wonderful art form and craft that I really encourage you to give it a go. The whole bundle is there for you where you're getting every single one of your bookbinding kits. Remember, that's a full kit with all the ephemera, all of those beautiful tassels and everything's in there. And you're getting your papers there too. ILJQ20. Thank you so much. What a brilliant demonstration as well. And you're back with us at
8.
8 o'clock. There we go. And you've got all the tools, lots of different things as well.
Yeah.
Isn't it amazing? Do not miss out, okay? Go grab it while you can. Thank you so much, Carol.
Thank you.
And don't go anywhere because you've got another fabulous hour of Sanntangling with Sandra, and Hayley is about to join you after this as well. Our fabulous team is staying with you right the way through till 9 o'clock, so do not go away because you've got so much more to come here on HobbyMaker. See you soon.
Did you know HobbyMaker's sister channel, Sewing Street, is live right here every day from 8 AM to 1 PM? Join us for 5 hours of sewing, dressmaking, quilting, crochet and much more. With expert guests and presenters who demonstrate throughout the show, you'll be able to get your inspiration along with everything you need to take you on your sewing journey. Whether you're a pro or just getting started, there's something for everyone. So tune in daily and be part of our creative community right here on Sewing Street from 8 AM through to 1 PM.
At HobbyMaker, we are proud to collaborate with the best brands and suppliers in the industry, bringing you top quality products and innovative designs. Whether you're a crafting enthusiast or starting out, we provide everything you need to fuel your creativity. HobbyMaker, let's get crafting.
Did you know at HobbyMaker that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Registering for a HobbyMaker account on our website couldn't be easier. Head over to the HobbyMaker website and click on Register Now. Type in your preferred email address, create a password of your choice, and we just ask you for a few simple details. Click on Create Account and away you go. Within your account settings, you can view your order history, address and card details and any items in your basket. Shopping made easy with HobbyMaker.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
back. Thank you, Rosie. Such a fabulous introduction to the second half of our day today. And she is so right. We have got so much creativity that we're going to be sharing with you over the next 4 hours. I mean, we've already had a very creative 4 hours. We're kind of like the halfway point where we've changed ends, if you will. Now, we've got loads coming up, including this fabulous hour of Tangly Deals. We've got 2 hours with Sandra. So, yeah, not back to back. We've got a bit of a break in the middle, as you can see, because the lovely Catherine is going to be here on behalf of Lisa Horton Crafts. So looking forward to spending an hour with Catherine. And then we are back at 7 o'clock with the lovely Sandra, with loads of other things as well. We might give you a few sneaky kind of teases during there, because we kind of like to do that. And then we are topping the day with another lovely hour from Carol. Did you catch that last time? My goodness, they were so busy. So I hope there's a little bit of stock left for us at 8 o'clock, because otherwise I don't know what we'll be doing. So stay with us for the rest of the day. Do get in touch, do interact with us. We love that here at HobbyMaker. And especially we love to hear all about you tanglers out there, because there's a lot of them out there, Sandra.
I know, it's like, I mean, you're sick of me already. I mean, goodness me. Like it's like off, on. But no, do you know, it's really nice. It's lovely to get messages, and it's lovely to sort of see what you've been doing. So all you tanglers out there that have actually got the stencils that maybe we've brought back today, please just send them in. Let us know how you get on. Let us know how you feel about it.
Absolutely.
So yeah, we really love to sort of hear that.
I love it. And it's one of the areas I always love our hours, because you literally transform a blank piece of paper, but you enable us all to do that.
That is the trick, isn't it? I mean, I can draw. I was told I couldn't when I was at school, but I can draw. And I think I've learned over the years a technique of how to do it. My inspiration and my excitement comes from you actually drawing what I've created. And if I can give you a picture, give you a stencil and a set of instructions, and you can reproduce what I've created, that is the thing, isn't
it?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. It's a gift.
That's the thing.
Really is a gift. And it's one of those things that you'll just take yourself off into your own special little place, because it doesn't necessarily have to be that you're making things to give away. We make so many cards and gifts to give away. Yeah. This can be something that is purely just for you, your time to enjoy your own creativity. So how can you get started? Well, it would be a very good place to get started, because you've got some fabulous things within the bundles that we've been sharing with you, but we've got add-on things that we're going to be telling you about as well. So where are we starting? I forgot, we did have a meeting, didn't we? Oh, the Tree of Life.
Tree of Life.
This is Tree of Life.
This is new. Yeah, absolutely. It's one of those things that we do a lot of stencils, and they're brilliant, and you've got lots of different things you can do with them. But sometimes you might just want to focus on one thing. Let's just sort of take away all the
almost like a funnel, bringing it to one thing.
Just bring it to one thing. And not only do you have the instructions for how to draw this tree, I mean, you could have it different ways. You could do different things.
Can I bring this in to open the book up and show?
Well,
because
I also show you how I've coloured it. And I think, again, sometimes it's nice to draw these things, but then how do you actually colour it? So I've showed you how I've coloured that particular piece. It's just really pretty, isn't it? Really
and you
nice.
can really see it's a pattern through all of your books that you bring to us, because you literally take us from those blank elements, an acorn on this opportunity, right the way through to create an absolute masterpiece, literally step by step.
Once you've done it once, though, there's nothing stopping you changing it up and doing your own thing. You could do this for every season.
Nice.
You could even, if you wanted to, turn the tree upside down.
Okay.
Have it a little bit different as well. Now, I have got the original somewhere, but for the life of me, I don't know.
It's in a very safe place.
It's around. It's around. I do apologise. I will find it and put a picture on the Facebook page.
Lovely.
But it's like the front cover. I have put some glitter on and made it.
Oh, here it is.
Sparkle. Oh, you got it. Oh,
I've got another book. I didn't realise I've got a
What can you see? The staff.
Can't get the staff. It's not. Has Rosie left the building? Can we bring her back? This is amazing. Now, a third of the stock has gone already.
Yeah, and it's a real piece that you can have yourself, you could put into one of your books, or actually put it into another frame. It's nice to actually have an aperture frame kind of thing and tangle round that frame as well, mat and layer. And it's just a lovely piece of artwork, isn't it? It's so intricate. There's so much you can do with it.
I love that kind of fluid twist that you've got in the centre of it.
Yeah, I'm going to do something different. Of course, the image and the instructions show an acorn, or I'm going to show you how you can do something a little bit different with it.
I love it. Now, lots of you shopping for this already. Well, you are going to be so pleased because the price on your screen is not the price that you are actually paying for this. So for this masterclass, can you believe, I mean, $19.99, phenomenal price anyway for a masterclass with a reusable stencil that you've got in there. But as I say, that price is going to be coming down. Now, if you want to take advantage, details are on your screen, FG1271, and here we go. A very affordable way of crafting, because you don't need a lot at all, do you?
No.
We'll show you that in a minute.
Yeah, this is the thing about it. You can bring in all your other crafts, you can bring your inks, your colours and everything in, but to actually reproduce or to draw something, it's a decent piece of paper, a cardstock, it's a pencil, a rubber, and your stencil and your instructions. A tortillon for your shading if you don't want to go in with colour. Okay. But that's it.
Love it. Absolutely. Such an affordable price at $16.99. So maybe this is the year that you're going to crack that drawing yourself, creating something from a blank canvas with a little bit of help with a stencil to start with. But I'm sure in no time you won't need those guidelines. It will be a case of you just go free rein. Very, very busy for this one though, so I will warn you, if you're wanting to get hold of it, make sure you check your baskets out because we had a very busy hour with Sandra earlier on and we'll probably have another busy one later too. So if you like the idea of getting hold of yours, then the details are there on your screen. In fact, should we see it in action?
I think so, yeah. Let me show you how it's done.
Okay.
First thing you do when you actually get it is have a look on the back page, and I've given you the stencil there and you need to number it. So it's going to come to you with no numbers. Use a Sharpie, add them on. Make sure, of course, that this shape here is the same as my stencil, so number 1 is number 1.
Okay,
or else
yes.
we're going to have a real interesting sort of drawing or whatever it is. But as we've said, we start from scratch. See here, look, step 1. You see I've got a vertical line and a rectangle. And it says, draw a vertical line down the centre of paper, no smaller than A5, draw shape 2. And that's your first step.
Wow.
So let's do a little bit of this then.
Okay.
So here you go, vertical line, about the middle, there's shape 2. Here we go, drawing in shape 2, okay? That's step 1. So then, moving on, we could all do this. Step 2. So you see I've got my vertical line because I've got these dots on these shapes here. It means I can put those dots on that line and I know that it's symmetrical.
Brilliant.
Now, again, changing this up a little bit, you've got a frame. If you draw this and turn it round, you've got a full frame, haven't you?
Good point, actually, yeah.
So it's not just a one step. You can do it lots of different things. Or you think, well, I don't want to do a large one of these. So you could say do just those 3 in the middle. And you see this is the top section here. You've got 3 sizes there. I'm going to use the larger one, but you could actually use one of those. So you you can mix and match. There it is. What you do need to do on this one is you do need to mark, here we go. See, I can put it back on, it's fine. Those little dots. You only need 1 set. I've put them on all because then, as I say, if you want to go smaller, you just use the dots that are relevant to you. So I put my little dots on. That's it. Step 2. Step 3, I'm going to take this line here and I'm going to bring it over to the edge of this rectangle like that.
Wow.
This one here, see about the middle?
Yeah.
I'm going to draw that there. There you go. So that gives me my acorn shape, doesn't it, immediately? But I say I'm going to change it up a little bit, and instead of drawing my acorn, I'm going to come round and I'm going to create a few of these like little curves.
Oh, I like this. I must apologise, viewers. I was meant to give you an update when we got to a third of the stock having gone, but because we were learning, I didn't want to interrupt Sandra. So as a result of that, now half the stock has gone. So I do apologise. But as I said before, you need to get in early. That is the key thing. So yeah, I try not to interrupt, but sometimes we need to, especially when so much of the stock has gone.
There we go. So I can rub that line out there for now. That rectangle helped me keep the proportion.
Yes.
You see I've added some little shapes on the side there. If I actually just like a bit like an ice cream, doesn't it?
Mr. Whippy.
If I put my little lines in like this, and again I've got this sort of on the acorn, so it's in the instructions anyway. And then I'm going to start in the middle. I'm going to put bubble.
Oh, we've heard bubbles mentioned before.
Absolutely. Yeah. If I said circle, what does that make you think? Got to do a perfect circle.
Yes, that's true.
Who can draw a perfect circle?
Yeah.
So let's not even put that kind of pressure on ourselves. You see, I'm trying to get it to touch top and bottom. It's a pretty good oval.
Yeah.
So let's say we take that out of the equation and we draw bubbles.
And I'm guessing that if you don't have enough room to do a full bubble, you do a bit of a bubble.
Absolutely. See, I'm starting in the middle. So it means I kind of get my feel for the size that I want to do it. And then if I work either side, see, I can put a part one there. Otherwise, you've got to try and put a full one there. And again, that's tricky. We don't want to be going down that road. So I'm doing this very quickly. You would take your time because I want to try and get through and show you as much of it as I can. So there's my bubbles.
Lovely.
So then I'm going to leave this bit at the bottom for a little while, and I'm going to come and put the top section on now. So again, my vertical line comes into play. And let's go down a little bit more. So I've got my vertical in line. Again, I'm using the larger one. You can do it smaller if you want. Depends how much time you've got and how many leaves you want to put in. So let's draw that shape there. That gives me that. See?
Okay.
Turn it round. Same again.
Of course, yeah.
Okay. And then this is going to give me that top section of my tree. You see? So then in my instructions, so what we're on now, we're on let's have a look, step 20. Because I've explained
already.
drawing the acorn. I mean, I haven't drawn the acorn, I've done it a little bit different there. So it's about putting a curve in here, see? I'm going to go there, like this. And then I'm going to do that like that. So it's a little bit of a pointed kind of branch shape.
Okay.
So here we go. That's exactly what I've just done there, or similar. Doesn't have to be the same. So moving in. I mean, stepwise, let's have a look. We've got 57.
See, if I was to say that out loud,
Yeah,
you start
57 steps.
Oh my goodness, all these steps. But when the fact is that we're kind of at step number 21 now.
Well, exactly. And you know, you don't have, if you don't want to read the instructions, you don't have to. You can follow the pictures. That's what I'm doing. Yeah, following the pictures. See, I've got that kind of going there. And then I've got another one going here. And again, these can change, they can vary. So it's kind of very sort of a stylistic kind of shape. See?
Lovely.
And then within here, I'm going to draw this shape. We do this a lot, whether we do it for leaves, whether we do it for petals. See, like that. And I'd fill it in. So I've got one, I've done a little bit, I've took my time on a little bit more.
Okay.
And I've started to my leaves and my petals
Nice,
there.
yes.
Got my full shape here. So this one, I love this mechanical pencil because you feel it like it's a bit blunt. You could just press the button at the top and it turns again. So we do all this as we're working our way around. You see lots of them. Now, what I would suggest you do with this is don't do all of them here and then all of them here. Move around the piece, because what you'll find as you're actually drawing these, you'll get into it and they'll either get bigger or smaller.
Okay.
You can't help it. It's just the nature of how we do it. We'll get relaxed and that muscle memory will kick in. So what I would do first is I'd draw sort of all of them kind of around the base. You see I'm moving them around a little bit.
Yeah.
And then as I've done that, I can work my way around and they get smaller.
Fill in the
See
gaps.
these gaps? You can
Go
kind
back
of
in
fill
there.
in with bubbles.
But do you kind of keep connecting those leaves as you're making them in that particular little section?
Yeah, they're kind
go
of connected,
random?
but you see any kind of spaces I've got now, I'm filling it in with bubbles.
Okay.
See, so you can have them kind of open and loose. You could actually put a different leaf shape in.
Yeah.
You could put flowers in if you want, or you could just do more branches and make it very wintry. But the option's yours in that sense. I want to give you a little bit. I mean, that you see how that's working.
Yes.
You're going to fill the whole thing. Then I'm going to remove. Once I've done it in pen, I would remove that outline. So all you've got left is your leaves.
Perfect.
This bit here is a little bit different. So you've got kind of realistic-ish, but then you've got more mandala. So remember that I'd got my little vertical there. There's my centre point. So what I can do now is take each one of these dots to that centre point and I can split up my shape. Obviously, you can use the edge of your stencil to do this, but I'm kind of doing it freehand because then the stencil doesn't get in the way. So you can see what I'm doing. You see how I'm splitting it?
Yes, yeah.
There you go. I'm just using that centre point, look. Just going to move them out of the way a bit. So I've got that. But I still think that they're a little bit wide. So I've got a choice. I can come in, I can find the middle. Now when I say find the middle, I'm not measuring. do it by eye. And I can then come in. You see? And you see where I've got my finger? I know I do that a lot. It really helps because you've got a focal point.
That's brilliant. And also as well, it's kind of giving you a reference point to go back to the beginning, because I'd probably be trying to fit a line, thinking I've got 2 lines, I've got to fit it in the middle.
Yeah.
Because it's at an angle, it's not easy to do.
Right, I'm coming in with pen.
Okay.
Okay, so here we go. Let's look back at the instructions. See, I've done all my tree there. I've done this, what I've just done there, done that bit. I've actually got this bit in the centre. I've got like a little leaf shape. I'm not going to do that because, again, I'm going to change it around. And what I'm going to do here is start in the middle. I'm going to put this shape in, and then this shape in, and this shape in. So you see, by using that sort of structure, it means that I know when I get to the end, it's going to be the same. So I've not got to kind of worry about whether they're going to fit or not. A little curve on the top there. Little curve on the top there. Now I could stop there and just do that little bit if I wanted to. But let's just do half of it so you can see where it's working, you see. Row of, I'm not going to do the row bubbles yet because I've got a few more to do. So I've done this one. Then I'm going to come in with the next one. Same sort of thing, look. You see how it kind of steps all the way to the middle there.
I love that. Amazing. It's all the structure is there for you to get that positioning.
It's all there, absolutely all there. So once we've done this, it's a case of putting different patterns within there. It shows you how you can put the pattern in the acorn. And at the top end, let's just put some little shapes in, some little curves. I'm only doing half of it because, again, there's so much to show on this show today. I don't want to sort of do it. Once I've done this, I put my patterns in, I would remove all those pencil lines.
Okay.
Then whether you want to shade it, whether you want to add colour, it's entirely up to you. But and Hayley's got the finished piece. But I've very quickly gone through that. Even down to colouring instructions are in there showing you how I've used the black edition pencils to colour it.
Now, talking of which, we have got a real amazing deal which we'll be sharing with you a little bit later on. So you need to tune in later, and it is 7 o'clock. We'll be revealing that deal. But have a look at the finished artwork. So, of course, the artwork features on the inspirational booklet that comes with it. And you can see how we saw all those leaves coming together in the canopy just a few moments ago. And you can see how at the bottom there, where that root structure is there, how you've kind of got all the little tangles going into the different spaces. But of course, that's your creative license. You can fill them with different tangles if you're wanting to. Your favourites, variations, make every single one different. It's entirely up to you. But the key thing is the foundation and the elements to build your structure all comes together within the booklet, and of course the stencil that accompanies it. So as you saw earlier on, you've got your shapes. As you sort of draw a line in the middle. I mean, I'm not even looking at the instructions now. Draw a line in the middle, add shape number 2, because you'll have put all your numbers on here from that guideline. And then, of course, you're going to create this area down at the bottom that will give you your acorn structure. And then, of course, this piece at the top that will give you your canopy structure. So it's all these different components are all explained in there, which means that you can take those simple pencil lines, giving yourself the foundation and the structure for you to create your own tree of life. We are so busy. Lots of you are hanging and watching the demonstration, which I totally get. I was mesmerised as well. But now lots of you are rushing to the website and the app to make sure you are getting hold of your set. So with 2/3 of the stock, can I suggest you do consider checking out your basket straight away? Because if you want to create artwork, whoops-a-daisy, like this, then you're going to need these fabulous goodies for just £16.99. But of course, Sandra mentioned to us that we've got lots of other things to share with you, so we better move on, because otherwise we won't cover everything. So we're going to be creating, I say we, creating little gems. These, I just find these astounding, because this is literally where you've got something 3-dimensional coming off a flat piece of paper.
Yeah, absolutely.
Amazing.
This is a little bit different because we wanted to sort of add something extra with our stencil. So not only do you get the stencil and the instructions, but you also get 25 little plywood pieces and the instructions for how to turn them into things like that. You can either use the stencil and draw them on the paper, or the wooden pieces match the stencil. You can draw them on the wood, and you can use those as that little 3D piece. Actually add to. They're just lovely, aren't they?
Make amazing buttons.
Well, there's that as well, and of course, you know, it's nice to sort of mix and match. But bringing this into your card making or your artwork, it's nice to have that little something, whether it's part of the artwork or whether it's an embellishment to go to it.
Really good point.
Just really sweet, aren't they?
Love it. So again, you can see that you've got your kind of guidance where it will take you to. So these are the finished pieces that you're going to be creating. Whether you're going straight onto the little pieces or whether you're actually creating them onto, it could be chipboard, it could be card, it could be whatever you want to make them out of, really.
Yeah, and every time we do this, you know, I think of Dave, because he was like, you could stick all these together and make a nice little tabletop or something.
Yes, yeah.
And I'm definitely going to do that because it'd look amazing. Just draw on them all and stick them all together.
Absolutely.
It'd look amazing. I've got to do it.
They're almost like little
time.
kind of opportunities to create something. Because if you've only got kind of, I don't know, half an hour or 15 minutes or whatever, just a few moments, you could be making, or maybe make yourself a challenge of one a day. And then at the end of the year, put them all together.
All together, maybe I should do that instead, yeah. As well as my diary I fill in every day, my little sleep planner.
I think you've got enough on your hands as it is. Now, let's address that price, because the price on your screen, this is obviously the price for all the goodies that we've been chatting about. So you're going to get your guidance, you're going to get your booklet, obviously, is your guidance. You get your stencil in there, you're going to get your little wooden pieces to start with. But then, of course, you could be creating gorgeous things like this, which is kind of miles away from looking at elements like this, but kind of learning the foundations that will help you create these little isolated areas.
They are, and little gems. They are little pieces, so they're little bits of artwork. So you've got your little wooden pieces there, but you also see how it integrates into the artwork.
Yeah.
So you can extend it and do more. You could use it with like the apertures we've had on earlier, things like that, or you could just do it as a piece of artwork in its own right.
They're like little
up to you.
mini canvases. I think they're so adorable. So adorable. So, of course, you are going to get some of your bases, 25 of your shapes to start with, but then you've got the stencil that will allow you maybe to create your own or put them straight onto a flat piece of paper or card. And then, of course, you have got your inspiration there with your stencils, working those two together, creating some amazing pieces. So rather than £24.99, I'm going to tickle that price. I'm going to bring that price down for you, which means you've got another little saving. So if you like the idea of getting hold of these, you're just looking at £22.99. Been having loads of messages and emails coming in, folks. Thank you so much. Some of them have been popping up on the screen, and I've kind of let you read those yourself, but we have had something that's come through that I think Alex wants me to share with you. So have a little look at this. Oh, wow, Helen.
Oh, look.
That is beautiful.
It is, isn't it?
What a lovely way to celebrate my 60th birthday. Is it your birthday today, Helen? Oh, happy birthday. Sanntangle is such a lovely, mindful hobby from which you can, and I like that, you can always see her pointing her finger saying
Yeah,
this,
you
can't
can.
you can produce some gorgeous artwork. Just follow Sandra's step-by-step instructions. It really is easier and more relaxing than it looks. Oh, I love that. I need a little bit of that myself, Helen. Here's my latest product, a 6x6 card using the Creating Delicate Design stencil. Thank you, Sandra, for helping me to draw.
Oh, thank you for that. I really appreciate
that's how you
taking
do it,
the
isn't
time
it?
for
Yeah,
that.
it's that you're sharing the love of drawing.
Well, it is, yeah, and of course the delicate designs are sort of around Christmas time, and it's got extra flourishes and things, but it's lovely how you've just taken that main element and put that in a card and used a frame around it. It's just beautiful. Thank you for sharing that. I love it.
And I bet whoever received it, they've got a piece of original artwork that you've created.
Exactly, yes.
And that, my goodness, that is such a gift to give to anybody as well. Now, I will warn you, over half the stock has gone with regards to this one. So if you like the idea of getting hold of this one with your stencil and your 25 little shapes in there, then the details on your screen are what you need. And then you just need a little bit of Sandra sparkle.
Absolutely. Here we go. So in your instruction book, as I say, if we look at the actual cover here, you've got instructions for all of these different images here. But the nice thing is, you see you've got these little gems as well that we've talked about. I've given you the instructions for creating those as well. Okay. So they're kind of dotted around the piece. So here, look, using shape 7. So you've got instructions there. See, there's not much to it, but they look amazing. But then here, look, I've got a space, so I've added one in. Some little roses there. Moving along the next one. Moving along the next one. So again, look, a little one dotted in there as well. But I thought what would be quite nice is to take inspiration from this. And I actually do it on a coaster.
Oh, okay.
But before we start, you see, you've got all these lovely little shapes. They're all plywood. Now, on the back, you might see a little bit of a mark. This is from the machine, the laser cutter. What you're going to do, rub it out. Okay. And if it's a little bit sort of sturdy, I mean, you're going to stick half of that down anyway.
Yes.
But if you want to sort of have a practice on the back first, a little bit of sandpaper will take that off. So it's not, but they're pretty clean, but some of you might find a little bit of dust mark on there.
Okay.
But I'm not going to use the plywood. I've got a coaster here. Now, this is done in cherry veneer, and you get a set of 4. So I'm going to use this as inspiration. So let's have a look. We've got this one on the front, looks kind of nice, doesn't it? So let's find that in the booklet. And okay, oh, Mr. Page, there's so many in there. That's the thing, isn't it? This is where it differs from the masterclass, because you've got lots of little things going on here. So here we go. It shows you, I mean, it says towards the lower left of the cardstock. We're not using card. I'm using this. So I'm going to find that shape. Let's have a look. Shape 17.
Wonderful.
So
incidentally, the details are on your screen if you want to get involved. That price is coming down now, I think, isn't it? Oh. So you're going to get 4 of those fabulous coasters for just £8.99. I know you'll want those, so that's why we've got that price down as soon as we could.
Oh, they're nice, yeah. 17, look, and then it says draw 16 around the outside. So that's what I'm going to do. Here we go. So I could actually find the shape that matches that, and I could have drawn that on that wood and used it as a card in my card, but there it is on my wood.
Okay.
And then I've got sort of each of these sort of, let's have a look. I've got some sort of points, so let's draw those in there like this.
Okay.
I'm going to come in with pen now because I can draw my sort of guidelines. What I'm going to do is I'm going to draw this kind of little lozenge shape on each one.
Now, I think we've got that pen on the show as well, haven't we?
We have. They come as a set of 3.
Okay.
And they'll work. I mean, you see, I'm drawing them on the wood. No, there's only one there. Because I've got the others.
Oh, I see.
You do get a pack of 3,
that's
but they're all
right.
the same pen.
Thought
They're
I was
all
gonna have to lock
O3s.
the doors and find out who's run off with the other 2.
Yeah,
but
no,
we're okay.
that'll be me.
If you're wanting 3 of those pens, they're all the same kind of thickness with regards to the nibs.
Yeah.
And it's the one that you'll find yourself using most. £9.99 is what you'd normally be paying for those 3. But we've got a fabulous little discount. All these discounts add up, don't they? £7.99 is your price for them at the moment as well. I will warn you, though, it is something that we see. It's kind of a fundamental in any of Sandra's shows, so we haven't got a lot of the stock left now, because obviously she's been to air already today. But while we have got them available, grab them, pop them in your basket and check your baskets out.
Okay. Now, you see, I use this on wood. I've used it on paper. I also use these on fabric.
Okay.
They are permanent, up to 40 degrees when you wash it. So, you know, don't wear your white jeans and draw over them if you don't want to tangle on them. So, you see, I've got this, because I'm using the piece of wood rather than, I'm still doing the same thing.
Okay.
And now it sort of shows, step 2, look, I've got a curve going up the top here. So I can still do that. Look, I've transferred to pencil now.
Okay.
Because it's quite a long curve, and I want to make sure that I'm happy with the shape of it. See, again, I'm just drawing on, let's go round a bit now, step 3, look. Want to be happy with what I've got there. There we go. Yeah, good with that. Go in.
We are
if you
so
want to draw
busy
the
for
whole
those
thing,
pens.
if you, you know, to sort of start with in pencil and then come in with pen, but sometimes it's kind of nice, isn't it, to do a bit and think, right, okay, I'm committing myself, going with that. Here we go. So there's that one. And then I've got another one that sort of comes up here, comes down like that. And then I've got a few more, right, okay, a few more. So this one comes up here. I said that as like I was surprised, as I'm not, I wrote them. Should know what's coming. There we go. There we are. And then another one here. So you can see how that kind of works.
Yeah.
Let me get my rubber. I'm going to remove that pencil line now.
Oh, it's pretty much dries instantly.
Yeah, there it is.
The coasters, incidentally, you've been loving these. Half the stock has gone. And you can go for multiples of those. So while we have the stock available, good idea for you to stock up on them. And at £8.99 just for each set of 4, I think that's brilliant.
Right, I'm going to bring some colour in now, because sometimes, well, we talk about colour. Now, at the moment, I've got my regular pencils. I've got different ones. These are the ones that come in the tin, set of 36. And let's have a look. I've got my light red, clementine, light orange, most definitely, you know, when I definitely need a white. Okay, let's go for it.
Okay.
So let's colour a little bit of this in. I'm just going to do this one.
So straight onto the wood?
Straight on, just like I would with paper. Here we go, bit of red on. There we go. So I'm gonna aim for a little bit of a gem. Let's use the next one down. So I've got a light colour, a mid colour, and a dark colour. Here we go. So just put that in there.
And the actual adding of the colour, is that included in the kind of tuition?
It isn't in the tuition in these, because of course everybody does different.
Okay.
I do cover colour in other things, but I think if I was to include it in everything, the books would be like 4 times as big.
Well, that's the thing, yeah. But you do loads of kind of lives and
oh,
classes
absolutely,
and things,
yeah,
don't you,
yeah.
to help with these?
Yeah, we've got over 500 tiles, which are little piece of cardstock, so about this size really, that we do them twice a week.
Okay.
So you can go onto YouTube and find Sanntangle tiles, and it'll bring little thumbnails up, and you could have a go at drawing them. Completely free, so you could, if you've got your coasters, you think, I'm not sure what to use, then they are there. Here we go, look. You see, so we're just coming back over with the colours.
They're lovely pencils.
I'm not pressing on, I'm not really doing a lot of work in that sense. Okay, so there we go. Let's bring a little bit of a darker colour. I'm going to bring a bit of my blue in, not deep blue. I want night sky.
Three-dimensional night. Actually looks domed.
Yeah, night sky. Here we go. A little bit night sky in there at the bottom end. There we go. And then just because I can, Sanntangle red. It's got to be.
That looks like it's one of your favourites. It's shorter than the other.
It is. I do. Yeah. I've got 3 or 4 tins, and they're all sort of at varying levels. You see, but this is in my my roll that I kind of take with me everywhere. There you go. See, I'm just sort of layering them once more. So I've got about 3, maybe 4 layers on now.
Okay.
There we go. And as quick as it is, of course, once I've done it and finished it, I would use a spray varnish on there.
Okay.
Look at that.
That's amazing.
I mean, it's a very quick demo, isn't it? And
I love it.
Using this is it on the card. Mm-hmm. So you can see how that kind of works.
Yes, yeah.
It's just nice to sort of see how that works.
I love it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Very, very quickly, let me just recap what you're getting in that set, the details of which are on your screen, because obviously you can get the tuition that we saw Sandra following, that you can kind of adapt to, whether it's a coaster that it's going onto, whether it's fabric it's going onto. That is the beauty, because you've kind of got the foundation for you to put them wherever you want them to go. You might start off with your 25 shapes that actually come alongside it, and then of course you've got the stencil that will allow you to go free rein and put your little tangles wherever you so choose. Just £22.99 will get you all of those 3 elements, and lots of you have been shopping for those. But what about adding the colour? How amazing were those coloured pencils? So how do you get your hands on them? Well, we've got them here to share with you. Sandra, do you want to talk through
Shall
them?
I do it? Because look, it's a bright, shiny new
pack. Now what I can do is I can help with the details that are on your screen. So this is your start price. You've got 36 gorgeous pencils in there. Love the fact that you get a white in there as well.
You need the white, yeah. And we do also sell the white as a separate pencil.
Okay.
Because that's the one you use with absolutely everything.
Yeah.
And rather than think I've got to buy a new tin just for the white, we do a separate.
Makes sense of that.
Yeah.
Also as well, £32.99 is not the price you're paying for these pencils. It's a brilliant price. It's less than £1 a pencil, and that's forgetting about the tin that they all come in as well. But you've actually got a lower price than the one that's on your screen. So if you like getting the idea, or like the idea of getting these into your basket, you'll feel even happier when you see the price. You're only paying £24.99. That is a hugely discounted price. Works out now at 69 pence per pencil. My goodness.
They're lovely. They're absolutely lovely. I was so proud of these. And of course, you've got the Sanntangle over. And I don't know if you know, the clock and the logo is all about time. You never got enough time. Time goes by too quickly.
Isn't it just,
the wings, as we know, in memory of my sister.
I see, this is the first I've heard of this.
Yeah, they're in memory of my sister there, so that's in our logo. But as you open the tin, there's your pencils. But of course here, we've got the Sanntangle logo and the tangling, making impossible art possible.
And that's what you do. Yeah. Says it on the tin.
Absolutely. And the colours, we name them all. I mean, all the browns are named after woods in memory of the fact that I used to teach woodwork. We've actually got, as I've mentioned, Sanntangle red.
Fabulous.
There it is, Sanntangle red in its all almighty. And then, of course, I've got another one here, again, in memory of my sister. We've got the Forget-Me-Not. So it's just nice that I bring her along with me.
Yes. Yeah,
and then they're sort of created. So if you think you've got purples here, you've got some pinky purples, so light pink purple, mid-pink purple. That's, of course, on the pinky spectrum.
Yeah.
Whereas the Forget-Me-Not and the Lagoon are more on the blue spectrum. So it makes it easier for you to know which is which.
Yes.
And then, of course, I sometimes find in other pencils that oranges, you get a red, an orange and a yellow.
Yes.
Whereas here I've given you clementine, which is my darker orange. You've got a light orange and you've got a mid-orange. You've got all 3 there. It really works.
And we saw how well 3 colours work
All
together
work
with
together,
the gem you did.
absolutely. So you've got the different blues, they work together. Of course, you've got your black, you've got a lovely mahogany, you've got, I mean, the greys, they're so close in colour. You think, oh, really? But when you use them together, it really gives you that decent blend.
And we saw you using these on wood earlier, so we can use
yeah,
all sorts
on
of
wood,
things.
yeah. I mean, they will work on fabric, but they won't stay.
No, that's fair enough.
So if you're going to use fabric, I do use the Derwent ink tents.
Yes.
But these work with anything else you can sort of throw
Or
at
fabric
it.
if you're not planning on washing it.
If you're not planning on washing it, yeah, absolutely. They blend beautifully, and that's the whole point. And then, of course,
love it. Absolutely gorgeous. 36 pieces of beautiful colour. I'm sure you'll agree. And lots of you shopping for those. So do continue to take advantage of that detail as well. Whoever asked for the white pencils, don't worry. Alex is off scurrying. I can hear him scurrying in the gallery. He's going to bring those details.
Typing away. It's like
I'll find it. I'll find it. So, yeah, we will be showing you those in just a wee while. Now, something else, and this is something that we didn't. I think it might have been one of our first ever shows together, Sandra, the haberdashery.
We did. You drew some of this.
I drew a dress. Can you believe I drew a dress? And it was so easy. And I just remember that sense of achievement. I didn't finish it, not live on air, but oh my goodness, it was just an amazing feeling. And you can achieve that as well. So again, you're going to have your stencil with so many different components on there. You've got mannequins and bags and elements that are going to help you with regards to the construction of the dresses. You've got that in there. But this is where you can become a fashion designer.
I know, this is exciting stuff. And of course, once you've drawn the main shape, you can change it about a bit. I mean, there's a lovely summer dress on there that you could use as a wedding gown. You could add extra to it. Something very steampunky. And of course, you've got 2 sizes, so you could do mother and daughter.
Lovely.
If you want to
Nice
here as well,
idea.
which is a really nice piece of artwork to sort of create.
You can go really, really funky with the designs that you've got in here. Or maybe look at kind of classic fashion as well. You can see
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, it shows you in here. You've got a top, a skirt, a dress, a long dress, a jacket, a hat, a pair of trousers. So it's sort of giving you everything you really need. You could make the trousers shorter to make shorts. You could make things longer, make things shorter. I mean, the jacket is based on a jacket I actually own.
Really?
Yeah, but mine's kind of a sage green. This is, quite a shocking pink on there.
Love it.
So that's the set 2 one then.
Oh, I picked up the wrong set.
That's all right.
Oh, I do apologise. Oh, no, that's the one that we've got in the details as well. You're getting both, so
yeah, you
can get some of that one that you've got in there as well. And the other one that we've got, set 2, set 1.
You not got set 1?
I'm just having a little look.
I've got set. Do you want to borrow mine?
I've got a haberdashery wreath. That's a different one, though, isn't it? Is that the one?
That's set 1.
Oh, I do apologise.
That's
I was looking for something that says set 1 on there. I just read labels. That's what I do. Now, this is the other half of your kind of collection that you're getting, because you're going to get both of these. Love this. That looks so amazing on a canvas that goes in a sewing room or something.
It. You'd think, well, it's not clothes, it's different. Why is it different? This gives you the sewing element of it. It gives you a tape measure, like a wreath. It gives you the mannequin. It gives you the sewing machine, which you can change to have your own little buttons on, so it looks like yours.
Fabulous.
Little cotton reels. You've got a little embroidery hoop, scissors, a little, what's it called? Pin cushion. And it all works together. So the mannequin in this one is the same as the one in the other, but you also get the smaller version as well. So you can mix everything together. So you could have the sewing machine and the mannequin on a table, and then you could have maybe the dress the other side on the stand. So it all looks like it's a picture that you've created.
Love it. Absolutely love it.
It's nice together, aren't they? I think.
Well, this is it. And if I was to say to you, okay, today you might think you can't draw. You invest in this set, and one day, in the not too distant future, you could be creating pieces of art like this.
Absolutely. Yeah, look
Can you
at that.
imagine being able to create something like that?
It's pretty cool, isn't it?
Oh, incidentally, I've been that blown away with what you can create. I haven't even addressed the price on your screen. Price on your screen is not the price that you are going to be paying for this. That price is going to be coming down. Whether it's your steampunk elements that you just love, I love that top hat, how amazing is that? But have a look at this. It could be that you become a fashion designer. Yeah. Maybe you're going to be creating dresses that you've got the idea of that you're wanting to make for a wedding, for a special party, or just creating beautiful artwork. You can do all of that when you invest in this set. So you're going to get both of the booklets. So let me show you the 2 booklets together with all the fabulous artwork in there. And you're going to get double stencils because you're going to get both sets of stencils that accompany both of those books. So it really is a bumper bundle of creativity. So let's look at that price. Let's get that price down. It's a brilliant price for what you're getting anyway, to be fair. But now you are looking at £36.99 for all of that. You could be lost for weeks with this, couldn't you?
Absolutely, and it just keeps giving, because as you've drawn one and you've drawn followed the instructions or drawn my image, you then think, well, actually, I'm going to put a curve there, or I'm going to change that and make it thinner, or I'm going to make long sleeves. Yeah. Before you know it, you're creating your own little collection.
Wow.
Yeah, Dobby loves this one.
I bet. I bet. So there you go. If you like the idea of getting hold of this one, as lots of you have been, popping it into your basket and checking your basket out will ensure that it's on its way to you. Is this the one we're looking at next?
It is. What do you want me to draw? Do you want me to do the steampunk one?
Go on then, if you can.
Shall we do the steampunk one? Okay.
I think that's the one that a lot of people will take inspiration from.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Now this one, let's have a look at it. It's sort of at the back. When I say it's at the back of the book, if you want to do this one first, it doesn't matter. You can do that. But we definitely, for sure, need the. Here we go.
Does it matter which order you do the projects in when it comes to the book?
No, sometimes some of them, like we did the all about the music earlier, and I did sort of suggest leaving the vintage mic till the end, do the others first.
Yeah.
But I think with this one, this is probably the most, the actual steampunk one is probably the most sort of detailed. And if you've never done it before, maybe you'd want to try one of the other dresses first, just to be sure. Just putting myself a vertical line in, you know, I do that quite a lot, it helps. So it's entirely up to you in that sense. But, you know, I think if you've got the inclination you want to draw it, sketch it out first. You can do it on a piece of scrap paper or something.
Now, you've adjusted the height there as well. You're not getting the full length of the
I can do what I like because it's my drawing.
This is true.
See, that's if I wanted it longer, wanted it shorter. If I didn't want the bubbles in, don't matter. So I've kind of got the main shape there. And see, step 1 says drawing the mannequin, marking the waist. So let's have a look at waist. Waist is always a little bit lower than you expect, isn't it? But you know what? It's my design, so I'll put it where I like.
I thought that was gravity.
Is that what it is? Yeah, I've been telling myself wrong all this time. So, okay, I'm going to make this, it's the kind of the corset shape. I'm going to bring it a little bit lower because I don't want it sort of a crop top. Yeah, and then let's go about here. It does give you a measurement about 1/2 centimetre under the waist, that kind of thing. Okay. But here I'm going to sort of put the top shape in.
Oh, now we are getting very, very busy for this one. Lots of you shopping for this one. What was the update, sorry, Alex? 1/3 of the stock, yes, be quick.
Right, we've got that kind of shape there. I'm going to rub a few bits out as I'm going. Now, something else, you know, I know people laugh at me. You see my tiny little rubber?
Oh, gosh,
I've actually cut it off a proper rubber because it's nice to have that smaller piece there because there it is.
See, it's as daft as it sounds.
It just makes
taking away those lines has changed it completely again.
Okay, so there's some start. So the next bit is about putting like the dress section on. So I'm going to follow this shape. And I'm going to come out a little bit, about there, look. So I'll put myself a bit of a mark on.
So imagine where the fabric would be draping.
That's it. So it's going to come kind of down. And same here, look. And again, I can go wider if I want.
Because you might have a net underskirt.
Absolutely. So then let's put that shape in here. Okay, so I'm going to just remove a little bit of that. It's still kind of there, but I'm just going to lighten it off because I don't want it to sort of give me okay. So the next bit then, right, we've got a little bit of a curve here. So it's sort of coming down and under, like that. And then it's going to come up to this point here. You see, so what I'm actually doing, look, I'm almost imagining where it's going first.
Okay.
Now this feels a bit awkward.
Yes, because it's kind of left and... Oh, yeah, of course.
Turn it round. Paper moves. It's amazing that it moves, look. Turn it round. All right, so I've got that kind of sort of odd-looking shape.
A very small wrist movement there as well.
Yeah, looks a bit weird.
Yeah.
But you see, there we go. All right. started it off. So then what we need to do in this is have some ruffles. Okay. So what I'm going to do is start about here, and I'm going to do ruffles.
Now, everything that you're reading from the booklet.
Yeah, I'm on step 6.
Okay.
Like that. And then here I'm going to sort of do a mirror image. It's never going to be the same, so I'm not going to try and make it the
fabric
same.
wouldn't be if it was flowing.
Okay. All right, so the next bit then, let me just remove those lines from underneath there. Okay, so I've not done anything crazy there. I've just done a few like wobbly lines, haven't I? Okay, so this is where it changes, because what I'm going to do in step 8, it says, right, draw a line here.
Okay.
Draw a line. Yep, draw a line. And then we've got to do the same sort of on the inside, draw a line.
I can see the ruffles now.
There we go. Draw a line.
Oh, wow. Oh,
Yeah.
Sandra.
I know, look at that. So
How
you just
like
you
magic.
where did that happen? But I've drawn some wobbly lines and then added some extra lines at the top.
Oh my God, you've got the folds of the fabric there.
There you go, folds of the fabric. So let's bring that one in, round that a bit more.
It's like a little light bulb moment, isn't it, when it just evolves?
So let's get rid of that now. We don't need that anymore, because we don't need those sharp corners. So that gives us that bit. Now the skirt, I can keep the same size as the mannequin, or I can bring it down a bit lower. But even with this, it needs to be like ruffled, doesn't it? So I'm going to bring, following that line, I'm going to bring a curve up. Curve up.
Oh, now the pencil. Lots of people asking about the pencil.
I love my mechanical pencil.
I remember your little proud face over Christmas time that they came out.
Yeah.
We're just checking to find those details for you.
Yeah, I love it. Absolutely love it. So there's my little ruffles underneath, see that's my skirt kind of thing. So we've got that. So now we want another extra ruffle around this top edge here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring a curve out a little bit more.
Okay.
I'll just do one side so you can see how it works. So I've come out a bit more. Let me just remove those extra lines.
Oh, now. How quick are you at bun fights out there? Because we've not got many of those pencils at all. Not very many at all. So literally, if you want to get hold of these, you're going to have to do it straight away. Don't wait until the end of the demonstration because we don't have that many to go around. Price is coming down to just £24.99. So yeah, off you go as quick as you can. Pop it into your basket, but more importantly, check that basket out.
You know, the nice thing about it as well, it comes in a tin. You've got 12 extra leads with it.
Okay.
And you know when I said I cut my rubber?
Yes.
Well, look, if I put my pencil in there, look, there's my extra leads, look, in my little packet. There you go. And then see that there?
Yeah.
My rubber.
Have you got tortillon in there as well?
Look, tortillon.
Okay.
Hang on. So
you don't get the tortillons with it?
No, you don't get the tortillon with it, but you know you need one
actually with it. They're easy enough to get hold of. Got those on the website.
Yeah.
They're nearly all allocated now, so yeah.
And then when the leads have gone, you see at the top there it says 0.5. That's the size of the leads that are in there.
Okay.
You can buy standard leads.
Oh, that's good
just
to
take
know.
the top off, look.
Yeah.
Rubber. And then just put one in. You only need one at a time in there. Just drop it in, put your rubber back in. There you go.
Fabulous. Thank you for that.
In there, and it clicks. Now you see there, I've clicked and I've got more out than I need. So if I hold that in, I can push all that back in.
Oh, brilliant. So you
when
don't
I'm ready,
waste it.
It's back out again. Lovely, isn't it? Yeah. Anyway,
it's nice.
So I've done another bustle there. I say I do the same on both sides, but I want you to sort of see
I've only got
just
10
part of it.
left. Oh my goodness.
Let's put a little bit of detail in there. And then of course you've got your centerpiece. You've got your wires. Again, I'll just do half of it. Then you've got your little buttons.
You could almost be designing your own wedding dress or something like this, couldn't you?
So again, look, it's all in here. Look, 15.
Wow.
So then
you can
16.
see everything is there.
It gives you sleeves if you want to put sleeves in here. So it shows you. Again, I'm going to kind of just bring that round so it's like a big of a bubble kind of shape. See? Almost ovally, bubbly shape. And then here, look, I'm going to put a little line in. Again, I'm just going to do half of it, put a couple of little lines in there. And then, you know, if you want to put the hat on, it shows you that as well. Works its way around. You see, you've got your little lines, you've got your little bits of tassel there. I've added a bit to the mannequin there. Hats on the top. You've got a few little patterns going on there. Job done.
Sandra, thank you.
I mean,
It's magical
one
seeing it come together.
It is. But seeing it all come together, and you can actually draw this.
Who says ruffles?
I've just followed. You follow the steps. The ruffles are just amazing. A bit of shading in there with your get your tortillon in there.
Love it. Thank you so
suddenly
much.
it comes to life.
Absolutely, it
Fabulous
does.
piece.
Amazing. Amazing. Thank you, Sandra. So the deal that you've got on your screen, that's actually going to get you, just very quickly, just in case you have joined us, you can get both of the books in there with all that tuition, all that guidance that Sandra's just been teaching us with that fabulous dress. But you're also going to get your stencils that give you the foundation for the shapes to start with. Obviously, as time goes on, you may well do them freehand, but they are there just to help you when, well, for as often as you need it to be there, that help. Details are on your screen. Don't forget, we've been very, very busy today for the brand new stencil that we're sharing with you as well, the Tree of Life. Lots of you have been going for that one as well. But there's a couple of other little things that we've not shared with you. So if you're okay, I'll just very, very quickly mention some of these. One of which being the postcards. And this is beautiful. So with the postcards, you're going to get a fabulous stencil. It's pretty much a stencil with every book that you bring to us, isn't it?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, absolutely. But they're not stencils as you would know it. They're not.
Yes.
They're not full shapes. They are sort of basic shapes that you have to put together. Hence the whole point of you drawing your own piece. I'm not giving you a shape to draw round per se, but those stencils will actually create all those things in the book. And it's not just the postcard images.
Yes.
I love this one because you actually can make an envelope.
Oh, we've got the
them all
envelope
in.
there, haven't we? Yes.
Yeah,
there you
so
go.
there's a couple of, yeah, you can actually make an envelope. So your postcards I want to bring back. We do sell postcards, but it's nice to sort of have that and then make the envelope, send it to somebody, give it as a gift. Look how lovely that is.
Beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah, I would actually make a template of the envelope and then you've got it ready rather than using the stencil every time.
Good point.
But it's just fabulous. Love this one.
Love it. So many different kind of examples of how you can use the components in there as well. Have loads and loads of fun with this one. It's not just about doing postcards. It's about taking those shapes, taking that inspiration and transforming it into whatever you need it to be. Details on your street, incidentally, correct item number, incorrect price. That price is coming down, Sandra. I love that.
Do you know what? Yeah, it's just one of those lovely little pieces in your face.
It's such a simplistic. I mean, there's no colour in there other than the shading, but how beautiful is that?
You don't have to. If you just want to use a pencil and a pen and a tortillon, you can create beautiful pieces.
Gorgeous.
As they are.
I got distracted. I was telling you about the price, wasn't I? So £19.99. Well, not today. Not today. I mean, look at that. Absolutely. It doesn't matter which of the finished samples we pick up for any of the stencils or booklets. They're all
got a little Sanntangle post arc.
I love it. Love it. £14.49. That's all you're paying. That is a brilliant discount on such a useful bundle.
It won't stay that price.
Yeah,
when John finds out.
I should have warned you that. Some of the prices that we've got are kind of pushing it a little bit. This is the lowest that we've ever seen. And if John notices, it won't be at this price again.
Like, what?
So yeah, hopefully he's not watching. So get it while you can. Beautiful little set, that particular one. Another one that I must mention to you as well. Cabochons. I mean, we saw you do that beautiful gem earlier
I know.
on.
And you mentioned stencils. You only get a tiny little stencil with this because I only give you a stencil if you need it.
Okay.
Everything else within this book is hand drawn.
Okay.
But it's not hand drawn. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! It's not like that at all. Everything that you do, it's a line, it's a bubble, it's a curve.
Love it.
But your little stencil actually is the same size as your cabochons.
Right, because you do get
So
your little
you don't want to draw
cabochons
around a
in here.
cabochon.
Yeah, look at these.
Shape.
These are beautiful. So you can get those in there, a variety of different shapes. You've got your little stencil there, you've got your tuition. I have to say, I'm going to go straight in and show you the finished samples.
I think you need to see them, don't you? Because again, it's almost like those little wooden charms, a cabochon, which they will vary, of course, but look how much it makes a difference. Look at that tree. Like that little cabochon hanging off it.
It's just like you've captured something, isn't it? Oopsie-daisy. Details on your screen, incidentally, that price is not the price you're going to be paying. So as I show you these finished samples, for inspiration, my goodness, your mind will go into overdrive when you start creating with these pieces.
That's the same image, but a bigger version.
Beautiful. £16.35.
It's special, doesn't it?
Absolutely.
Look at that one. You know, how you've drawn it. It looks
Beautiful.
like the sea, doesn't it, almost? And those extra elements around it that have been hand-drawn. These are keepers, aren't they? They're not
Absolutely.
cards that you get.
And I think with these, sometimes it might be the other way around. You know how sometimes you create something and then you might put the cabochon on there. Does the cabochon ends up being the starting point with some of these?
It does, absolutely, yeah. So you'd use the stencil to draw around the shape because, of course, drawing around a cabochon is a bit of a nightmare, isn't it?
Well, yeah.
So it's quite easy to do that. But they're really nice little shapes in their own right because you can use that. You could even go back to the creating little gems and use those shapes as something different and create something with them as well.
Amazing, amazing. But you're going to learn it all.
Again, we've brought a lot of different starting points.
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
Today, haven't we? So it's really nice to see.
But everything has got that simple thread running through where you literally just follow step by step. There you go. We all saw those cards earlier on. Blown away with how amazing they looked. But there you go. You are going to learn how to create that yourself with those fabulous cabochons in them.
I know.
Love it.
Then you can draw a tree.
Yes,
So you could put a tree on anything and you can do the double side, because it's only part of one there. You could actually, enlarge it. You could embroider with it. You could just put a sentiment on there and have done with.
I can't wait to see what you guys start creating with these. Very busy for that set, as you would imagine, because it's just a lovely little set to start with. But let's go back to the beginning, which is a very good place to start, as somebody once sang. So with this one, we are looking at the Tree of Life. Now, this is a brand new item that we're bringing to you. You're going to get a stencil alongside it. So the stencil will give you the foundation with regards to this one. I will warn you, though, it's on the verge of selling out because it is a case that the stock that we've got is pretty much allocated to all that you guys have got it into your basket. Please do check your basket out. It's going to be one of those situations where if you're quick, then you could get it. If you snooze, you lose. And of course, you've got the gorgeous artwork there, the finished artwork that you are going to be able to create. And you showed us at the beginning of the show how to get started.
Absolutely. I mean, we did a 5-minute demo and we put all the little bits together, but it's just beautiful. And again, if you wanted to, you could actually take the bottom half and create it as one piece. Or you could take the top half and create it as one full piece. And you can mix and match it up. So although you've got the instructions purely for one, and it really focuses on every single point, and then it goes through how you how I coloured it. You can colour it however you like. But how I coloured it with the black edition pencils. And I think having that instruction is nice because then you could take it into other things and use the same way as I've coloured and build.
And you mentioned black edition pencils.
I know, we've mentioned that a couple of times, but we've not shown them because
we've got a special deal for you, but not now. Not now. You're going to have to join us a little bit later.
It's Friday night, and if you're going to stop with us on a Friday night, it's going to be worth. Yeah, it's going to be worth stopping.
Sandra's made sure that she's looking after you, so make sure that you tune back in. It's about an hour's time, isn't it? 7
Absolutely, yeah. Cup of tea, and I'm back.
Perfect. We will see you much sooner than that, though, because Catherine is here on behalf of Lisa Horton, and we've got a lovely hour to share with you. So please do grab yourself a cuppa and then come back and join us after the break.
At HobbyMaker, we're very proud of our postage and packaging offer, but it might not be completely clear how it works. The good news is that you only pay $4.95 no matter how many times you order or check out within one day. To ensure this happens, all you have to do is combine your orders. So I could order morning, noon or night, and all I would pay is $4.95 until midnight that day, as long as I remembered to combine my order each time. And that's it. Another example of shopping made easy at HobbyMaker.
When you purchase anything on HobbyMaker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with HobbyMaker.
Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the HobbyMaker gift card? Decide between posting the card or delivery by email, and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the HobbyMaker gift card?
It's competition time. HobbyMaker are turning 3 and we're inviting you to enter our birthday card competition. To enter and to be in with a chance of winning up to £100, simply send us your handmade card along with an envelope before the 7th of March. Your design must use at least one product from HobbyMaker. For the full details on how to enter, scan the QR code or head to our website. Happy crafting and good luck!
Shopping with HobbyMaker couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.hobbymaker.co.uk, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your craft room essentials to paper, tools, cutting machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our HobbyMaker app. Simply head over to your app store and search HobbyMaker. Alternatively, you can call our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at HobbyMaker.
Project of the Week award.
Sorry, we're just having a chat. I know you
know.
did, I saw that. Sorry, yes, we're back in the room. We're back in the room.
We're catching up on old times,
There's
aren't
a
we?
lot to catch up, lots to catch up on. Now, of course, you know I loved it, Catherine. I'm sure you do, and of course you know that we've worked together. So that is why we're catching up. But I have to say, catching up with regards to what's going on in each other's lives. But my goodness, you're having fun.
Oh, well, yes, we're continuing the celebrations for Lisa Horton's 5th birthday.
Well, and I can't believe that it's gone so quick, and so much has happened in that time since she started on her own.
And Lisa is just going from strength to strength, and that's thank you to everybody out there, of course. And do you know what? Her products are amazing, aren't they?
Gorgeous.
They really are.
Absolutely. We're looking at some fabulous dies. We'll be telling you all about these in a little while. We've got a bumper bundle to share with you. But the thing is, Lisa's a crafter like you and I, so a lot of what she brings to us kind of almost comes out of personal necessity.
Yeah, I'd agree with that totally.
And it's kind of like the bonus is that we get to do it as well. Because if Lisa loves it, then we know that you're going to love it as well as crafters. And she brings us all sorts, so it can be tools like the dies, it could be things like stencils, it could be brushes that give you all the fabulous results. Because it's all about getting the right tools for the projects, isn't it? And getting the results that way.
It certainly is. Do you know what? These got us stock so many times. They're back in stock today. I know they were very busy earlier. If you didn't catch the early show, grab these right now before they disappear again. They're just fantastic, Hayley, aren't they? Because you've got the perfect bristles for blending those inks, for applying those inks through the stencils or for creating backgrounds. You've got the slanted bristles as well, so very easy to use. They're shaped perfectly to get the right results.
Beautiful. It makes it so much easier. If they feel comfortable and they're doing what you need them to do, then of course you're going to excel in what you're actually creating using all those different bits and pieces. Now you're going to get a set of 3. These are your standard set, as you can see. You probably saw me kind of whip the other set away, but I'll tell you about those in just a few moments. With regards to these brushes, is it good to have a variety of them for different colours?
Good for different colours, but also different types of ink as well. So we've seen, obviously, the blending inks, which are kind of chalky, velvety finish. Then we've had the interference, which change colour. Amazing. And then, of course, today we've got the metallic ink. So I would say have different brushes for each type of ink.
Okay.
Because the makeup of those inks is different. So
that makes sense.
When it comes to colours, yes, lots of people do like to have a different brush for every single colour or colour family. I do use mine for different colours and sort of blend things together, but yeah, you just want as many as you can afford, I think.
Absolutely, and when we've got a fabulous price on them and 5-star reviews as well, so don't just listen to what we've been saying about them, check out those reviews as well. Now, we had a huge quantity of these because it's something that many times you will shop for multiples of, hence the conversation we've just had. But of that massive stock, a quarter of the stock has gone. So you can see how popular they are, not just with people that have given them a go. First set might be, I'm going to have a little go, see what they look like. But then you'll come back and you'll find yourself getting more and more.
I promise you, you will come back.
Now, if you like the idea of getting hold of your standard set, you can see there how those bristles are beautifully, I mean, they're lovely and soft, I have to say. Beveled ends as well, making it nice and easy for you to work with them. Then you're just looking at £12.99. But maybe you fancy filling in those larger areas. Well, this will be the set for you.
Yes, so of course, when we think of Lisa's stencils, then you get those beautiful blooms quite often. So maybe the big open flowers, you're going to use the larger, chunkier ones for them. The background effects as well, if you're just going straight from your ink pad to your cardstock. It's nice to have, you've got 3 different sizes still there, but they are chunkier ones. So yeah, definitely. Don't look at these. Don't think, oh, do I go for the chunky or do I go for the more detailed? You do need both.
Okay.
That's in my opinion.
No, that's
you
fair
need
enough.
both.
Well, the thing is that they're the same price, aren't they? So it's kind of one of those things that get them for different opportunities. It's like having the right knife for actually cutting, I don't know, your vegetables, your potato. You have different
Do you know,
tools
that's
for
such a good
different
way of putting it.
situations.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so there you go. If you like the idea of getting hold of those as your chunky ones, then £12.99. Keep a note of the item number for both of those, because you will find yourself actually getting more of these as well. Now, we've had a message come through. Now, I think I've got an idea who this Howler is.
Yes,
because
I think
Alex,
it is.
you remember our Howler, Alex. Well, there you go. Hello, everyone. 2 of my absolute favourite ladies.
Gives it away at the end, doesn't it?
Does as well, yeah.
The Spanish little one.
The Spanish little one. Perfectly packaged, I have to say. And of course, Paola is experiencing all that kind of Lisa Horton love as well.
Absolutely, yes. And in fact, go to Lisa's pages. There's all sorts of tutorials. Paola is so busy in the background. She's doing a lot with interferencing and
She's
reinkers.
queen of inks, for
all the
knowledge.
reinkers,
Yeah.
in fact. And she's just the queen of inks, isn't she?
I love it. Lovely to know that you're watching, Paola, so thank you. Thank you. So, lots to share with you. We're talking about brushes. Where are we going next? I forgot. This distracted me. Oh, the ink pads.
The ink pads, the metallic inks. Now, I was going to say, if anybody hasn't seen them, I'm beginning to wonder who hasn't, because we've sold so many of these over the birthday event. They were busy again earlier, but there will, I'm sure, be 1 or 2 people maybe that are catching these for the first time. And these are something very, very special.
So we're looking at all those gorgeous colours. We've kind of got 2 discs with each one of these. So what's that all about?
We have. So the top disc is on white card, the bottom disc is black card, and of course you will see the colours will react quite differently on coloured card as well. So we've gone for the black and white. So we've already seen the interference inks where they change colour, they shift. These will give you the same colour on black and white, but it will still look different because of the core of the card or the card surface itself. But you've got that shine. It's not just about that shine, though.
Amazing. I mean, look at that.
We've seen metallic inks before, but not like this. These are water reactive,
but
they're also blendable.
Okay.
So they're going to stay open for a nice long time, so you can blend those colours together. So you're not just going to get 10 colours, you're going to get multiples of colours because of blending.
And can we add them to other mediums as well? If we've got something like a clear medium, could we add a
could
little bit of that
Yeah,
in
you
there?
can certainly do that. So if you take your ink pad onto maybe a glass mat, or I often use that silica mat that we're going to get to as well, to put some ink down, and then you can mix in with your pastes and various things. You know me and my clay, my air dry clay. They're great for colouring air dry clay as well, because they're so highly pigmented. You can just add a little bit into your clay.
That's the key thing, and that's why Lisa knows her stuff. She wants to make sure that you get top-notch quality, and that's why you've got a fabulous set of 10, as you can see here. Whether you're using your lighter tone, your darker tones, anything in between, don't forget, just experiment when you get these home. Get to know them, make some little tags and get all those kind of different results. Now, price on your screen. If you're wanting to get involved with these, that is not the price you're going to be paying with regards to these. I cannot wait to share this price with you. So, of course, we had the birthday celebrations, which means that you got an amazing deal. So now you're looking at £71.91 for all of them. You're not choosing, you're going to get all of those. An amazing array of colours, I'm sure you'd agree. And then you think about all of the different bits and pieces. Now, we shouldn't have a 5-way split on a product of this kind of price. I'm not quite sure how that happened. I mean, five payments, 5 years. Was it to do with the birthday?
It was for the birthday. We thought that may have disappeared for today, but I think somebody's forgotten to take it off.
If only management were here for us to refer that to. No, we shan't bother them with it, shall we? £14.38. That's all you are paying today to get hold of all of those. And that's nice, because sometimes people might have to think, well, I can only afford to go for 1 or 2 of those. But now, my goodness, what a deal to be got. So, yeah, pop those into your basket. We're going to see these in action in a variety of different ways as well. So please don't just think about ink pads being for stamping your images and transferring those images. Oh, no. Not when you've got the quality you've got with these Cloud9 ones. You can be able to to do all sorts of things with them.
Right, okay. So we usually start with more basic techniques, but just to show the quality and also, you know, where you can go with these inks as well. I'm just going to pick up some colours. Let's go for something we didn't start with last time. I'm going to go for Fool's Gold. Let's go for, do you know, I'm going to go with Ultraviolet, and let's go for our pumpkin, because we haven't seen that one yet.
As well, aren't
They're
they?
really good size ink pads, and they're very, very juicy. Now, I don't know if anybody's emailed in today. We had a lot of emails last time during the birthday event asking if there's going to be the re-inkers for these.
Okay.
I wasn't able to say a definite yes or no.
Okay.
But I do believe it's been mentioned this week that there will be re-inkers for these as well.
Fair enough.
So watch out for those in the future. Right, we've got the pumpkin here, which is that beautiful orange. I'm just going to swipe this across the black. So rather than going through a stencil, we'll just go across the black. If you like that effect as well, that kind of brushed metal effect, it's really, really effective. And I think you can already see that on the black, the intensity of that colour is starting to come through more now. When you first apply it, especially on the black, you're not going to see a great deal. They are quite slow drying, but you can't you? Before your eyes, you can see that colour coming through.
It almost develops, doesn't it, in front of you? Yeah.
It's really quite interesting to watch. So if I do the same on the white,
look at the juiciness.
you can see there, you've definitely got that orange, but again, that shine is going to come through. I just think, as a background, just to do that swipe looks really, really nice.
Very effective.
I'll do one or two other colours on the same card as well, just so you can see the difference.
Purple.
I know. So the purple onto the black. So look at that straight away. And that's coming through more and more intense. You can see the shine of the pigment, but also you can see the shine because it's still wet.
Yes, yeah.
But it's starting to dry.
In the studio, it almost looks as if it's ahead of itself with regard to what you're seeing on the screen.
Exactly. So if I just go again with the purple on the white, you can see it's a definite purple. And then Fool's Gold, we'll go with this one as well. I love the Fool's Gold. So you've got the pumpkin on there, which is the orange, but the Fool's Gold, look at that colour there.
Oh, I like that.
Isn't that beautiful on the black? Let's try it on the white as well.
It's almost like a sheet metal.
It is, yeah, it's gorgeous. So straight away, you can see the difference between the coloured cardstock. And of course, as I said, going on to a pink cardstock, a green, a blue, you're going to get different effects again. But we mentioned these were also water reactive. So what we'll do, I'm just going to splatter some water on here, some quite big splashes. This is quite fresh ink. So that means, of course, it's maybe not even fully dried off yet.
Okay.
If you give that a little bit of time, and then, you can on the white, you can see that more. But even on the black, can you see the splatters there?
Yes.
You can see where it's lifted that colour away. So, you know, straight away, great effects. Whether you want that water to dry as it is or you want to bleach it out, you're going to get different effects every single time.
It's almost like geodes that you've got in there now, isn't it? 'Cause you've almost got like a halo there and the different kind of colours coming through.
That's right. And if I just bring this piece in, this was just a piece of scrap card that I was using for, you know, pushing the ink into my brush before I used it. That had been left to dry for a couple of hours, 3 hours maybe, in between shows. That was just a drop of water I put on before this hour, and you can see how it still reactivates the ink, and you can still lift that colour out. So, you know, do play around. Think about putting stencils over the top and spraying water, then lifting out from there so that you get those patterns forming as well.
Oh, you'll have loads of fun with these.
Also, I've already got ink there, you see. You don't want to waste anything. So just, I mean, it might mix into a brown, this one, but even with just your ink on your glass mat, spritz a little bit of water or Lisa's shimmer spray. It will make brown, this, but I don't mind because it will still make a beautiful...
We like craft card and brown card.
I just don't want to waste. I just don't want to waste this ink. So either pick it up straight from the mat and get those different effects, or use it with a brush. And if you can keep those colours separate, you can, of course, create an ombre effect or something more intense like that one.
Still got the sparkle in there, even though it's the tiniest amount of ink that was there.
Well, I'll let you into a secret, Hayley. This was, I'd painted this on the first hour, and rather than using water, I used the shimmer spray as well.
Okay.
So you've kind of got a double shimmer there. You've got the shine from the ink, which still shows through, but you've got the shimmer from the shimmer spray as well.
Still, even on this piece here, this is the
You
one
will
that
see it, yeah.
You will still see it in there, even though there's the tiniest amount in there, because you've got so highly concentrated with that metal pigment in there. It's still there. I mean, this is still wet. Obviously, when it dries, then you see it even more so.
Absolutely.
Love it. Loads of you shopping for these. You may well have missed out on these, as you heard Catherine say earlier on. Where have you been? Because they're such an amazing kind of way of applying colour with that water-based colour that you've got there with the metallic content in there, and such an amazing deal price. Lots of you took advantage, obviously, during the birthday week, but you may have been somewhere else. It might have been that pennies weren't available at that time. Well, they are now, and then you are shopping for these. So if you like the idea of getting hold of them, the details are on the screen there.
Okay, now we're going to stay with inks because I did mention they're blendable as well.
Okay.
And there's lots of other techniques you can do. So if we get a chance, we will blend through one of the stencils. But we've also got this set. Now, there are stencils to go with it, but the embossing folder is what I'm going to use for the next part of the demonstration. So we've got this gorgeous magnolia background. And, you know, just because we've got the intensity of all the dye that's in those ink pads and we've got that shine, doesn't mean that we can't do something very delicate as well.
Okay.
Now, in the first hour, if you watched it, I did use this same folder and I did something very similar, but I am going to change it slightly this time. So I'll talk through what I did the first time and show you the results of that, and we'll obviously talk through what we're doing this time.
Perfect.
So if I bring in again the packaging, because I'm only using the embossing folder, if you're not sure which way around this should go, you can fill where the indentations are, which will be at the top, and more the bumps go to the bottom. But if you're not certain, then, and you're adding colour, and you want to make sure it's the embossed side, just look at the packaging, and I can see which way round the flowers need to go. Okay, yeah. So what I'm going to do here, I could do the whole thing, or maybe I'll just decide to do part of it. I'm going to work with Love Struck first of all. So exactly the same way as I started earlier, by adding some colour directly into the embossing folder. So I'm picking out the areas where I can see more of the florals.
Using those stencil brushes that we saw earlier on.
I am indeed, yeah. So this is from the chunky set, but it's not the chunkiest chunky one.
Chunky with a little thing.
Yeah. Now I did a similar thing. In fact, I did the same thing earlier with the colour. I used the same pink as well, but you're going to get two completely different effects. I added the ink straight to the embossing folder. If I miss one or two areas, I don't really mind. I don't have to be too precise about this. Just trying to find, sometimes I have to pick this up to see where the flowers are.
Yeah, and you've got kind of the grid from the mat underneath.
Yeah, you have. I did try putting some black card underneath, but it didn't make that much difference. I find it easier to pick it up and the light come through it. Yeah. So there we've got the Love Struck, which is our pink. And then I'm going to go on to one of our tiny detail brushes, and I'm going to use the Sunshine just to put some yellow into the middle of the flower. So at this point, I'm still doing exactly the same as I did earlier. We're going to go with one more colour, which is going to be green for the leaves. I mean, if you want purple leaves, you could have purple leaves. There's no rules. But I'm going to stick to the green, and I'm going to go for Mojito.
The brush that Catherine just used for the yellow centres was from the other set, the standard set, I think it was called, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And then obviously we're still using the metallic inks that are on the screen.
Okay, so going directly into the embossing folder. Now, what I did with the previous demonstration was I spritzed a little bit of water, or shimmer spray actually I did, but it could be water or shimmer spray, and I spritzed a little bit directly onto the embossing folder, but also onto the cardstock itself. So because these are water reactive, it gave me that lovely sort of watercolour feel to it, and it also bleached out some of the colour, so it gave an effect. This time, although, you know, I am working quite quickly, I'm not going to use any water whatsoever.
Okay.
I'm just going to go straight in with dry card. No water on either.
Looks amazing already.
It does, doesn't it? So I know, because I'm not using any water, so it's not reactivating that ink, I'm going to get a much softer result from the ink that's on the embossing folder. The more it dries, the less it's going to transfer. So if it does look too wishy-washy for you, then you can spritz. You can go through again and you could spritz. Let me just remove that machine for a second, the plate. So if I just do the reveal here,
Wow.
now we've got a much softer
look
effect.
At that.
There's actually quite a lot of colour still in there, so if you wanted it even softer, just apply less ink. Let me bring in the one that I did earlier. In fact, there's two that I've done earlier. Right, okay, and then I'll show you something else you could do with this as well. This was the one that I spritzed with water first. So I spritzed the cardstock and the embossing folder. So you can see where it's almost bleached out.
Yeah.
And then if you want to use a frame, you know, you can take areas out of it, you can spotlight, so that would make, I mean, it is a lovely background, that, isn't it? I love that watercolour effect. Another thing you could do, if you're thinking, well, yeah, I really quite like that, but I want to bring out that detail a little bit more, I'm just going to get, this is one of, I don't know if we've still got these, this is one of Lisa's bigger brushes.
Okay.
And I'm not even going to ink this. I know there's some ink from the past in there.
Okay.
So all I want to do is just pick up the tiniest little bit of ink on there, just to pick out that detail. It has had a dark grey or a black on this brush, so if I reload it, it's going to just take it too far for me. But just going over the top again now, because we've used that embossing folder, it's going to pick up on those ridges.
Like it's fine-tuning the design.
It is, yeah. Yeah, these are the Wonder brushes. Have we still got them?
Oh, Alex has found them.
Oh, nice.
Now, Alex is going to pop the details up on the screen.
There we are. So now, can you see how that's really sort of brought out the flowers a little bit more? Because it's just caught enough ink on the edges of the petals just to bring that to life. Now, you wouldn't even know that was done with the metallic ink so much. There is some shine in there, but because it's so subtle, you don't see so much of it.
You can tone it down when you need to.
Yeah. But there's so many different effects that you can create with those inks.
Oh, I found the brushes. So you're going to get a set of four. Set of four with the details that are on your screen. If you fancy getting hold of them, this is what you're going to get. Different sizes in there, going from your larger down to your smaller, which is lovely. Again, while we have stock of these, you can order them in multiples. And the price on your screen is not the price that you will be paying with these. Price is coming down. For each set of four, you are now just paying £14.99. Absolute brilliant price. So you could be tempted to go for multiples while we have the stock available, then you can do. When we don't have the stock, well, obviously you can't. So why not get them while you can? Love it.
Perfect. Right, while we're here as well, do we need to move on, or can I just mention something?
No, that's fine, you can
Is it all right? Because I want to just bring this, we barely got to see this earlier.
Okay.
The guillotine, just to show you how good this is as well.
Okay.
I did want to just, let me just grab a piece, I'm just going to go for a piece of white card here.
Okay.
It doesn't matter what size it is. Just to explain about this, this is in collaboration with Spellbinders, so you've got two great names there. You've got Lisa Horton Crafts, you've got Spellbinders, you've even got a little hanging hook there if you want it. This is a guillotine, so you've got that blade, which is shelf sharpening.
That's good.
You've got your finger guard. You've got your plate here that if you do get ink on it or anything messy, it will wipe clean. But what I love about this is you do have that little pin there, so when you pop this away, if you just lift it out, it locks into place.
That is genius.
So it's going to be nice and safe. The reason I love a guillotine is because, for me, sometimes with a paper trimmer, even the self-sharpening ones, they can still feather a little bit. That noise, but look how fine I can cut this. It's just absolutely
balanced all the way along.
So precise, exactly. So if you want to cut pieces of paper for quilling, you could do. If you want to go from diagonal to diagonal, you can just pop your corners directly onto the blade there. Make sure I've got that lined up right.
Nice and easy. It's a nice firm base with it as well.
It is, yeah. And that finger guard. And every single time you use it, you're sharpening that blade. So it's such a handy little tool,
Love the width
this one.
that you've got here as well, because you know that your fingers are safe, your card is going to be in the right position for you to cut, and you're not going to get your fingers too close to it. And also you've got your centimetres as well as your inches all the way there. I love this grid system on here.
Lovely to keep clean. If you craft on the move, you know, if you go to workshops, this is invaluable. It really is. I had a 12 by 12 paper trimmer, which I do love. There's nothing wrong with it. I do love it. But it was what I was bringing into the studios. I was carting it. It was a bit annoying to
If
carry
you're
around.
wanting to cut a small piece of card, it's like having is it a lump hammer to crack a walnut, isn't it? It's literally, you don't need to have it as big as that. It's much easier to work with something that's more manageable. So definitely worth considering getting hold of that. Something I must mention as well, we saw Lisa working with that stencil, not the stencil, sorry, it was the embossing folder, wasn't it? Yes. Oh, they come together, that's why I've got that. So the embossing folder that we saw Lisa working with is there, as you can see, with all that 3D detail, which was incredible, but it also comes alongside a fabulous layering stencil. Now you can use either or. We saw the embossing folder being just used by itself, but team them up together and my goodness, you're going to get some incredible results.
That's so pretty, isn't it? That looks as though it's the blending inks with the metallics in the centre. Or it could even be some wax on there, I'm not sure, but it looks like, I mean, that is absolutely wonderful, isn't it? That's, who's done that one?
Rebecca.
It's Rebecca. Amazing design team we have with Lisa. They all work very, very hard and send in the most beautiful samples.
I love it. But again, you've got choices. Is it the stencil by itself you're going to be using, or are you going to be using it with the embossing folder as well, or either or? Again, you've got a bit of metallic coming through because with the stencil you can.
That's it. You certainly can. Gorgeous
Beautiful.
again.
Beautiful design. Magnolias are such pretty flowers, aren't they? They don't last very long out on the tree, but you can have them lasting all year round if you've got them in the form of a stencil and an embossing folder. The layering stencil as well, I'm going to turn around because it's actually a series of stencils that you've got in here.
It is. So you've got 6 different stencils there, but if you wanted to highlight one particular flower, then you would be able to pinpoint that and pick it out. Some stencils are easier to do that than others. In fact, we're going to do that on one of the demonstrations in this hour. But yeah, lots and lots of beautiful layers there. What Lisa doesn't do is skimp on the layers so that you don't have too much going on each time that you put a layer down. That's why you get such a fabulous result. And you get more of that 3D effect coming through because you can layer those inks together and build on those colours.
Love that idea. So there you go, details are on your screen if you fancy getting hold of those. Or I should have told you, £33.98 is not your price. The price is coming down, so if you've already shopped for these, well, you can rest assured you're paying that lowest price, just £24.99. That is brilliant.
Oh, you're going to use this over and over.
And having both of them together, I think, is brilliant because then you don't have to think about coming back and getting the other, and you're not missing out on all that creativity because you've forgotten to shop for the other one at some stage.
That's right. Yeah. The fabulous set that. I love it. I
Beautiful.
love it.
So £24.99. Now, something else that Lisa brought to us during the course of the celebrations was a bumper bundle of dies. Now, these, you might have seen them at the beginning of the show. These are such a useful set to have because you've got all sorts of different shapes that are featuring here that you'll find yourself using all the time.
Definitely. And if you're looking at some of these, when we go through, there are some shapes that you will not have seen before. There's some that you might think, well, I've got a rectangle, I've got a circle. These will probably fall in between the sizes you've got from other brands as well. You've got that beautiful stitching line. They are nesting dies. They create your apertures. You can pattern build with these. You can paper piece with them. You can use them for your card making, for your memory books, for your mixed media. They're just going to keep on giving.
Absolutely. You've got 10 die sets, but when you have a look at each one of these, you've got lots of dies within those sets. So you really have got a bumper bundle of very useful dies indeed. Now, the deal on your screen, obviously you can see you can get involved with the information that is there, but price is not what you're going to be paying for these. I'm going to pass these over to you, Lisa, because you've got the overhead camera, and I think that's a good way for us to actually look at these.
Now, I don't know what order they're in. It doesn't matter because you're buying the full bundle. So we can see straight away you've got those rounded cornered rectangles there.
Love that stitch detail.
It's gorgeous, isn't it? I am going to bring this board in to show you because you can see how they nest together. Paola put these together. She's done an incredible job.
She's very good at stuff like that,
she is, isn't she? She works very, very hard. Yes, the little Spanish lady. They were her words, not mine. There you can see the tags. What I love about the tags is you've got some great sizes, so you can make your tag books. You can make your gift tags. If you want to put the hole in there, you can do. If you want the reinforcement, you've got that there as well. I even say keep out that drop-out piece. Use your ball tool, make it a little bit more cylindrical. I don't think it's quite the right word. But shape it a little bit, dome it, and use them for centres of flowers or your faux jewels. If I show you the tags themselves, there you are. There you can see with the reinforcement on there. Absolutely beautiful.
Now the
Always
squares.
useful.
Square. These are a little bit out of
shall I
order.
look? Sorry, I didn't
Yeah,
realise
if
they
you
were out of
find the
order.
board, I'll
There you go,
talk
I think
about
there's your
this. Oh, there we are. Right, so you've got, of course, you've got your right-angled corners there. So nice sharp corners on this one, which I really, really like. I'll show you why in a little while. And there you've got all of your different sizes. So again, whether you're using them as apertures, whether you're nesting, whether you want to build almost a pyramid with them, you've got all those effects there. You could cut those in half. You could turn them into triangles, although we do have triangles as
We're
well.
back on track.
This is such a bumper bundle. The diamonds, I love this. Look how that draws your eye in when you nest together. I mean, and you've got this teeny tiny one, so great again for your pattern building. I always think of those jumpers when I see a diamond.
The Fair Isle.
The Fair Isle jumpers, yeah. But great. If I said earlier on, if you're crafting with coloured card or you've got inky backgrounds and you've got little scraps, use the smaller dies and cut those out and keep them in a pot so you've got them ready to go. So that, you know, when you're short of time, you've got something you can just
lovely.
grab.
They're shapes that you can actually nest together and make almost magical layouts with those, a bit like fabric when you're quilting.
Absolutely. We've got the octagon here as well, which I absolutely adore. You can see all of those different sizes. You can, of course, create your folded cards. I love these because they make little miniatures. So created on the fold there, and then you're matting and layering a simple little flower and a sentiment, and you've got a very cute little card. That's the octagons. Beautiful. The circles, I would say out of all the die shapes, I probably use circles more than anything else.
Yes, yeah.
I often use circles for creating stencils and backgrounds and suns and moons and that sort of thing. And as I said, if you work with these in between the layers of maybe another brand of dies, you will find that they're different and they will fit in between, so it opens up those options further.
Oh,
this one is proving to be a big favourite with people, actually. This is a squashed ovals.
Okay, a squirrel.
So
A
yeah, which is really, really interesting. And it works whether it's horizontal or vertical.
Nice, yeah.
Turn it into a barrel, turn it into a vase,
Yes,
you know, nest again, create
Nice
those
for
tunnel
labels as
cards.
well.
Great for labels, absolutely fantastic for labels.
Lovely.
And then, is this the last one?
No, we've got this one as well.
Oh, we've got another one as well.
Let me slide that under there. There you go.
Right, okay, so there we have our beautiful triangles, our corner triangles. Again, you can pattern create with these. You've got your photograph corners if you want them for your journals as well. There's all your different sizes. Still with that stitching line. This has got to be the last one.
It is.
Well, actually, there's still two.
Oh, is there?
Two more.
Oh, there's one underneath.
Another favourite,
Nice,
the arch. There's some very clever samples using these dies on the set as well.
And also, the little hole that we saw earlier on with the tag, you could actually use on
you
that
could,
scallop
of course
tags.
you could. Yeah, that would look really, really nice. They could be page turners if you wanted them to be in a scrapbook or something like that, some of the smaller ones. So think outside the box, and then this has definitely got to be the final one there. This one I absolutely love again. So this is our nested curved pockets. So I've got some bits that I've already got cut out with this one, which I'm going to bring in a second as well. But whether you want those little corners, whether you want to build these together, I don't know if we can find it, but there is a card. I think it's on the display at the front. Oh, no, it's that one.
Yeah.
That's it,
There you go, have it there.
How clever is this?
Yes.
Look, we've got Blooming Perfect, created a rainbow using those corner pockets. There is another card with a rainbow that's been created using the arches as well, which is equally as beautiful. Yes, isn't that wonderful?
That's so cute.
Isn't that lovely?
Oh, look at that.
You know, so think outside the box again there. It's just, there's so much you can achieve with these dies. There really, really is.
I love it. We've got some finished samples to share with you as well. Teaming them up with other things that Lisa brings to us as well. So you can see, as a kind of like foundation or somewhere to get started with, amazing. I'm yet to drop that price with you guys. Should we do that now as we look at the finished samples? Because you'd normally think to yourself, for 67 dies, I think the guys counted within this particular bundle, the price that we saw originally, a brilliant deal. Now we're looking at £179.99, which makes it even better value. You've got a 5-way split on this one as well. So again, we're not going to be shouting about that because we're outside, technically, of the birthday celebrations, but we're still bringing you those amazing deals. So again, whichever way you're using those different shapes, whether it's just getting you started, because you've got that kind of crafty mojo day when it's disappeared and you need a little bit of help, or whether you're creating things like little frames using the octagons that you've got in there, I love the segment dies that we saw earlier on as well. Very, very effective. And utilise, this is clever, utilising all the
This
little
is what I mean about the
pieces.
pattern building.
Is that clever?
Yeah. So just cut out those little individual, don't waste any scraps, put them in a pot, and then when you've got a day where you think, oh, I don't know what to do today, haven't got much time, you've got all those pieces, just build those patterns.
It's a good day when you're looking after the grandkids or nieces and nephews.
Oh,
They'd have loads of
yes.
fun with those.
That would be
wouldn't they?
great.
And there's another one as well, similar ideal, but just using one shape. Beautiful. Very busy for these again. Lots of you, again, it might have been a case that you didn't have the opportunity to get hold of them previously. Well, why not go for them now? Details are on your screen, as you can see. And for just $35.99, you can get involved today. Obviously, you've got your other payments that will be going out at monthly increments afterwards, but it means that you will get everything sent on its way to you straight away, so you can get crafting with them way before you finish paying. So, I love that idea.
Okay. Now, we've just seen the corner, but just to show you a little bit of something else, I've just got a piece of square card. I've used the largest of the squares there with that beautiful stitching detail. If you want to add one of the corner pockets to it, which I've got one in black again here, you'll see that the stitching lines, well, you won't see because it's black, but the stitching line will line up with the stitching line of the layer underneath.
Okay,
so if I put that white one over the top again, then you can see that it's going to follow through beautifully. So that could create a page in a memory book, in a journal. I haven't got a tag.
Nice
cut,
as well.
but you've got pockets there.
I was just about to say you could use it for little pockets and photo
You could even keep
corners.
the square as a pocket.
Yeah.
But, you know, just stick the sides that you want to stick, and then you could have multiple layers to tuck your photographs and things into as well. This one, in fact, we're going to come to this set in a second. This is also, in fact, I'm going to turn it that way. Put it at the top just so you can see the flower better. This is taken from another set we've got on the show, so it goes to show you can still work with those embossing folders and the stencils as well, and create designs on these die cuts before you apply them to your different projects.
Very useful set, I have to say. You'll find yourself having those out all the time. So get yourself some magnetic sheets, because you won't be putting them away. You'll have them all out in front of you and you'll be using them on a daily basis. So yeah, wise investment in my humble opinion.
Okay, so shall we move on to some embossing folders and stencils?
Yeah, let's do it, yeah.
Right, we did look at this one earlier. So we did this in the earlier hours. So this is our beautiful magnolia twiggy wreath. It's gorgeous. If I turn this around, you'll see how beautifully embossed that is again. You get the stencils. There is the embossing folder to emboss, but you also get 2 dies with this one as well. So you can take out the centre if you wanted to remove that, or you could cut the whole piece in its entirety out. So yeah, you've got options there with the dies. Such a beautiful piece. I'm going to reuse this in the next bit of demonstration, but I'm not going to do the whole thing.
Okay.
I'd say grab this while you can, because it's such a good price.
Very pretty, and I love that delicate detail that you got from the twigs. Gorgeous.
Yeah, definitely.
£33.98. That's going to get you both the embossing folder as well as your stencil set, and of course the dies that are involved with those as well. So both coming together. If you're wanting to get hold of these, then the price is coming down. Here you go. If you want to get a hold of them, the details are on your screen. Get them into your basket, and at £29.99, you can be in very good company checking your baskets out, because lots of you have taken advantage of those at that price.
Perfect.
Beautiful.
Perfect. Right, now I know the Ultimate is out of stock again, so rather than bringing mine in, I'm just not going to use it, because I just want to show you that you can use all of Lisa's stencils without the Ultimate as well. In fact, I'm not going to do a huge piece for this, but if you wanted to use the cardstock that Lisa has, the ish card is amazing because it's always cut to size for you. If it was a 7x5 embossing folder, you've got the 7x5 ish cardstock.
And it's ish because it's a little bit bigger?
It's a little bit smaller. So if I was to grab this embossing folder, oh, and by the way, don't forget, because your inks, your metallic inks, are already water soluble, you can just wash these up. So if I went through the die cutting machine again with that, it would transfer some more colour. So I'd still get that softness of colour coming through, but if I want it totally clean, just give it a wipe, give it a wash in warm soapy water. But you can see the cardstock fits just inside there, so you don't have to trim it down.
Clever.
It's not going to catch when it goes through your die cutting machine. It's just
and also
such a
got
great
more
thing having that
chance
to
of getting it
size.
straight as well.
Exactly. Now, if you were using, I've got the tacky mat here. I believe they're available.
These are clever.
These are very clever. If you've got pets, if you've got, I don't know, you're wearing a jumper with fluff on it, you may find it picks up little bits and pieces, glitter. Just wash them in warm soapy water.
Oh, okay.
That will bring the tacky back. as I've got that on the mat, if I move it, you can see it's the mat that's moving, not the tacky. It will hold your cardstock as well, although if you want to tape down to be extra secure, you can. With the stencils, if you're not using the Ultimate or you don't have an Ultimate, then what I would say is use a pencil or something to mark the holes. Because I haven't got one to hand at the moment, I'm just going to add a little bit of ink through there so I can see where I'm going to line up. So you can see those little dots there.
Okay, clever, yeah.
So what I'm going to do with this one, and I believe I've got these in order, I'll stick with the pink just because I've picked the pink brush up. If I can find where I've put my pink ink. Oh, where's the pink ink? There it is. Right, don't forget also we have, I'm losing everything now here.
It's the end of the day.
Yeah, you can see I've been using mine as a palette. So we've got the silicone mats as well, which will hold your inks in place.
Clever.
So I've got that the wrong way around, haven't I? So it holds your lid and it holds your ink. That means that when you're working, because that's not going to go anywhere, when you're using your brush, it's not sliding all around on the table. It's going to hold it nice and steady for you. But I use it for my glue gun, for my resin as well. I use it for all sorts of different reasons.
Details are on your screen. You're actually going to get two of those. So it's a buy one, get one free deal, as you can see there. Except it's kind of buy one, get one free and a little bit of money off as well, because the price is coming down. So there you go. Prices come down to just $14.99. So that's pretty much the price of one. Yeah, so there you go. Buy one, get one free.
They are great. Don't forget to get your extra brushes. Remember, if you're going for the metallics, then try and keep a separate set if you've already got the blending inks or the interference. Now, I tend to use the mylar of each layer, if there's room, as a palette as well. And I'm only going to work on this bottom area. So I'm just going to use a little bit of ink, and I'm keeping it quite subtle. I'm not going to put too much down there. Barely touched the ink pad because there was already quite a lot on there. So that's layer one.
Okay.
So straight away I've got some colour down. If I line up again with those dots, I'm going to go back in with the same colour, and I'm going to start in the centre and just blend outwards a little bit so I've got more intensity in the centre of the flower.
And you can kind of see where the previous layer was because you've got a more intense pink.
Yeah, there you are. So you can see, you know, you can really see that coming to life. Now, I'm not going to worry about the next layer because it's my wreath, and I'm not using the wreath on this one, so I can skip 2 layers there. The next layer, which is layer number 5, I can see though, if I line those registration marks up, I have got some little leaves. So I'm going to open up my green. Just pop that in there as well. I think I've got a lid off something else.
Oh, you have, yes.
I've picked up 2 lids there, haven't I? Let's take that off there. There we are. Let me just grab my green. In fact, I don't even know that I need any more ink on this. I'm just going to pick up what's on there. And again, keep it very, very subtle. Just adding a little bit of ink there. So we can see we're starting to pick out the leaves. The next layer, we'll just line that up again. Yes, we've got some more leaves there. So if I wanted to go a little bit darker, I could add some more ink, but actually, I think there's still enough on there. You'll still see a little bit of that shine coming through, even though I'm keeping this quite subtle.
Oh, look at
but
that.
The definition there, really, really nice. Then if I line up the next one, we've got just one more leaf. Remember, if you're working with a whole stencil, then you're going to be doing a lot more than this. There's a tiny little area in the middle, so I'm going to pick that up as well. Let me just go a little bit darker with this one, just so you can see the difference. So I've picked some extra ink up there.
So it's the same colour ink, you just kind
It's
of
the
more
same
intense.
colour ink,
Oh, look
yeah,
at that.
but you can really see the difference, can't you? And then finally, our final layer would be...
Oh, you can see the centres.
Yeah. We've got the centre and also the detail on those leaves again. So I could use a smaller detail brush here, but because I've got this one in my hand and I'm trying to fit as much as I can in, I wanted to try something else with the inks that it may or may not work. I'm going to be brave, Hayley.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to be brave. I'm just going to go with a little bit of green in the centre and also bring in the yellow that I had before without reloading. Yeah, let's go with that. You can see the shine in the centre of the flower, actually, can't you?
Oh, look at that.
So there we have that wonderful little floral. And if I grab...
And the thing that I love, It's just a little bit of ink that's been used with that. Yes, you've got your investment of your stencil. I get that. You've got the investment of your ink pads. Yes, I get that. But if you're making to sell your cards or making cards for fundraising, you're not using loads and loads of background papers.
That's right.
And different kind of
That's
adhesives
right.
and things. Yeah.
And then if I wanted to die cut that, then I can see exactly
Yeah.
the size I want to make that work. If I wanted to emboss it once it's die cut, I can emboss it as well. And that could be an alternative centre to my little card here if I
Perfect.
wanted to use it in that way. So yeah, look at breaking down the stencils as well as using them in their entirety.
I love it. And of course the octagon came from the big set of stencils that we chatted about earlier on. Lovely shape, I have to say, and perfect for the example that Catherine's just shown you. So there you go. If you want to get hold of your die sets, then the details are on your screen. Your investment today is just £35.99, but you will get all 10 packs sent to you. You'll have 4 further payments, and those 4 payments are at monthly increments. If you shop with us already today, then you don't have to worry about your post and packing. If not, that will be added onto that first payment. But it also means that you can add other goodies into your basket, because once your post and packing is paid for on one item, it covers you for the whole day. And you could fill that basket with so many different products, not just from one company, like Lisa Horton Crafts, but it could be that you're adding other crafty items in, maybe from the next our lovely Sanntangle, which we've got coming up. What's the plan next?
Okay, right. Shall we just touch on the drop shadow? I did this
Okay.
earlier on. I'll go through this again with you because you've got 2 sets, actually. I've just got one of them, but there is 2, so I know you've got both of them there.
I have indeed. These are good.
We'll go happy birthday, I think, this time.
Okay.
Let me just move this one out of the way. They're great, especially if you've got a die cutting machine, great. If you go for the fundamentals, as you can see there, you can cut out these and use them as a focal point on a card. You could put them on your inserts of your cards if you wanted to as well.
Nice idea. Shall I give you the 2 lots of packaging,
Yeah,
just so
okay.
you can show everybody what you're getting with the
Right,
detail
okay.
that's on your screen?
So you've got wishing you a happy birthday, feel better soon, oops, I forgot your birthday. I did say before as well, if you just went with the oops bit, if somebody's maybe had a little bit of an accident, broken their leg or
Yes,
something,
that's-
rather as an alternative, get well.
Yes,
card,
that's a nice idea.
What have you done, sort of thing. Then on this one, you've got best wishes, just because, with love, miss you, happy birthday, a note to say, and how are you? So
Very
you've got 2 on 3 of those,
Yes,
haven't you?
yeah.
So you've got a lot of different sentiments within those 2 bundles. Very, very easy to use. I'm just going to come back with, let's go for happy birthday.
And that's quite a sizable sentiment that you've got on there.
It is, yeah.
Card front or
I was
something.
going to change it for a smaller piece of card, but we'll go with this. So same thing would apply. If you haven't got the Ultimate or you don't want to use the Ultimate, then a little bit of tape would help hold this down. In fact, I have got some on my die cutting machine. So the card is actually being held quite nicely by the tacky mat, but the stencil itself might move a little bit. I may not have got that dead straight, but it's only for the demonstration.
Wonk is the new straight.
Right. So I went pink last time, so I'm going to go a different colour. Try not to put ink on all of my...
She's saving the brushes.
On all of my brushes, yeah, I'm trying to say some. So I'm using Mojito again here, that gorgeous green. So again, I always work the ink into the bristles of the brush. They are slanted, so you can see which way to hold them. Try not to hold them directly up. Try to go more like a pen.
Is it?
No.
But having that angle there almost urges you to do them at the angle that you're using. Yeah.
I'm going to do a couple of different colours here. So we'll start with the green, and you can see how I'm blending that in from that wonderful mylar sheet that we've got these created with.
Now, just as Catherine's adding that ink, should we do something about the price that's on your screen? Because you're actually getting volume 1 and volume 2. So all of those lovely phrases and sentiments that Catherine took us through at the top, but it's not the price you're paying. So rather than your £33.98, you're paying less than £30 now for all of those phrases and sentiments, and you're just looking at $29.99. Amazing
Such a
value.
price, really is. Right, okay, so we've gone with the Mojito. I'm going to go yellow next, I think. Now, this is where I really should change my brush because, no, it's orange, isn't it? Let's go orange.
Okay.
I'm just going to go with it. I'm going to go with it. So it will blend into a slightly darker colour because we've already got green on there. We've already got green also on the stencil itself. So just applying the colour at the bottom. We can get the ombre effect or a jewel effect. It's entirely up to you. the bigger the wording, the more space you've got to add more colours if you wanted to.
Fair point, yeah.
So you can see there, that's a little bit more intense at one side, so we'll add some more just where we need it. Let's go back in there as well.
With the brushes,
Okay.
if you do want to, you just wash them with a bit of soapy water and clean them, or do you tend to keep them just for one colour? Oh, look at that.
I would advise you not to wash them.
Okay.
So get a microfiber cloth or some cardboard and just get rid of as much as you can.
Okay.
But a microfiber cloth or a very slightly damp one would also
Okay.
work. But
Yeah.
I wouldn't wash them because it can spoil the bristles. And I've learnt a lot about brushes and things with having a painting and decorating shop
course,
as well.
yes, yeah.
So, and I can tell you that with certain bristles on brushes as well, if you wash something in water that's too warm, it makes the bristles swell. So you spoil them
okay.
anyway. So you don't want to do that.
There you go.
Yeah, so there are 2 layers to this. You could keep it there. I should have put my registration lines on here and I didn't. So I am going to guess a little bit at this one. I know it's sort of offset from the bottom towards the right-hand side. If you don't want smudges like I've got there, tape all the way around. If you're going on to the front of a card or something like that, then, you know, just make sure that you've taped that off.
Okay.
I'm going to go with the blue just because I want a contrast. So we'll go quite intense with the blue. And remember, these are your metallic inks, so they do blend. They are water reactive. You can use them very subtly. You can use them very intensively as well. Just add whatever you need to add.
It sounds like a bit of a daft question as well when you've used them in so many different ways. Can you just use them on stamps as well?
You can stamp with them. You can stamp with them. Remember, these are going to stay open longer because they're blendable inks. So, yeah, experiment a little bit, but you certainly can stamp with them. Just be aware that they're going to take a little bit longer to dry.
An open time. Could you use a clear embossing powder?
You could do, yeah.
Okay, fair enough. Just something that popped into my head then.
So let's take away that tape again there, and then you can see how you've now got that definition. And it's really brought that to life, hasn't it?
I love it.
It really brought it to life.
Brilliant. And you can get all sorts of different variations, especially if you're using the ink pads that are on your screen. If you've got 10 different colours in there. And, of course, you can be making your own colours, blending them together. Love it. Very effective. Very, very popular as well. Shall I show you those colours again? Because here we've got them as they appear on 2 different colours of cardstock. On the top, you have got your white cardstock. On the bottom, you have got your black. Of course, there's loads of different cardstocks in between, so you get different results dependent on the cardstock that you're working with. Top tip would be to maybe do a bit of experimenting. Maybe get some of those dies from the Ultimate set that we've been looking at and create your own little colour swatches on different types of card to see the kind of result that you get. But straight away, you can see the metallic content with these. It's so intense. You're going to get some incredible results. Still got a 5-way split, so that's a bit of a post-birthday celebration that we're pretending isn't really there. Well, if management are watching anyway. But it does mean you can get hold of all 10 of those ink pads for just £14.38 today. Obviously, you'll have your subsequent payments that will come out of your account on a monthly basis until they're all paid for, but you get to craft with them from the get-go because they're all sent together. Catherine's, she's ready to go. What are you doing?
Well,
what are you ready for?
I wanted to try this. This might go horribly wrong. I'm using the metallic inks again. I've put some yellow down onto my silicone mat, some pink as well. I'm going to go with a little bit of blue. Doesn't matter if they cross over.
Okay.
Right, okay, I'm going to get some water. It could be your shimmer spray again. I'm just going to spritz that so we've got, we've got movement in the ink there. Let me get a little bit of white card there.
And this is the back of the silicone mat that you use.
This is the back of the silicone mat. Now, what I'm going to do, I would say you are probably better off using a glass jar or a glass for this.
Okay.
I didn't have one, and it was something I thought of sort of after the last show.
Okay.
I'm now going to, try not to spill it. I'm now going to put a little mark down, but what I'm going to do is grab a brush. Oh, where's the brush I wanted? I'm going to have to go with a smaller one. I'm going to use quite a lot of water here, and I'm just going to start to pick up, work around the edge of this. So with plenty of water. If you've got watercolour card, this might be a little bit better. This wonderful Super Smooth will work also. Now, what I'm not going to do is add more colour. I want to draw that ink out, working around that edge, because with it being water reactive, you're going to get that bleed of colour going into that area. That's exactly what I wanted it to look like. I'm so pleased you said that, Hayley, because that means it's worked. It looks like a bubble. And then if you want to go with different size bottle tops as well, then you can do exactly the same thing. So you just need lots of water. Ideally, you want a full circle, but you can pull that colour out. And if you let this dry a little bit and then overprint, then of course you can have the bubbles crossing over each other. But
perfect.
They look really nice, don't they?
I love it. Clever
you could,
technique.
even when it's dry, use another brush and faux bleach out some more colour, so you get, you know, where you get the highlights in the bubble. Or you could go with a gel pen and draw that in as well. But it's just another technique that you can create with the inks.
I love it. Now, if you are looking for your silicone mat, we have got the silicone mats available. You get a duo pack. So you get 2 of these. Probably saw them earlier on when Catherine was doing her demonstration and she had her ink pad sitting there very securely, I have to say. And of course, you've got the advantage, you can flip it over and use it for all sorts. So 2 of those for just £14.99. Normally be paying that for 1 of these, but you're actually going to get 2 within the set. So brilliant value. That's why it's a buy one, get one free deal. Sorry, I was a bit distracted then looking at what Catherine's created.
Well, I've just picked up the ink that was remaining on the back of the silicone mat there as well, just by literally putting the cards on the top. That has created, again, a beautiful effect that is going to be a wonderful background that would be, I could die cut with the fundamentals. There's only one thing that we haven't managed to get in again this hour, I think, and that's that magnolia heart.
Oh, yes.
Can we quickly show that? Did we show the samples for that earlier?
We didn't, no. I was kind of going with the ones as we went through them and I completely missed it. I'll show you very quickly. You've got some beautiful cards featuring in here. Magnolia, obviously, you can see there, beautiful. And then you've also got the heart featuring these as well. These are gorgeous. Details on your screen, you're going to get an embossing folder and your layering stencil. So it's similar to the magnolia that we saw earlier on, but obviously featuring the heart in this one. And that price is going to be changing. Oh my goodness, look, it almost looks like you can pick them up.
Yeah. And if you use Lisa's white core cardstock and sand back, because, especially on that background, you're going to get the core coming through your card as well, which would look lovely.
Just £24.99 for the duo. So what we're going to get in both of them, oh, is that my top there? It's almost like I thought about it. That's more accident than anything.
Oh, these are great. And Lisa purposely didn't put a die with this one, so you can keep the centre of the heart solid. So if you want to stamp directly into it or add a sentiment, it's very easy to do that, you know. But you could still fussy cut around those flowers or stencil those separately as well, because you do have the stencils and the embossing folder.
Beautiful. There you go. Brilliant value for money. So if you like the idea of those, get those into your basket as well. Do we know when you're back again, Catherine?
I think I'm back on the 18th of February, so not too
long to wait.
Not too far away.
Well, it's been a pleasure working with you
Thank
as well.
you. Oh, it's been lovely
as
to see you,
always, and you too. And thank you for all your creativity. And Lisa, if you're watching, thank you for bringing us so many wonderful crafty things. Let's see more of them soon. I will see you after the break. Sandra is back again with an amazing deal. Oh, you need to stay tuned. Do not go anywhere, especially if you like colouring on your darker cardstock. That's as much as I'm saying. Sworn to secrecy.
She's a busy lady.
She is very, very busy. I'll see you after the break.
Registering for a HobbyMaker account on our website couldn't be easier. Head over to the HobbyMaker website and click on Register Now. Type in your preferred email address, create a password of your choice, and we just ask you for a few simple details. Click on Create Account and away you go. Within your account settings, you can view your order history, address and card details and any items in your basket. Shopping made easy with HobbyMaker.
Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the HobbyMaker gift card? Decide between posting the card or delivery by email, and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the HobbyMaker gift card?
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on HobbyMaker.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the HobbyMaker app. Head over to the App Store now and search HobbyMaker and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all the products that are featured throughout the day. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see our bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the Schedule button and you can go back to watch and shop. And you can see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send us a message to the studio. You can also keep up with the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. So never miss a show by watching on the go with the HobbyMaker app.
Hello there and welcome back. Welcome back to our penultimate hour tonight. Where's the day going? It's flown by. We've had so many amazing hours during the course of the day today. We're going to be creating again, very, very creative during this, and I'm very excited because Sandra, I have to say, you're one of the nicest people in craft. Let's start off with, we had a situation earlier on where we had people shopping for the pencils and asking about additional white pencil. Now this is something that she didn't need to do it. She could have just thought, oh yeah, whatever, you asked the question, I've moved on to other things. But no, not our Sandra. We had a lovely person email in asking about getting packs of the white pencils, not being able to provide those with you. But you said, Sandra, that's not good enough.
No, not at all, because what we thought, you are going to use that white pencil a lot and you're going to run out. And I would hate you to think, oh, well, I've got to order it a bit later. So anybody that's brought my tin of pencils from the last show, we will put an extra white pencil in the pack as well. So you don't have to look for it, it'll be there. So you've got an extra, you're going to use
Sandra,
it.
you love
So
it.
once you've used one and it's got to this big, you can then swap that out and have a new one in it. So I'll make sure that happens.
Thank you, that's very generous of you. So if you did shop for those in the last hour...
Yeah, sorry you couldn't find it.
If you're not watching, you'll think, oh, hang on a minute, they made a mistake, they sent me two. So yeah, it's going to be a happy accident for anybody. If you're thinking about shopping for them now, you might want to do it pretty quickly though, because we haven't got a huge amount of those left. But in this hour, we're concentrating on another tin of pencils, and I think you're going to like these.
I know.
It's all part of a fabulous bundle.
I know. It's quite exciting, actually, because it's always nice to bring Tangle in. We've brought it in so many different ways today and so many starting points, depending what you want to do. But this is a nice little bundle that's going to sort of give you a little bit of everything. So you're going to get the black edition pencils, which is why we sort of left it for the last one, and a couple of little bits and pieces that are sort of on display there that we're putting together in a bundle. And if you thought, oh, I'm going to get the black edition pencils, don't buy them on their own.
Absolutely.
Because this is an absolute bargain.
Absolutely. Now, Details are on your screen. I've got it to the side of me here already. You're going to get a lot of content in here. You're going to get these amazing pencils. Now, you can shop for the pencils by themselves. They're $15.99, but please don't go looking for them. In fact, I'm not going to give you the details. I might show you the details in a little while to show you what brilliant value this bundle is. You're going to get a lovely little wallet there, a bit of shine on there, but you can see there you've got a clear wallet to keep everything in. What else have we got in here, Sandra?
Shall I do an open pack?
Oh, go on then. If you've got one there, let's do it.
Okay. So, of course, you're going to get your pencils. Now, my pencils, I've took out the box and I've actually made a little pencil roll with all mine in. So these are all, and you can tell they're well used. Love them. But in here, look at this. You're going to get, you ready?
Oh, that's such a satisfying pop.
So you're going to get your fine liner pen.
Brilliant. We had people shopping for those earlier on.
You're going to get a tortillon. Now, I know only one, but you can file it with a nail file and it'll last for ages.
Okay.
Now, right at the bottom there, hang on, you're going to get your 2B pencil, which means you're going to be able to blend. So, really nice.
Lovely.
Pack of tiles. Now, they could be any colour. They'd be a mix of anything. So, you're going to get some tiles. And the reason I put them in, because here, you've got a little colouring book of tiles.
Okay.
So, what I've done in this book, it's just like it says all tiles. Remember tiles that we did earlier?
Yeah.
These little squares?
Yeah.
This one actually, this is the one that's dried lit from when I inked it.
Ah,
Anyway.
okay.
So what I've done, I've enlarged them a little bit. So you've got one that's part drawn, one that's got more on it.
Okay.
Really good if you're trying to learn and do
Yes.
something extra. And of course, if you've brought those tangle patterns earlier,
Yeah.
then you can use these to add a little stamped sentiment there.
Nice, yeah.
One's part done, one's that's got more done, part done, more done.
Fabulous.
So what you can actually do, if you think, oh, I quite like the idea of this, you can actually find these, I think most of them anyway, on YouTube as start to draw them. But you see this one?
Yeah.
I think you get the idea. You've got like a circle or a bubble there with little
Yeah.
wobbly lines. You could transfer these and you could draw them onto your tiles. And then you could use your pencil and your torchon or your coloured pencils to actually work that. So all that in one pack.
So I'm looking at this and thinking, that's it. You don't need anything else to get started.
No, you don't. You've got your inspiration. And even in the back there, you've actually got like, some patterns to get you started.
Perfect.
So what I would be doing with these, I mean, we did this one earlier, so you've already seen that one.
Yeah.
Is anything that's on there that's not in the book that we did earlier, you could add these to your own little sort of blank spaces to sort of add more to it. And then use them. That's how I've done this. I've drawn them using those kind of patterns. Look at that one. That would make a lovely card, wouldn't it?
But you know what, as well, as we start looking towards holiday season, getting on the plane, this, being all in that pack together, you don't need to think about, have a pack this, have a pack that, I want to do a bit of Sanntangling on the
all
beach
there, look.
or on the journey. It is all in there. So even if you're not new to tangling, it's a brilliant bundle. Thank you for taking us through everything.
Well, do you know, it's just nice, isn't it, to have something in that pack. And then, of course, you've got your pencils.
Yes.
Yeah, make yourself a pencil roll. They're dead easy to do. And put them all in there. Then you've got your pencils. You could even fit them in there if you wanted to. But you've got everything together. But they're not just for white paper, are they?
Well, this is it, and we will see them in action. But you guys, I know you'll be looking at the price saying, okay, now you're talking about the pencils being available by themselves, but don't buy them. Go for the bundle that we've got on the screen. So let's address what we've got on the screen to start with. So £40.99, that is what you would normally be paying for the bundle that Sandra has just taken us through. Now, those pencils that are included in here, my goodness, you could shop for them by themselves. They're included in here, but let's deal with that price to start with. So rather than £40.99, where are we going with this one?
This
is
is
it John?
crazy.
Is it John that we need to worry
He's
about?
not going to be watching. He's
not
looking
watching.
after the puppy.
Oh, yes, the puppy. I haven't asked about it.
He's going to look after. He's busy. Way busy, I can tell you.
£19.99 for all of that. Now, whether you're brand new to Sanntangling, whether you are an experienced tangler, whether you just want to tangle everywhere, even when you are in the car with somebody else not driving, whether you're on a plane going off to a holiday, whether you're on a beach, in a cafe, in your work bag because you want to do a little bit during your lunch hour, this is the perfect way for you to know that you've got everything that you need in there. You've got your tiles to get started with, your base core element, you've got your inspiration with the tile book in there, over half the stock has gone. You're going to get your pencil in there, HB pencil pencil that you're going to be able to blend with your tortillon that is included in there as well. You've got your 303 micron pen in there. That's a universal sign for a micron pen. And of course you've got the colour there with those beautiful pencils. So the pencils, I told you they were available by themselves. If we were shopping for the pencils by themselves, Alex, what price would we be paying for them? So £21.99, that's what you would normally be paying for the pencils by themselves. So you're paying more for the pencils than you would do for the bundle. But I'll be honest, we have got a bit of a deal for you with the pencils, so you can get them at a deal price. I still wouldn't buy them because you're looking at £14.99 for the pencils alone. Sorry, £15.99. Look at the price of the bundle that we've got on the screen. They're in that bundle, but just for an extra few pounds more, you are getting everything else. Now, I will warn you, if you're shopping for this, and you might be shopping for this for a friend as well, I can see some of you going for multiples of these, you need to check your baskets out. We've got more and more people getting involved. We haven't even seen those pencils doing their thing, and you wait until you see them. You'll definitely want this if you haven't already got it in your basket. But please check your baskets out, because some of you guys are going to miss out on this, and that makes me a little bit worried because it's such a lovely bundle to get hold of. Now, we've had a question come through, I believe, from Sharon already. It's nice to have it. Derbyshire questions already. Hi, Sandra and Hayley. This may be a daft question. No such thing as a daft question. Never exists. But is there a certain sort of eraser or rubber that you can use? You're very clever, Sandra, isn't she?
Oh, well, thank you. But do you know what? The clever person is you for following the instructions. So let's... in terms of, as long as it's a soft rubber, honestly. I mean, at the moment, I've got... these, it's a Classmaster, so it's not a well-known brand, but it's nice and soft. It's not quite malleable, so it's not like quite putty. You see how kind of soft it is? That means I can cut a little bit off and I can use it, you know, like I did. Let me show you my little rubber from earlier. So I've got like points and things on it. They're not expensive. The time you use a rubber and you find that they're not so nice is when they feel, you know, when you rub along and it sort of pulls your paper.
Yes, yeah.
Or it feels a bit too hard. You don't want a hard rubber, something nice and soft. Helix do a really nice one.
Yeah.
And, there's another one in a little square as well. But yeah, it's all about soft.
Okay. And I love that idea of cutting it and making it the size that you want. That's really clever.
Well, you don't mind if they're inexpensive. It doesn't matter. You use that little bit, put it in your box, and then you've got it for when you need it, haven't you?
Now, Sandra, before we run out of stock, can we have a look at those pencils?
Yes, I'm going to show you the pencils. I've got myself a dark coloured tile here, and this is the whole point, because, of course, my regular tin of pencils is brilliant, but when you're on darker paper, you're not quite going to get the colour. So you would expect, wouldn't you, to see white on there, and you are going to see white on there. Okay, so you've got your white, and you would expect to see yellow. But let's try a different colour. Let's try tranquil blue.
Ooh. Oh, look. Oh, you can still see that.
And let's try, what else have we got? There we go, purple jewel.
Sandra, sorry to butt in. We've got 35 people with these in their baskets. We've got one left.
Okay. John will never know. I need to shop.
There you go. We're just in aisle knowledge. Not sure how that happened.
Yeah.
We're going to carry on looking at the colours.
Yeah,
so you have got the pencils available on the road.
Grey on grey there.
Wow.
Yeah. Coffee. This is John's coloured pencil. Look at that. Now, the nice thing about these, coffee's John's. I've got green tea.
Oh, okay. It's a nice green. I like that.
Yeah. Sarah's Halloween.
So
let's find Halloween.
I love that you've got colours for different bits of the tea.
Sarah's are very, very much into Halloween. Then we've got Tommy. We've got, where is it? That's not hot chocolate. I've got it somewhere. There you go. Peacock blue.
Oh, is he a bit of a peacock then?
It's his second name.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. And then we've got Mindful blue, Mystic blue. Let's have a look. I've got Doodle grey, but the nice one, look, I've just used is, where is it? Dobby grey.
Oh, Dobby grey. That had to be a Dobby
There's
one.
a Sanntangle red version 2 in there. And at the moment, I'm just sort of doing little swatches, but let's have a look at this. So I've got my red. There we go. And then if I bring in Halloween over the top. So I'm just rubbing it from, back and forwards. Let's put a bit more red in there. There you go. A bit more Halloween. Yeah, I'm doing this very quickly, so let's have a look. I've got my Lumo yellow. So what's nice about them is, yes, they work on darker colours, but they also blend.
Beautiful.
Yeah. Oh, now with pencils, you always go back and forth, you know, and you sort of build up the colour. Let's bring a little bit of purple jewel in that top end there. Work that in.
Beautiful. Details on the screen for the pencils. So if you just wanted to get hold of the pencils, $15.99, a fabulous price. Normally you're looking at $21.99, but you can get all 24 of them for just £15.99.
Look at that. Let's just bring a bit of white in there, look. So when we say they work on dark colours, on dark papers, they're great. I mean, they work nicely. Let's have a look at that compared to this. Let's bring in that purple jewel again. And let's bring a bit of purple in. Now, when you first get them, because they're triangular, you like a dirt sharpen them.
Okay.
Because how do you do that? Oh, look here, I've got Elf Pink. Oh, that's Purple Haze. I've got Elf Pink somewhere. I've got so many, you know, they sort of like move. I took these on holiday recently, so all over the place. So look, blending them in. But yeah, anyway, triangular pencils, when you actually first sharpen them, I've got a very basic sharpener. I did have it a minute ago. What have I done with it? So I've not spent a lot of money on anything crazy. Okay. Excuse me a second. Here we go. There it is. Regular little pens. Yeah. And then if you put it into your, I don't think I've got one that needs sharp. As long as if you put it in when you first start, you think, oh, it's catching. It will catch because of the triangle. So you take it off nice and gently. Okay. And then you can sharpen it like a normal pencil.
Oh, so it's not just taking the edges off.
Yeah, you just take the edges off, and then that's round. Everything else is triangular.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Wonderful. Oh, we've got a message from Leslie in Lincolnshire. Oh, I love that bit of alliteration. Hi, Hayley and Sandra, or Sandra and Hayley, sorry. Don't forget the Elf Pink. Oh, you just mentioned the Elf
I know,
Pink.
see, I was already there. I think what I've done, I've made myself a travel kit, because when I went to America a few weeks ago, I actually took these with me, and I think I've left some of my colours in that little kit, and I've put it in the car, so I can't use Elf Pink, but Elf Pink is in there. But look, I mean, they're looking lovely on white paper just as much as they are. So if I do the same sort of thing on here, so there's my purple.
Oh, what about glossy paper?
This is kind of a gloss.
Because they've been printed, haven't they?
They've been printed, but you know what? The other thing about these, because they're laser printed, you can foil them.
Of course.
So you could foil all of that artwork, and then you can colour it in and add different bits to it. Ooh. Before you know it, you've got artwork that's all foiled.
And how many pages have you got in there?
Gosh, I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't even think I've written it on. I mean,
have we got this available by itself?
Look at that. Let's do a quick count.
It was part of the bundle earlier. Oh, we haven't got it available now because it was part of the bundle earlier.
See, look, that one I've actually written a little sentiment on, and I've not used it that way. Look, I've used it that way.
Yes, yeah.
They're really nice little card toppers. That's 2.
Oh, we can't tease you.
3, sorry, 4, 5, 6, 4, 7.
Have we seen this book before? Will we see it again? Oh, that's a thought then.
There's about 15, 16, images, and that's 2 of each.
Yeah.
As we work our way across. So I do apologise I've not brought it separately.
Yeah.
But
that's okay, Sandra. You don't have to apologise.
Sorry.
You brought us lots of other lovely things.
Sorry, I brought so much today. It was a little bit crazy, really.
Is this your fourth
show today? Yeah. Yeah. How did that happen?
I don't know. You kept saying yes, obviously. I'm not complaining. I don't know about you guys.
But hopefully that's covered your pencils for you. They're really nice to use. They blend. They're nice and creamy. And they work on dark paper. What more do you want in life?
Absolutely. So there you go. You can still get hold of the pencils, so they are available on your screen. They're still a very, very popular item. £15.99. So absolutely brilliant value for money for 24 of those pencils. Now, where are we going? An introduction to Tangly Illusions. I love this. When we were having our little meeting earlier on, as soon as I heard that phrase, illusions, it's brilliant. It's such a clever, clever technique. It's one of those techniques that you look at and you think, there's no way I could achieve that.
How did that happen? Absolutely. But you can. It's all to do with the shading. It's all to do with that 2B pencil and your tortillon, and even to some extent bringing in a black pencil, makes all the difference. So I'm going to show you. I'm going to demonstrate this one.
Love it. So you're going to have loads of different projects that you're going to be able to create, but where you're actually working with these, you're getting the illusion.
You need to move that back, move that one. There, you look at that.
That is amazing.
Yeah.
Oh, that's playing with my mind now.
Yeah, look at that.
Oh, incredible. What about this one?
This one, move it
Ready?
again.
Are we all ready?
Look at it.
Ooh, look at, it looks like it's layered up now.
Yeah, it looks like it's not flat anymore. They're lovely. They're really
it's almost
lovely
like you're
to do.
looking into some sort of cosmos thing.
Yeah, yeah. I do show you how to do that in the instructions.
Yeah, top of a volcano, it could be. Beautiful. And then we've got
You need to
another
move
here
this
as well.
one
Oh, I
to
can
left
see
and
it.
right.
I can see it. Oh, that is playing with my mind. I should be able to pick that up.
Aren't they ace?
Oh my word, that's going to keep me amused for hours.
I'm going to show you how to do that one.
Oh, I love it. Okay, so within this set, you are going to get that all-important stencil. That's going to help you get you grounding, to get you started, to give you the confidence for you to add the colour where you need to. Where do you add the colour? Where do you add that detail? Well, Sandra's going to teach you that. Within the book, you've got all your different projects. You're going to learn how to do all of these, and everything is done step by step. So you're not left on your own in any way, shape or form. From the first page, that blank canvas that you've got, which can be sometimes one of the most daunting things to look at, you're going to be able to learn where to lay down those shapes, to add that shading, to add that detail. So as you too can create those fabulous three-dimensional elements and get those kind of results. I can't believe I just said that out loud. We can do it. We can do it. Come on, Sandra, what do you need to know?
Right, okay. I'm going to start. You've got your basic shapes on this. So you look at and think, okay, I see basic shapes. How does it work? So I'm going to come straight in with pen.
I got that excited. I didn't even get the price dropped down. Sorry.
Well, I've started the demo.
That's all right. You carry on.
I'm going to
Keep
carry
an eye on the screen. You'll see that price drop down.
It's funny, isn't it, sometimes? It's just certain things.
I just get so excited.
I'm going to mark those in. It does say in the instructions, mark them in, but you don't. It's not absolutely necessary. So usually with a stencil, that's what we've got. I've got my triangle shape. And, you know, I can come in, just sort of join them together. It's better doing that than having all separate triangles, isn't it? And usually then we'd actually take the stencil, just like we would with a frame, wouldn't we? And we'd draw the next triangle, the next triangle. We're not going to do that. We're going to move the stencil.
Okay.
So I'm going to move it to the right. Now I can see underneath the stencil there, so I can sort of kind of gauge that. And it's wider here now than it is here.
Yes.
And then I'm going to draw in that next one down. There we go. Again, you can do this in pencil to start with. I'm just going to go straight in with pen. See, so it's now, you see it's moved over. So again, let's just join those in there. There we go, like that one. And then I'm going to come back in. And then I'm going to move it again. See, now I'm not just moving it this way, I'm moving it down. So it's kind of going towards that corner. And in we go with that one. I'm going to put that one in. Just like that. You see? And then I'm going to move it again and put that last one in. There we go. All right, so we've got all our triangles, but you see they're all coming towards this point here, and they're wider there.
Okay.
So if I just bring my pencil on for a moment, you see when I put those dots, I'm just sort of going to, see, look, I've got my finger there again. That's when I'm bringing my line into. So I'm going to sort of, oh, hang on, need my lead there. I'm going to bring that down. So I'm splitting up that space. So you didn't really need that one. It's in line with that. That's just habit. I draw, I think that's because I know that I gauge the size. Okay. And then here, look, oh, hang on. Point again. I'm going to split that in half. I'm going to split it again. Notice I've not done anything in that middle one there. Oops. Yeah, so I've got that kind of shape going on. I can come in a little bit smaller, however I want to do it. But you see, it's all coming to that point.
See, even just with those lines, you've got that element of depth to it straight away.
So let's, because that's a bit high, let's just bring in a little bit of a line here. I'm just going to do that and one there. And then across the top here, I'm going to put a cross in. Like that.
Okay.
Okay, nothing crazy, cross. Like that. Like that. I'll just do this top row because I say it's all in the shading.
So it's kind of corner to corner of the little almost boxes you create.
A little bit of like an angle kind of thing. There you go. And then I'm going to bring in that line like so. So again, I've not done anything there that's really tricky. I've kind of put a few crosses in and I've joined those lines.
Really, yeah. So, yeah. Okay.
And then in here, I'd come in and I'd put another little shape inside. So again, I'm following those lines. And I do that on each of those 3 sides.
Okay.
This one here, I can bring in, if I need to find the middle, I've got a dot, look on my stencil. Shows you there in the middle.
Yeah.
I've done it by eye. And I'm going to bring in this shape, that shape. See? And then little bubbles. So I'm going to try and fill the shape with bubbles. Now again, you take your time with this. I'm doing this very quickly because I've got one that I've already done. Yeah, it's almost like I've planned it. So if I move that, see everything now, all the pencil's been disappeared and I've got all those lovely shapes in and I've filled the gaps in that triangle there. So now I'm not going to use my mechanical, I'm going to come in with my 2B. Okay. And this is where it's quite important because what I'm going to do is I'm going to come in, don't have to colour in, but I've got to get some graphite down. So I'm going to be pretty brutal and get some on there.
Don't forget, if you went for that set that we started the show with, you know the one that sold out that got the pencils in it, the black pencils, you will have your HB pencil in there as well. So you could just add this fabulous book and also the stencil, add that in, and you can actually create this from everything that you're going to get sent to. You don't have to get anything else in addition.
So I've put a little bit around those sides, just a little bit. But I've really gone heavy there because I'm going to bring my tortillon in.
Oh, okay.
Okay, notice I'm not holding it like a pencil, it's further down.
Okay.
And I'm going to swirl it. Now the idea is, if I swirl it, it's going to sort of fill in any gaps and it's not going to travel too far. I'm in control of where it's going, you see?
Yeah.
And then once I've gone one side, I'm going to do the other. See, I've put pencil on both sides of this shape. And that's important, I've put it on both sides. But what I don't want it to do is to touch in the middle. I want to leave a light gap. So at the moment, I'm just working my way down. You see, it's kind of a line there. And that's okay for now, but I'm going to come back in when I've done all of these. It's kind of a systematic thing. And this is where, hopefully, the magic happens.
I can kind of see it happening already, to be fair.
Yeah, and I'm going to do sort of a little bit. See, and I've changed my stance now. Look, I'm going back and forth because I've got less space to work in. So I'm taking my time and working my way across those shapes. See? And then if I hold it further back, and then again, nice and lightly, I'm going to work over the top. It's almost like that little line. I just wanted to sort of lose that line a little bit. And I'm gonna...
Now that you're holding it at the end, what effect does that have?
It means I can't put too much pressure on it.
Oh, okay.
If I'm here, I'm really heavy.
Yes.
Or if I'm here, I can't. It's the same with your pencils. If you find you go in with your pencils too heavy, hold them further back. One, you can kind of see what you're doing. And the other, it means you're not going to press on too hard. It's a great way of doing it.
Brilliant tip.
So there's my shading. Yeah, so now I'm going to bring in my black pencil.
Okay.
And nice and sharp.
And this is in the two...
This is in my tins, but you can use any black pencil.
So the tins that we saw in the last show?
Yes.
Got you.
Yeah, I mean, if you've not got this, you can always use like the Derby grey.
Okay.
But the black really does bring it to life. So I'm following, I'm going back over those lines. Now, I'm not pressing on again because I don't want to kind of have to blend it in. It's sitting over the top of the darkest part of the graphite that I've already used to shade. But you see, what it's doing is it's the darker that becomes, the lighter the bit in the middle is.
So clever.
There we go.
It's the way that we're seeing it happen before our eyes. It's amazing.
Yeah, let's just fade that out a little bit. See? So just looking at that.
That's genius.
Yeah. It's just amazing,
isn't it incredible?
I mean, you could do it so you could have it going that way if you wanted.
Yes,
I mean, it's two sides the same here, so you'd have to sort of go to that point, or you could have it facing this way. This one you could completely fill in and put stars and a little kind of like a doorway in there, all sorts. But that, when I say it's simple, that's as simple as that one is. It's a shape.
It's achievable.
How you shade it.
Yeah, you've shown us that it's achievable because when you know, you know. That's the thing, isn't it?
Look at that. I mean, that one I've added a little bit of colour in. So you've got a little bit of like a hint of yellow in there as well. So you can bring a little bit of colouring over the top of your pencil when you've shaded it. And it just sort of changes it up a little bit.
No, it's good. It's
amazing, isn't it, how it works?
Does it work with other shapes? I know it sounds like a daft.
Yeah, I mean, you could actually, yeah, of course. I mean, you've got 4 different shapes within this one.
Yes.
So if you wanted to, I mean, you don't have a circle. If you wanted to use a circle and draw your circles, but have them so they're closer to one side than the other, you could create the same effect.
Well, we have got circles kind of coming up in another set, but in this particular set, thank you, Sandra.
You're welcome.
You're going to get your stencil with your different shapes, including your triangle, as you can see there, and then you'll be able to create all those wonderful illusion shapes to get that depth and dimension that we've just been learning how to create. So yeah, lots of you shopping for this one. I'm going to leave those details on your screen for you, NX1253. If you want to get hold of those, then please do so. We're just going to have a little bit of kind of, fathoming out what's happening next. I'll see you after this.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the HobbyMaker app. Head over to the App Store now and search HobbyMaker and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all the products that are featured throughout the day. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see our bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back to watch and shop. And you can see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send us a message to the studio. You can also keep up with the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. So never miss a show by watching on the go with the HobbyMaker app.
Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the HobbyMaker gift card? Decide between posting the card or delivery by email, and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the HobbyMaker gift card?
Thank you for rejoining us. We just had to have a little bit of a conflab, if you will. We've been so busy with so many different elements. We just kind of had to have a bit of a regrouping. I think that's what they call it, Sandra, isn't it?
Regroup.
Regrouping. And as a result of that regrouping, we've got some really good news to share with you. Now, it's a case of that if you have shopped for something and you kind of want to play around with your order, then you will need to speak to our call centre. But the bundle that we brought to you before, do you remember the bundle that sold out in a heartbeat? We have managed to secure a little bit more stock, not a huge amount. We didn't think we were going to be able to do it, to be fair. So the bundle that we were speaking of earlier on, where everything came in a plastic wallet and you got those fabulous black pencils, that is now back available. So if you're wanting to get hold of it, check your basket out, get it into your basket, check your basket out. If you did shop for the pencils by themselves and you're wanting to change your order, then if you speak to the call centre, they'll be able to help you with that. But I would say first point of call, if you can, is to get you the bundle that you want into your basket and checked out. Then speak to the call centre afterwards. Because now that we've got them available, I don't want you to be hanging on the phone waiting and then finding that they've sold out and you've missed out on the deal. So shop for them again with the details on the screen and then sort out your cancellation of the previous set when you speak to the call centre. If you want to, you might want both sets. To be fair, a lot of people I think will go for both because they're such brilliant value for money in their own right. But $19.99 is going to get you your pack of 24 pencils. It's going to get your wallet to keep everything in. It's going to give you all of your fabulous Tangle tiles in there. It's going to give you your inspiration. I think we need to see this book by itself at some point as well. So hopefully that is something that will happen. And then we've got over on the far side your pack of pencils. You've got your HB pencil, you've got your micron pen and your tortillon as well. But it is fully allocated now. So please do confirm your orders, as I say. And if you did shop for the other set previously, please make sure you're shopping for this, check your basket out and then sort out that pack of pencils afterwards. That's the best way to work, in my humble opinion, for what it's worth. But we're going to be turning our attention elsewhere because this set, I think, is just genius. I don't know where to start with finished samples or what you're actually getting.
Do samples.
Do samples.
Do samples first.
Because these,
they're so intricate.
These are your reason to buy.
And you just look at them and you think, how did that even happen? And look, they're just beautiful. They're very classic, I think.
And the thing that you'll notice with these, they're simply black and white.
Yes, and again, you can do them completely black and white, or you can go full-blown colour. A little bit like the All Occasions earlier. These would work for a lot of things. I mean, the dragonfly wings on there are lovely. It's been fussy cut out, so you've got that kind of feel.
Oh, so it has.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, that's dedication, isn't it? Look at
I know, yeah, I'd obviously got too much time on my hands there.
That one.
But, you know, when you see the final thing, I see that and I know what I want, so I don't mind putting the hours in.
Another one here where there's been a little bit of kind of fussy cutting, because you can see where it's been layered up, so you can kind of get those different results. Can you see how you've got that dimension there? That is beautiful.
Yeah. It's my first original set, but then...
Here you go, add a bit of colour, and my goodness, boom.
How is that the same thing?
Amazing.
It's just crazy, isn't it?
I love it. Now, it's a mini stencil set, so what you are getting is a collection of elements. So let me show you the book before we start, because it's kind of a lot to handle, this one.
Yes, it is. You've not got instructions in this like you would get a full booklet. These are more pictorial instructions. So it's a case that you look at the picture and you follow the shape round, which I'm going to show you in a moment. But these are ones that you're going to lose yourself. You're going to sort of sit and do it. They're not too big, but what you end up with, I think you might have two sets there.
Oh, is that?
Might be my set and your set together. So yeah, so you're going to get one square, one circle. Let's have a look. Yeah, you get one square, one circle, but then you can intermingle them all together. I do apologise. You get everything you need, let's put it that way.
So if I turn it around that way, that's probably giving you more
there
of a guidance.
Yeah, I do apologise about that.
No
it's because we put both together and I was like, where are my stencils? Well, they're over there with those. But that's fine. So yeah, you can put the dragonfly in with the dots frame or the lines frame, and same with the cross, and you can mix and match everything. They're great for like 6x6 card.
Look at these. Beautiful.
I know. If you actually pop that inside the actual dragonfly mask, it holds it in place so you can draw around it nicely.
Nice.
Gives you that little bit of detail in there.
You can get that as well with the little crosses. So the cross, you've got the fall away from the cross. You've also got a little kind of frame with the cross as well. So in addition to that, you've actually got the outside element.
Hang on. Yeah,
look at that.
That's right. Yeah. Because you've got one square with dots frame, you've got one square with lines, one circle with dots, one circle with lines, and then bits in between. Yeah.
So
I had to think then. I was like, what?
Yeah. So as long as it's got it right on the picture,
It's
been
a long day.
There you go. So all of that.
That's right.
$21.99. Have we got that right? No, we haven't got that right either. We need to bring that price down. So if you're wanting to get hold of that with all your fabulous layering stencils now, there's loads of them, absolutely loads of them. The price is coming down. You're just looking at £14.49. Love that. It's those kind of finished examples, I think, that are the key thing with this one, to show you some incredible results with those.
Yeah, you look at the stencils, they don't mean anything. Yeah. And they're really good at introduction. So rather than buy an 8x8 frame and just the frame on its own, this is giving you a little bit of everything, and you can then see how that works, and you really get into detail with this. It's lovely to sort of have a go at.
Wonderful. Talking of which, shall we have a go at it?
Absolutely. So I've made a start, and I've drawn the circular frame, and I've got the dots. I've done all that in pen, and I've put the little flower in the middle. See how far we get with this.
Okay.
And looking at the instruction, again, you think, oh, there's not much instruction there, but let's just sort of take it one step at a time. Here, look, we've got all the steps working its way around, and not only have I got instructions for one that's on the main piece, but I've given you sort of little ideas that you can do that are different if you want to. So I'm going to sort of show you the two patterns. I think that's quite nice in one. Okay. You can see how it goes. And all these little circles on the inside, these are all the patterns that I've used inside the flower, so you can see how it works. Same with this one, so you've got the square look with the dots, and again, I've shown you how to create that, but then I've given you some alternatives. The same, of course, with the circle one there, and the same with the other one there. So you've got quite a nice eclectic mix. So it starts with the letter S for Sanntangle. Okay. So I'm going to go round the bubble and create an S like that. So I'm going to do a few of those because you need to sort of see, you can all do this. Now, the idea is if you go around that dot, you're going to get a better shape than if you sort of just go across.
Okay.
You want to try and keep it as a curve if you can. You're going to get the best results that way. So you see I'm going around the bubble, plus it makes that bubble a little bit darker, so it makes a feature of it. You see? And then I'm going to come this way and create that letter S. And again, I'm still going around the bubbles. Around and around, you see?
Busy for this set, folks. Keep checking those baskets.
And I'm going to do the same this way. Like that. Like that. Around. And that way. And that way. And that way. See? So I've got this kind of...
That's beautiful.
But let's bring that... It is a 2B pencil.
Okay.
I'm going to bring my 2B in. And so I'm adding a little bit. See, I'm not colouring it in. It's almost like I've scribbled it, look. I'm adding pencil on one side. Just one side. Yeah. Tortillon. So what I'm going to do is soften it off.
Never tire of watching this, Sandra. Never tire.
And it's sort of fading as I get further round. So it's quite dark when I've got the original. But then you see it's sort of fading off along there. Fading off. Along there. Fading off.
I'm sorry to interrupt again, just very quickly. The stock that we have is now fully allocated. In fact, there's more of you wanting this than we have stock available. Thankfully, lots of you are adding it to your basket and straight away you're confirming your orders, which is brilliant because it means you'll get your hands on it. If you're thinking to yourself, I'm going to sit and watch the demonstration, then check my basket out, that's where you could miss out on this. So don't forget, you can continue to watch the demo, go back on our schedule, 7 days, watch on YouTube, but what you can't do is get hold of it once it's gone. So make sure that is your priority at this moment in time to check that basket out. Oh, look, now it's feeding through like lace.
I'm curves. Look, same curve. So that curve goes in, that curve goes in, then that curve is out. See? And out. So, again, here we go. Into there, into there, into there, into there. So again, if I soften that off, so as long as once you've got the dots, what you like, it's nice to see is that you've got the same sort of size shape as you're working your way around each time. So that shows you, look, there's my picture there, it shows you how to do it there. So there's my S working its way around, different variations of patterns, and then that one is that one there.
It's like it's beaded.
It's crazy, isn't it? I mean, you could extend it a bit further. You could sort of bring part of it into there as well.
Piece of card. How'd you do it?
I know, it's crazy, isn't it?
Amazing.
Yeah. So a bit of shading in there as well. You see? I mean, I've not got any pencil in there. There you go.
Right, we've got 3 left. We've got 4 times the amount of, it was 12 people shopping for this, and that's before we've even paused, because as soon as we pause the demonstration, it gets busy. It's what happens. So I'm going to give you the opportunity to get hold of these. The details are on your screen. Lots of you tune in. We're going to be looking at something else in just a few moments. But can I just help somebody who messaged in earlier on, and it relates to one of Sandra's earlier shows. Sandra's been here 4 times today. She must be absolutely shattered, bless her. So thank you for messaging in, and I apologise it's taken us till now to actually get to your question, Sarah, but let us help you. Can you still buy the tangly patterns from earlier on? Now, this featured in one of your, was it your 4 o'clock show, I think?
Gosh, it was a 3 o'clock show. Yeah, okay. And I did actually make sure that there was enough stock there, so we wouldn't run out. So
perfect.
Absolutely, yeah. Well, I'll let you do your job.
Not a problem.
I'll move it over.
Well, the thing is, what we have to do is when Sandra brings us so much amazingness, we have to kind of segment it into different shows. So the products that you're after aren't actually featuring in this hour, but that's not a problem because on our schedule, you can actually go back and look at the previous show and find all of those products. Now, I'm going to take you hand in hand. Come with me on a journey. We're going to head to the website, and when we head to the website, all you need to do is go to your TV guide at the top. There's loads of useful information in there. That's where you can kind of go to the back catalogue of shows and forward as well. And you can also look at the shows that have appeared earlier on today. So you can see there, 3 o'clock, that's where the lovely Sandra and Rosie were here. Click on that and see the show, and there you go. You can actually see the show, so you can go back and watch the demonstration, and you can find all those fabulous products. And I think that is what you are looking for, Sarah. So if you're wanting to get hold of those, sorry, Alex, what was the number again? LB 1260. Sorry, the old eyesight.
I can't even see that. So
Screen
that's
is
fine.
further than my arm's length away. I've got no chance as well. And it is still available, Sarah, if you're asking. So go get it, grab it, pop it into your basket. And here you go. We're going to pop it back on the screen. So if you need to scribble it down, then you can do. So thank you, Alex, for finding that. And thank you, Sandra, for bringing us so much amazing variety.
Oh, it's been a busy day. I wanted to make each show different because I thought you might get fed up of me being
Never.
Been here for 4 times. So I've completely changed the feel of all the shows. So it's been really nice to have quite a broad range today, I think, of different
She didn't have to do that. That's the thing.
Yeah,
she doesn't have to do it, but she does it because she loves it and she loves you learning from her. Now, this is where we're actually going to be looking at learning. Well, we're going back to school or back to class, should we say?
Yes.
And you do lots of classes, don't you?
I do classes, yes. And when you come to class, you can either do a whole day or a whole weekend.
Okay.
You don't know what you're going to draw, and I think that's the beauty of it.
So you just literally come almost blindfolded?
Yeah, you basically, yeah. But the beauty of that is it's not going to frighten you off to start with, and everybody is at the same level. Whether you're inexperienced or you've never done it before, you're all at the same level because you follow me and I've got 4 screens and a camera and you actually draw what I do. So now and again, we do bring some class projects. We change them a little bit.
Okay.
So you might find if you've come to class and you might have done these before, but they won't be quite the same.
Okay.
So these are like, imagine you've got, I don't know, half a day. Each one of these projects is a half a day's worth of work.
Right, okay, lovely.
So you get it in your own home, you get the stencil, you get the instructions to do it at your own pace.
Love it.
And just go along with it.
Brilliant
Great.
concept,
Yeah.
brilliant idea, and I can see there the artwork looks amazing. Now I've got them in front of me here, so you're actually going to get the ability to create the most incredible art. I mean, look at the covers of the book to start with. Sandra, these look amazing.
We do go to town when we're in class and we do something a little bit different. So yeah, I mean that owl, we did do the owl in class. It's slightly different on that one there. Well, we did all of those in class and it's just nice to see. But I mean the ship, Dave did the ship. He was in class when we did that, Dave Bradford.
Oh, really?
He did, yes.
He's
He's
very
very proud
talented,
of that.
though. He's very talented, I have to say. This is amazing. Now, the price on your screen is just your start price. I was just looking at some of the artwork that I've got here as well to share with you and featuring. Now, if you like the idea of creating something as amazing as this, I mean, look at that.
Yeah, the owl, yeah. But again, it's only half an owl. The other half has gone completely decorative and flourishy and embellished.
Love it.
Really nice.
Now, the next one that I've got, now, I don't know if this is in there or whether I'm kind of jumping ahead or is it taking inspiration
Oh,
from
now, if you look at the back to class where the owl is, there's a dragon.
Okay.
So what Angie's done with this one is she's actually done a mirror image. So instead of having one dragon eye just looking through,
I can see it now on the cover, right?
she's actually created 2
That is clever.
dragon eyes. So it just goes to show, doesn't it? You follow the instructions, but you then take inspiration and do your own thing with it. And look what you can actually create.
Must be so gratifying when you see that.
It's lovely.
Oh, look at this.
Yeah, I mean, the original egg is hanging because, you know, we do get hanging eggs on trees and things during Easter. But that one's got a little stand on it.
Beautiful. Like those posh ones.
Yeah. Fabergé.
Eggs don't grow on trees.
No, but again, you know, you can go as ornate as you like once you get the idea of it.
Yeah.
You can then, again, go your own way. And I fully encourage that.
Beautiful. Oh, my goodness, look at this.
Look at this
These
galleon.
That could go in a picture frame and be hung on somebody's wall, couldn't
Absolutely, yeah. I think the one that we did in class, we did put quite a big compass behind it.
Okay.
So imagine, you know, if you wanted to, you know, using the circles and things like that, you could put other things in with it. Bit of a stamp sentiment on there. There's all sorts. And the sea is just a fantastic little pattern.
Gorgeous, yeah. And I have to say, the next one, I mean, some of the imagery, you've kind of got the single colours or you kind of almost got a depth and darkness to them. But this one, I mean, there's so much light with this one. It's beautiful.
Yeah. But do you notice they're all completely different?
Yes.
Completely.
Absolutely.
When you think we've used the same stencil, the same instructions, the same original art, but every single one is different.
Absolutely.
Yeah, they're just fabulous, aren't they?
I love it, love it, love it, love it. So what are you going to get? Well, you're going to get a better price than the one that's on your screen, to be frank. That's where we're going to start with. So the price is going to come down. You're going to get your 2 fabulous stencils with all of the components in there, and you're going to get your 2 inspirational books, your class elements, if you will, so as you can actually experience that class and that learning environment, but in the comfort of your own home. So the price, £49.98. where are we going? Lots of you have been checking your baskets out with that. Should we just stop there and go home early then? No, not at all. We're going to bring that price down for you. So here we go. If you thought that was a brilliant price, look at the price now, £36.99. I love looking at the stencils and trying to figure out which bits do what.
Yeah, we do that in class because the idea is you get a stencil, you have no idea, you don't have any instructions, you've got to rely on me. So I could change anything, really.
It's literally as you're drawing.
You get a stencil and you don't always know what it is. I think, in December we did a nutcracker.
Okay.
And we did an elf, a gnome kind of shape. And you look at the shapes and you're like, how does that even happen?
There must be a moment in the class, though, where everybody goes,
I know.
And they realise what it is.
Yeah, there is, yeah. And there's a couple of people that are really good at guessing. They come a lot. So, Deborah, you know what I'm going to say. It's not a duck. Every time I look at it, it's like, is it a duck? So it's a little bit of a standing joke now. But we love you, Deborah. I hope you're okay.
Absolutely. I love it.
It's just a nice, it's really fun because we're all in it together.
Yeah.
And there's only me that knows what we're doing. I love
it. Now, I will warn you, if you're thinking of creating that class in your own home, well, half the stock has gone. Lots of you adding it into your basket. You do need to confirm those orders to make sure you get hold of them. We've been incredibly busy, I have to say, across the board. So if you like the idea of getting hold of those, then please do that as soon as you possibly can. So, loads and loads of things that we haven't covered yet. Where would you like to go next, Sandra?
I don't know. Do you want me to demo this or do you want us to look at another stencil? There's so many things to do.
Demoing, because I've been doing a lot of tools.
Yeah. So let's have a look. We've got quite a few things going on here. So do you want to, we'll do just a little bit of the dragon, the dragon's eye and the claw.
I was going to say, because there's certain elements. I know the dragon's eyes are very, very popular with people as art.
Yeah, let's do it. Yeah, and the claw, you just think, how on earth does that happen then? So here we go.
Okay.
All right, here's my stencil, here's my pencil. So the first thing you would do is you need to sort of draw the kind of the shield. So I'm going to do a little bit of it, but I don't really need to focus on that too much because, of course, we're more interested in actually drawing the claws. So there you go, there's the kind of the shield, and here's the claw shape.
That one? Okay, right.
All right. So, I know I'm laughing because I love it.
I thought it was like funky hair or something.
Yeah, no, I'm going to rub out the part of the shield I don't like. And then I'm going to draw this in. Here we go. All right. So notice I'm in pencil because, things like this, when it's a bigger piece, I will draw in pencil. Again, then, of course, you turn it over and you do it the other way. You turn it over, do it that way. So you've got mirror images. But this is your main shape.
Okay.
All right. And it's showing you, look here. Yeah, looks a little bit like you say, like a clown with a nose and everything.
Yes.
So let's work through. And it takes you through to step, I can't remember. Step 25. So you see where we've got the shape here, this bit.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to come round like that and do that. And then I'm going to come round like that and do that. Round like that and do that. And then do that. Let's put a little line in there. Line there. All right, and then at the top bit here, we want this to go this way. So I'm going to bring a curve in, and a curve.
Oh, no.
And then a curve, and a curve. And then this one, I'm going to do it this way. You see, I'm not giving you the claws as a stencil. I'm saying if you want really long claws, you can do that. But if you don't want it, look at that. See, then we put a little bit of shading in there.
That's why I love these shows.
It's gone very quiet.
I love it.
There you go. So that's your, there you go, a little bit of shading in there. Look, there's your claw.
Oh my goodness.
Look at that. From that shape, crazy, isn't it? Let's put a little bit of shading in there. Even Alex has gone quiet, that's unusual.
Everybody has, mesmerised.
Right, so the eye, now the idea with the eye is you don't want to have to sort of draw the whole thing because we've hidden it with little leaves and things, but let's bring a part of it in. So this sort of starts here like this. Okay, and I've got other things going on with it and around it. So we've got this bit, and then what I do is I put a line here, and I'm going to put a line here.
Okay.
Like that. And then in the middle, let's put another one here. So I'm going to come in and put another one there. So you see already we've got that kind of shape going around it.
And that's kind of a make or break shape, really, isn't it? You've got to get that kind of right to start with.
Yeah. We imagine a bubble, so you're only going to see part of that bubble. And then I'm going to put another line here. Another line here.
Sandra, I'm just going to ask, it might not bother you, I don't know. your talk back, are you here in the gallery at the
Oh,
moment?
no, I'm not anymore.
Okay, do you want us to take care of that, or do you want to just carry on as you are?
Well, we've not got long, have we? So, yeah, I'm sure I can rely on you, Hayley.
Oh,
It'll be
I
good.
can talk enough for both of us.
Yeah, they can say what they like. Yeah, say what you like about me.
It's all good. It's all
Okay, so you see I've got a little angled line there, and that shows me on step 23 I've got this line in. And then here, look, I'm going to come down here and down here. Yep.
Oh, I've had a question come through, Sandra, and this is something I usually ask and I completely forgot. What type of paper are you working with, lovely?
I'm working on, you know, the tiles paper that we've got? Okay. Tile cards, like 270 GSM cartridge. It's the same paper.
Okay.
Yeah. So there it is. There's my eye shape. And then it's a case of whatever colour you want to put in. Because I've got a decent lead in there, it means I can come in, look, with my tortie on. Of course, you'd want to put colour in there. But there is the eye. There he is. So if you wanted to, of course, you could do a mirror image and you could recreate that. You want a couple of little bits of scales almost. These scales, they work the same, you know, if you're doing bricks on a house.
Okay.
So the same kind of thing. But because it's with that eye, it looks like they're scales, not bricks. And I'm not drawing the whole shape. See, I'm drawing just sections of it.
Okay.
And then that gives you the idea that you've got this scary looking dragon sitting behind this shield.
Oh, that's a menacing eye if ever I saw one.
Of course, let's put a little bit more darkness in there. So you could just keep adding and keep adding. You know, I could go to town with this kind of thing. There you go. There he is, look. And that is how you draw the eye and the claws. There you go, a little bit of, look at that. See, just that on its own right, just draw that bit.
See, that was something you could maybe doodle on the corner of a planner or something like
Yeah,
that. Or
yeah, he's just looking out, isn't he?
I say just, I mean, it is.
Just do it,
He's
yeah.
not drawn a thing in this hour.
Just do it. There you go, look. See?
That's amazing.
Yeah?
Sandra.
You don't need much, do you?
I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. I've got loads of other things that I need to tell you about as well. So we're going to pull away from Sandra just for a few moments. I'm going to still keep you involved if that's okay.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Yeah, you carry on. Yeah, you
the
carry
set
on.
that we've been chatting about is on your screen. You're going to get both of your stencils. You're going to be able to create all of your amazing owl elements, your dragon elements, your boat. To be on, is it a galleon? I don't know what they're called.
I would go galleon.
Is it? Yeah, it is a galleon, isn't it? You're going to get all of that content for just £36.99. Be as quick as you can because lots of you are shopping for that. Lots of you taking advantage of that one. A couple of things that I'm going to mention to you that I've not mentioned already. So this is going to be a bit speedy, but we're going to make sure that everything is available on the website. So do you remember how we looked earlier on to show you all the different things where you'll be able to see that? So this here is a fabulous Tangly Illusions book, second edition.
Well, I had to do another one. I just love them.
Yes.
And actually putting the different things together. They're just different and they just look really cool, really simple to do. You've just got to follow the instructions.
Absolutely. This is where, oops, a daisy. This is where you're going to get some amazing patterns that you can be able to create, but also those illusional elements as well. I mean, look at that. That is amazing.
They're cool, aren't
Love the tail coming out there. It's like, oh, there's a sleeping dragon in there. Don't disturb him. £19.99. You're going to get your booklet, you're going to get your stencil, but oh no, that is not the price you're going to be paying. The price is coming down to just £18. So if you like the idea of creating those with all of your stencils in there to help you with your foundation work, then the details that you need are on your screen. Do you like cats? Well, if you do like cats, even if you don't like cats, you're going to create some beautiful artwork using the two sets that we've got here. So the first one is the cat silhouette. Love this one.
This is quite a new one as well. And my mum insisted on this one. Again, you can ink through this one and then tangle over the top.
Okay.
Or you can tangle it and then ink it and mix and match. You've got this lovely sort of window kind of shape with the stars on it, and then your cat is just lovely. You can then, you know, add the colours to whatever you want to do.
Cool.
If you don't want to tangle too much, and you just want to try something a bit different, or maybe just try the shading, and actually bringing this in and adding those extra little bits to it.
Beautiful.
I mean, it's just so nice, isn't it? So
Gorgeous.
simple.
beautiful, but it's not all about cats because you can actually utilise the content for everything. I love that layout there. It's really pretty.
Just something really small and just a little part of it. But again, if you want to tangle a little bit more, it's a real good starting point.
Beautiful. Absolutely brilliant. Lots of you taking advantage of this one. £18.99. I'm going to tickle that price for you though, bringing it down. So the price on this one now, where you are going to get your booklet with your inspiration, and of course you're going to get your masks and your stencils there, you're now looking at just £16.35. We've also got creating silhouettes. So this has got cats in and a lot more.
Oh, this is such a cool one.
Look at all of these. Oh my goodness.
I mean, the idea with this is, as I always say, I don't give you a shape to draw around and tangle in.
Yes, yeah.
These shapes are not for you to draw and tangle in.
Okay.
These are shapes you draw, but then you tangle around the outside.
That's a genius idea.
So you're getting this lovely sort of eclectic idea. You've got the silhouette, but then, of course, your tangling all happens around the outside.
I think that's brilliant.
It's amazing.
It's almost like you're protecting that area, but then you're adding that to depth.
And at the top, I've actually given you all the different tangles that I've used, or the patterns at the top, and then I've showed you where I've put them within the piece.
Love that.
But again, real creative little pieces these are.
Loads in there. And of course the beauty is that once you've actually done your artwork, you can do all sorts of things. I mean, look at this one here.
Absolutely.
Love that.
I think the bunny in there's lovely. The Maltese's
away.
bunny with the, and I always think put a little bow around it and a little bobble on its tail. It looks amazing.
In the book?
In the book,
Sorry,
yeah. Sorry,
yes.
I actually put all these in a sketch pad, and I've left my sketch pad in my office because, but we've seen these before. I mean, look.
Look at that, amazing. Absolutely amazing. Price is coming down, folks. So looking at less than £20 now for this one, 1965. That was a good year, wasn't it? But now, if you like the idea of getting hold of that, you're going to get all of those incredible. Well, I wasn't there. I was a twinkle. I was a twinkle in my mother's eye. So you've got your masks and your stencil there, kind of giving you more bang for your buck, really, with that.
There's a lot in that one. Absolutely, I did go to town on that one, and you've got quite a lot. You've got different sizes of animals as well. So it's a really nice one to sort of mix and match. That one is.
Sandra, thank you so much. What a creative hour. All of the
crazy, isn't it?
Now, I know you haven't left the building, but when are you back again?
A couple of weeks. Oh, actually, Sewing Street next week.
Oh, are you?
Yeah, new fabrics, Bonjour quilt. It's almost done.
Love it. Oh, yes.
But yeah, no, it should be good. So I'm there Tuesday, and then I think it's a couple of weeks, and I'm back here. So yeah,
we'll look out for it. Yeah. Thank you for all your inspiration and making it.
Oh, it's been a pleasure. It's been great.
Love it. Keep checking your baskets out, folk. I am very much looking forward to the next hour. I know it's the last hour of the day, so I shouldn't really be saying I'm looking forward to kind of like heading off home. But we have got such an amazingly creative hour, and lovely Carol is back again with Janie's Originals. See you after the break.
Shopping with HobbyMaker couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.hobbymaker.co.uk, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your craft room essentials to paper, tools, cutting machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our HobbyMaker app. Simply head over to your app store and search HobbyMaker. Alternatively, you can call our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at HobbyMaker.
Registering for a HobbyMaker account on our website couldn't be easier. Head over to the HobbyMaker website and click on Register Now. Type in your preferred email address, create a password of your choice, and we just ask you for a few simple details. Click on Create Account and away you go. Within your account settings, you can view your order history, address and card details, and any items in your basket. Shopping made easy with HobbyMaker.
Shopping with HobbyMaker couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.hobbymaker.co.uk, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your craft room essentials to paper, tools, cutting machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our HobbyMaker app. Simply head over to your app store and search HobbyMaker. Alternatively, you can call our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at HobbyMaker.
If you're shopping here at HobbyMaker and have a discount code to use, this is applied at the checkout via our website or app. Once you've added all your items to your basket, simply pop the code in the discount box and click Redeem. The price will automatically adjust and then you're ready to continue with checkout. Alternatively, if you're shopping with us by phone, our friendly help team will apply the discount for you. Shopping made easy with HobbyMaker.
Welcome back. Welcome back to our last live hour of the day. But oh my goodness, we've got a good one to share with you. It's going to be amazing. I've got a new friend. Our lovely Carol, how are you doing?
I'm doing well, thank you.
You had an amazing show earlier on with Rosie.
Yeah, it was really good. Yeah, I really enjoyed that one. Some great book kits. Yeah,
absolutely. This hour is a little bit different though, because we're kind of giving you the tools, the inspiration to almost go it alone, really.
Absolutely. So sort of when you've got used to doing the book kits, you've learnt the skills, and then we've now got the tools to help you do it on your own.
That's it. And these tools are amazing. They're going to give you truly professional results time and time again. And that is the beauty of it. And we've got something brand new, which is very, very exciting. You've got the prototype of it here.
I do. This is the brand new finishing press. So it enables us to make things like this. So the kind of tear off kind of pads.
Okay.
So that it allows,
So it's that kind of bit there that we're seeing where all the adhesive is on all of the pages.
So this allows us to hold our papers in place in order to be able to glue them, and then we drop it down in and then squash them so they are nice and tight while the glue dries.
That is, I've often wondered how that happens.
Yes, that's exactly how we do it.
Brilliant. So if you like the idea of creating those little kind of notepad type, we will be telling you how you can get these gorgeous papers and all the different elements in just a few moments. But this is the key thing. We need one of these, don't we?
Yeah, well, absolutely. So you get the two parts of the press. You get I don't know the name for them, the screw thing.
Well, I was going to say it's a wing nut, but it's not a wing nut, is it? But it's that kind of thing.
Yeah, it goes together really easily. So these pop through, you put the washer on, and then screw that on. Yeah. But then you have the mylar. Now, I have not stuck the mylar, if I can get my fingers in there, in mine. Okay. That's just a personal preference. The mylar is there. Oh, why does this always happen? There. So there's two pieces. The mylar is there to protect the inside of the press, because obviously we're going to be putting glue and things in there.
So you don't stick it to the press.
Now I'm also going to use wax paper, or you could use greaseproof paper, or even scrap paper. But this does the most of the job of protecting it. You can glue it and fix it, but you do need to use a solvent glue, because obviously this isn't sort of porous. It won't soak in any glue.
Of course, So, when you get yours, it'll be in bits, like the one I've got here. So all those bits, I'm guessing that once you put the bits together, they probably stay like that.
Yes, Don't take it apart, no.
But if you do want to glue your mylar in place, to do that, well, you don't have to do it at the offset, because obviously you can do it at a later stage, but you'll need to dismantle it if you do look to do that. I don't know why I'm wafting it around like that, I do apologise. You've got, obviously, a little bit of kind of insight into what you're going to be creating and using this for as well. But, of course, you are going to get your lovely engraved version with Janie's originals on there, with all the bits and pieces that come together to give you the ability to make your fabulous little notepads. Now, we are very, very busy for this. I can't believe that you can get something that is so useful to have if you're into making your books and your little notepads and things for such an affordable price.
And that's doing these kind of pads is just the start, because when you get a bit more sort of proficient, you can do where you glue the whole, you sew your signatures, glue that, and then rather than sewing the spine, you join it to the boards with pretty end papers. So it's a whole different sort of binding technique, which this allows as well. So.
This is going to grow with you. That is the key thing. And the beauty is, because you've got such a space between the two kind of bolts that you've got, you can be doing little kind of notepads or something much larger, I'm guessing.
Oh, absolutely, yes.
Yeah?
Yeah. I mean, the ones that I've got there, I probably haven't opened it much more than that.
Yes, yeah.
So you've still got all of this to go. So yes, you could.
And also the length of the papers, you could do almost like a shopping list, couldn't you?
Yeah.
Type of pad,
The only thing I'd say with that is when you're putting the glue on, you would need to put it onto two
because
blocks.
of the length.
Because of the length of the paper.
So the paper's dangled below. Right.
Yeah. So I when I do it, I have these two of these. And it just sits on there. But it could be anything. It could be a pile of books. It could be whatever, just to raise it up if you've got paper that is a bit deeper than that.
We might need to see this in action sooner rather than later, because they are flying out. Do keep confirming your order, folks. If you are shopping for this, the details are on your screen. For just $12.99, you're going to get something that is so useful in your bookmaking. Might be the reason that you get into bookmaking. We've got the right person to take you through it here. And of course, Janie brings us so many amazing products. We're going to make it all look pretty as well. And we'll be chatting about the best things to use to get the best results. But half of the stock has gone. Should we get straight into it then,
Okay.
Alex?
I think we need to. Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So what I'm going to show you how to do is how to make the pad.
Okay, so a bit like that little pad that we
yeah,
got there,
so
that one.
you make the pad before you assemble it.
Fair enough.
So I've already cut some paper, and for these, this one, and I think these ones, they're about 1 centimetre depth, and I've used about, I'm not going to say exact because I didn't count, but roughly 50 pieces of paper for about 1 centimetre spine.
What type of paper have you used?
So this one is the recycled cartridge paper.
Ah, we've got that on the show.
Yes, yeah.
Perfect.
So yeah, you just cut it down to whatever size, and you can make it whatever shape you want.
So could you be doing things like watercolour paper and
well, you
to
can,
make your little paint books?
Absolutely. You can make a little watercolour rip-off, to take a little pad out with you when you watercolour and just rip them off when you're done.
Idea. We are so busy. We'll tell you all about the papers and see how it goes on.
Let's get going.
Yeah, let's get going.
Right, now what I do, and this is just purely me, is I literally was sent this by Janie and sort of left to my own devices. Oh, my tape's gone up caught, isn't it?
That's okay. Oh, talking of which, Janie, I know you'll be watching. Janie is an amazing teacher, obviously teaching us how to use the right tools to get the right results and things like that. And I know it's very exciting for Janie at the moment because she's launched her retreats. Lots of people getting involved with those, booking up for those already. And we'll chat a little bit more about that as that time goes on. Because that's a perfect kind of environment to learn about
absolutely.
bookmaking.
That's kind of... I got into it sort of just trying to teach myself to begin with, found Janie, and then joined Janie's Facebook group, and then she started doing the retreats, and I was like, oh, okay. And that's where I've really learned everything on the retreats, the techniques.
Well, you pick up hints and tips, don't you, when you meet other people?
Yeah. So this is how I found it works for me. I'm using wax paper and I have just taped it over the sides for now. I'm going to tap my pad down so that this end should now all be together.
Okay.
And I'm going to squeeze it, hold it, and then I'm going to tighten it. Righty-tighty, isn't it? Lefty-loosey.
Righty-tighty, lefty-loosey, yes.
So I'm just holding on to it while I get... Now, I don't need to get this particularly tight, but I need to get it tight enough that this isn't going to move. It would help if I tightened it, not keep on.
That's all right. We were talking about them earlier on, didn't you? So you loosened it off as well. Oh, hold on. I think your bit at the end is there.
Ah,
you go.
That's right.
You could have been there for a full hour.
I could have been. Now, if you put it on flat, that wouldn't happen.
Okay.
But I find I lose a little bit of control over where the paper is. By having it flat.
Because in my head, I was thinking that it sits flat. But I suppose it depends on which technique you want to use it with.
As I said, for me, this is how I personally do it. And then I turn it this way. Now, we're using Janie's paper bindery glue.
Okay.
But again, I have found it easier to decant it into a little pot.
Okay, now when you are shopping for it, this is what it looks like.
That's it.
But those little pots, good idea, actually.
Yeah, they're just just allow me to dip in and spread rather than trying to squeeze it on and then spread it.
Okay. Can we use this for other things as
yes,
well?
so basically all of the bookbinding that we do, we use that glue.
Perfect. Oh, that
For
makes
all
it
of them.
simple, doesn't
Yeah,
it?
absolutely.
It's only £7.50p, so definitely worth going for. So yeah, pop that into
Absolutely.
your basket. Lovely.
Okay, so I'm using a brush, just use a really old brush, doesn't need to be anything fancy. And I'm going to start by just pushing it that way. What I want to do by doing this is get the glue to go sort of in between the pages as well as along the top.
Okay.
So I'm kind of fanning it out that way. And then I'm going to turn it round and I'm going to do the same that way.
So it's kind of giving you a gradient of pages.
Yes,
right.
yeah.
I see, yes.
And then I'm going to bring it back and I'm just going to make sure that glue is all spread. But I am just going to run my fingers just along the top just to remove that excess glue because you don't want loads of glue along those. Okay. And I did bring a bit of water just to rinse my brush.
Lovely.
Okay, now what I do, take the tape off.
Okay.
And then I hold it like that.
Oh, okay.
I unscrew these a little bit. Oh, I have got, I'm just making sure I'm on the overhead
No, you're
there.
doing brilliantly.
Unscrew these a little bit, just enough that this will drop in. Now, because it's got glue on it, you can kind of let it go. Now, can you see it's not going any further?
Yes.
So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to lift that up.
Okay.
And squeeze it.
So now the bit that you've applied the glue to.
Yeah,
is
going
why
in.
the mylar is so useful
Yes.
as well. Right. Okay.
Yeah. So now I'm screwing that down nice and tight. Now I expect if Janie demonstrates this on another show, she'll probably show you a different technique.
But you know what? It doesn't matter because you have your own personal way, don't you? As long as the end result is the same, that's the main thing.
So you now need to just leave that until it's dry.
Perfect. Okay. And what sort of period of time? Overnight?
Well, it
or?
depends. I put it on top of my radiator and it dried quite quickly.
Oh, okay.
So yes, it doesn't take overnight. It doesn't take that at all. But you do need to make sure it's nice and dry before you start fiddling around with
I'm
it.
thinking to myself, at $12.99, is it worth going for an extra couple of them? So then you can almost have like a little production
You
line.
could do, yeah.
So there's one, while one is drying, you're getting the next one ready and so on. But with so many of them already sold, you might not get the opportunity to go for more than one. In fact, we're over allocated, which means we've got more in people's baskets than we have stock available as well. So single figures now, so you need to be quick. But we're going to carry on because we're learning something else and using other things that we've got on the show as well. Including beautiful papers as well.
Yes.
And these fabulous, almost like fabric papers.
They are professional book covering materials.
Okay.
They are from a Swiss-based company.
Okay.
There's 25 in the pack. Ooh. And there's varying types and there's varying amounts of them.
Okay. I love this. Now, a couple of them are kind of cloth back.
Yeah, so these two, so you've got a couple of these dark blue, a few more of the bright blue, and they're both the cloth back ones. The other ones have more of a softer papery type feel on the back, and you get the dark blue, there's a burgundy.
Oh,
I love that one. I do like that one. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
There's a matte black in there.
Gorgeous. Oh, that.
And that hunter sort of green.
Yeah.
There's the black.
Oh, there it
it's
is.
a very matte black, that one.
I love that. Now, you're going to get all of those. Very, very busy for those as well. Can I show you the kind of results you get with them? And we will chat about making this style of book as time goes on. Obviously, it's being used in the demonstration as well, but it gives it a very kind of professional finish because not everybody wants the pretty papers on the outside, do they?
No.
Beautiful.
No, sometimes you just want to play. I mean, these ones that I made, I actually put the, I think on that one I might have used the book covering, but on this one I think I might have used the paper.
Okay.
So plain on the outside, but, you know, a bit of...
Love it. And mix them up as well. We've got some gorgeous papers and a wonderful download that you can get hold of. But you can team them up. So even the little bits that you've got left over, you can use those on the spine if you wanted to. So, yeah. Brilliant bundle. Very, very popular. Lots of you going for those. So details on your screen if you want those. £19.99. Incidentally, the press is sold out. Kind of knew it would do, so well done if you managed to get hold of yours. Okay. We're going to carry on because we still need to learn how to put it all together.
Okay, so what I'm using is the grey construction board, and this actually is the tall and narrow pieces that you get in there.
I've got those here.
So you get 2 A4 2mm and 1 A4 1mm.
Okay.
Then you get 2 2mm TM, what she calls tall and narrow, 2 A5s like that and 2 A6s. So
Brilliant.
this
So
is one of the tall, narrow ones cut in half.
So you can see some of them are thicker than others.
Yes,
Got
yes, yeah.
Wow, you're getting a lot of board in here.
Oh, absolutely. And obviously, you cut particularly with the A4s, you cut into it. You can do whatever size, whatever shape. So yeah, it's entirely up to you.
£6.50. You don't want to miss out on this, do you? It's kind of like a fundamental to give you those hard covers, to give you those incredible results when you're doing your book binding. So yeah, get hold of that while you got the opportunity at £6.50.
Okay, so I have, like I said, these are half of the TN, and this is just a little offcut that I'm using for the spine, which is about 1 centimetre in depth.
Okay.
There. And so I've got a piece of paper from the Mix It Up pack that we've got on the show, which is a whole sort of mix-up of different collections that Janie has released before, but to give people a taster if they've not seen any of Janie's paper before. So they're from various collections. So we are going to...
So I'm going to ask a question. The spine, you said it's about 1 centimetre.
Yep.
If you're doing this type of book, you need to make sure that the spine is the same thickness, do you, as your pad?
Yes, I would.
Okay.
Yeah, when we do books, you don't always need to, but because this needs to kind of stand and hold its shape, I would suggest you use a one like that.
Okay.
If you're just doing a paper one, this is literally just a piece of paper. I just stuck the piece of paper over.
Oh, okay. So you have to put a spine on it.
But if you're going to use these boards, I would recommend you use a piece of board for the spine as well.
Perfect.
Okay, so I'm using the paper bindery glue again.
Lovely.
And I'm going to just put some glue on. Now, I'm also going to use this, which is part of... I have everything labelled for when I do stuff on YouTube so people can see it. This comes as part of the T-spacers.
Okay.
And I just find it useful for when I cut my paper, but also for when I'm positioning my first board, because I can then use this to get my first board down, and then I just smooth it out.
Lovely. We will tell you all about these a little bit later on because they feature quite heavily in the next demonstration.
And I'm also going to use it just to start to separate that. So I'll get a bit of glue on, because what you don't want to do is to stick this right up here, because if you do that, it will not fold. Okay. So you need that space, and that's a reasonable...
Yeah, because you might not think of that automatically
No.
if you're doing this without really...
When you're using the boards, you need to definitely make space. Make sure you have space to fold it over.
And incidentally as well, if you're watching this and thinking, well, because it's not a kit form, you haven't got the instructions, you could be utilising instructions for something that you've bought in a kit form and making it that way. Or don't forget, you can go back and watch this show. So you can go back, if you're watching within a 7-day period of the show being live, it's on our website. If it's any longer than that, then it's held forever on YouTube. So you can go back and find it there. And also, of course, you can check out Janie's YouTube channel and all of the social media, and yours as well.
It's
Carol.
mine. I tend to do the videos for Janie on my channel, and they're linked through. So if you go to Janie's YouTube channel, you will be linked back to mine, So at some point I will do some videos of these. I haven't yet got around to it. Okay, so
if I could supply you with time in a bottle there.
well, exactly. And I am going to use this, which is also comes as part of that bundle that we'll see a bit later. And this is just so that when we cut the corners off, we have the right amount of paper here in order to get a good fold.
Because this is the thing, because I just think, oh, you just cut the corner off up to the grey board, but there's a reason you don't do it that way, and this will show you. Yeah.
Well, I showed it quite clearly in the previous show.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Oh, right. Okay,
well, I was showing, because we had the kits, that you don't necessarily need it, but you do need to leave the space, and on one of them I didn't.
Okay.
And when we folded it over, you could see exactly
why.
to illustrate. I know that's what Rosie said.
There you go. Illustrate exactly why you need to do it this
way. Okay, so I have now, this is ready, so I'm going to put a little bit of glue along here. This is just the same as we would cover our boards for a notepad, you know, your usual books we make. I'm just going to give it a little bit of a fold and then bring it over and make sure it's down.
Nice.
Yeah, using the tools, once you've kind of mastered the kits and the techniques that the kits give you, then, you know, the next step is all of these tools, because then you can just make your own to whatever size you want with whatever papers you want.
Making and selling these, couldn't you?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Okay, so now I'm using, this is the end of a scoreboard tool, my scoreboard
I
tool.
recognise that.
Yep. So I'm just using the end, and what I'm doing is I'm just pushing that bit of paper around.
Okay, yeah.
And this is what helps us to have a really neat fold. And because I've used it on all four corners should be nice and neat. Okay, so I'm going to put my glue along here. I won't spread that out, but generally need to. Don't push that in. Okay. You'll rip the paper at this point.
Okay.
It will bend and fold in as we move along, but if you try and force it in, you're just going to rip the paper.
Okay.
And don't cut it either. When I was before I really sort of was working with Janie, and I was just kind of experimenting myself, I did try that and it looked awful. I thought, oh no, I need to cut into those, make them go down. No, you don't. No, you don't. Okay, so I've now got the board covered. It's not stuck, bear with me.
Lovely and neat.
Okay, so that's the outside of the board. And this is that matte black that I have cut to fit on the inside, just like we did on this one.
Perfect.
Oh, it was green I used on that one, yeah.
Very professional finish, I have to say, like that.
They're lovely, they are lovely papers. So you need to start with glue on this central spine, okay? Like so.
Lovely.
And then sort of just work out where it's going, kind of like.
And it's just a smidgen inside of the outside edge, yes.
Ooh, yeah, not like me.
A bit of extra glue.
Yeah, a bit of extra glue. Okay, now, what we need to do is to just, whoops. And if you were watching the earlier show, you saw me do a similar thing with making the book. You just want to ease that into that. You can see that that's popped up now because I've eased that into that crevice there.
Okay.
So that I don't, if I was to just stick it straight across, this won't bend. It would, it'll be too tight.
It's got to kind of go into the channel,
Absolutely,
hasn't it? Yes,
yeah, it needs to go into
course.
that channel. That's the word I was looking for.
Oh, you're welcome, you can keep it.
Right, when you do it, spread that glue out, make it look nice and neat. I'm just, for time, just going ahead.
Yeah, because you got your work cut out. We've got to make another.
I know.
We're going to learn about signatures in books.
So you can see
the
indent there. And I'm going to do the same. I always turn the book around. I don't try and do it sort of the other side, the other way.
Makes sense. Make life easy for yourself.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. So like I said, put your glue on carefully, not like I'm doing, and you know you'll get a nice smooth finish. Okay, so let's give that a bit of a squish down, and that one. You see a bit of excess glue there, and this will now fold up.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Look at that.
So that will now fold up.
You could almost have a series of those on your stand or on your stall, couldn't you? And then add the little notebook afterwards.
And all I'm going to do is I'm going to stick that in.
I can't believe how quick this has come together. I know that you've got your drying time, but yeah.
And I just put glue along the top.
Okay.
You could put it on the whole bit if you wanted, but I've just been putting it on the top, and it just sort of sits in there. Sorry, my head in the overhead.
Okay. So you're just missing that little channel?
Yeah, just missed that little one. So then that folds over.
That is beautiful. How amazing is that? I love that. Love that, Carol. That was amazing. And then once you've kind of got that knowledge and that skill, I mean, do you want to talk us through some of these that we've got?
This one I have to say didn't turn out the way I meant it to.
Okay.
This one should have had the little bit that way, so that one over there, but I thought it looked wrong that way. So yeah, so this is a similar thing. This uses 5 pieces of board.
Okay.
I think there's about 8 centimetre squares, about 1 centimetre. This one's a little wider because you need the depth, and about 3.5 centimetres, I think. But this is one I will do a video of. And so that's another way, and this one, the papers go up that way.
You could almost put little kind of pencil holders and things like
that
in, couldn't
you?
Oh,
absolutely, yeah, you can make it wider. This one I based on a pad I had in the cupboard. And I thought, oh, that works. It works just exactly in that way. That comes down, and then your pad's there.
Oh, isn't that lovely?
And that...
You could have like a calendar there or something.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. This is the papers on a piece of craft card.
Ah.
Yeah, so you don't even need the construction. You can feel it's a lot thinner.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's all it is, and then a little
Don't
corner
want it to be
lounger.
too chunky, really, do you? 'Cause
No.
it's going to bend and fold.
Yeah.
We've tempted you with those papers, haven't we? I better show them to you.
While you're bringing them over, this is the other one I did, and this actually uses some bits from the papers. So these, I made a pad out of these ones. I did notice after I'd made it, I did have some upside down, but these are some of the ephemera in there.
Okay.
So are these. These are in there, and I made a little pad of that one. And then these are another one that so this is just a nice little sort of folder to keep your ephemera in.
Nice.
So,
Love it, love it, love it, love it. So talking of those papers, well, I've got them here to share with you. And these are beautiful. Now, got a couple of different ways for you to get hold of these. If you want the physical paper sending to you, then you need the details on the screen. And you will get 50 of these sheets. If you want to get yourself ready for your next demo, Carol, by all means, please do so. I'm just going to do a bit of talky stuff. Not worth listening to.
Okay.
There you go. So the papers themselves, you're going to get 50 different styles of pages in there. Gives you a little insight into Janie's world and what she does so well when she brings all that gorgeous artwork to us in so many different formations. Sometimes they're portraits, sometimes they're landscapes, sometimes there's elements that you might want to focus on the front cover of a project, sometimes it might be on the back cover, sometimes it might be inside. Sometimes there might be elements in there that you can use as decoration, that you can fussy cut around, that you can incorporate to add even more interest to the projects that you're working with. And she works with the most incredible artwork and so many different variations, but this is the way that she takes that vintage artwork, puts them together in a very modern way to give you the ability that you can craft with them. And quite often the layout, you can see that's almost like a book cover in its making, isn't it? You've got the front cover there, you've got the back cover there, you've got the area for the spine. So it makes it very, very easy for you to work with. And as I say, it just gives you a little insight into the different styles of artwork that Janie brings to us. Loads and loads of sheets, as you can see there, for just £14.99. And these will be sent to you if you're using the details that are on your screen. Rather than me go through all 50 sheets, you can see you've got all sorts of florals in there. Elements that Carol just spoke of, with the little elements of ephemera. It could be fussy cutting these, you could be getting your dies involved with these, but these are extra little bits and pieces that you could be popping within there. Do apologise, on the screen it says 50, but there should be 40. So we're just going to get that addressed. But beautiful, beautiful pieces, all sorts of different kind of focal points in there as well. Just lovely quality.
Yeah, it is. I think it's 90 GSM paper that she prints them on. And as I said earlier, they're from, all the papers are from different collections. So some from the Gilded Age that she released, I think, in December. And then some that go further back, vintage scrapbook and floral scrapbook, those kind of ones, yeah.
I love it. So there you go. The details are on your screen for your 40 sheets, just £14.99. But if you just cannot wait for them to arrive, well, good news, we've got a download that is available for you as well. And that will focus on the same sheets that we've just looked at, but you don't get them physically. They're sent to you, well, they're actually sent via your account, your HobbyMaker account. So when you shop for these on the website, you use the details that are on your screen and you make an instant purchase. So you will just literally click on that. It just says purchase, and it will automatically go through your account, so you don't have to put card details in checkout or anything like that. And for £7.99, you will get all of those papers on their way to you digitally, ready for you to print off in whatever format that you like. Beauty of that is if you wanted to print them as A5, you could do that. A3, you could do that if you've got a printer.
Or double-sided, because I sometimes when I make junky type journals, I actually use them as pages in the journal.
Ah, so yeah, good idea. Yeah. Print on the back of them as well. So yeah, again, beautiful artwork that you're going to be able to use in loads of different ways. Pop it onto rice paper and printable
card,
acetate,
print it onto card.
Yeah. Beautiful. So there you go. It's £7.99 if you wanted to go for your digital version with the details that are on your screen. Now Carol is ready. She's got all of her tools.
I have my tools ready.
So now we're going to learn how to make a different style of
Yes. So what we're looking at now, if I can just reach across you.
Please do, yes.
We're going to look at how to make books similar to the kit in a way, but from scratch, if you like. So I've got some A5 ones here, one that's got 2 signatures, one that's got 4, so different width of spine. I've got some A6. Different stitches. Again, this is a wide spine. This has got 6 signatures. This one has 4 and this one has 2. So what these tools will allow you to do is to choose the width of your spine and help you to work out where the holes go.
Perfect. Now, good news, we've got loads of demo time.
Ooh.
Because you can see on the screen there, it's 25 to, so yeah, you take your time.
Brilliant.
And you
Okay.
can explain everything that you need.
Okay, so this is the spacer bundle.
Okay.
Now, they don't come with the stickers on. This is what I've done because it helps when I'm doing YouTube videos to show what I'm doing.
Ah, okay.
So we have 4 different size T-spacers, and I'll explain why they're T-spacers when we assemble the book. So this one is 4.5 centimetres, this one is 3.5, this one is 2.5, this one is 1. We have the corner, the L shape that I was showing you earlier, which I used earlier, and it has the corner cutter in with it as well. So that all comes as a bundle.
So we're going to get all of that.
All of that as a
for
bundle.
$24.99. Brilliant. Details on your screen. If you want to add your own stickers, then you can do.
Yes.
They won't come with the stickers on there, but it's a jolly good idea to actually
Yeah,
add those.
because although this is a 4.5 centimetre wide spacer, your spine won't be 4.5 centimetres because you need, remember that folded bit?
Yes.
So in the spine template pack, you get a 4 centimetre spine.
And it's that little bit smaller, right?
1 in A5 and, where's the bottom, and 1 in A6.
Okay.
Then you get, so that will give you 8 signatures. That's quite
Wonderful.
a deep book.
Okie dokie.
The 3.5 spacer goes with the 3 centimetre ones, and they give you 6 signatures.
Okie dokie.
And then the 2.5 gives you 4 signatures, and you get an A5 and an A6, and then you get two signatures for that. So those 8, count Carol, 8 spine templates, they mix with the T-spacers. They come separately. You don't have to use both.
Okay.
But they're designed to work together.
Wonderful. Now, if you are going for these, they are a separate purchase to the T-spacers, and you've got all those different sizes for the different signatures and, of course, the different lengths, because we were talking A6 and A5. Details are on the screen, only $14.99. And you use these to mark out the area, so they are reusable, aren't they?
Oh, absolutely. And the other thing you can do with them is when you are starting to do a different stitch. So we've got, this is a long stitch. This is what we'd call a double long stitch. And then this one was me freestyling.
I like that, very creative.
That was a little bit of a, we've got a 3-hole pamphlet, and then this one is just a running stitch. But what you can do on here is you can actually, because the holes are big enough, you can sew through it when you want to, if you want to practice how to do the stitch, or you want to practice a new stitch or try something you think
looks good.
Yeah, you can use these to sew through. So they're made from mylar, so they're very sturdy.
Wonderful.
And also the other thing they'll do, if you've got the screw punch, the smallest screw punch hole fits right in there.
Oh, so that can make life easier as well.
So if you need to punch the holes rather than pierce the holes, they fit through.
Wonderful. So details are on your screen. So $14.99 will get you all of those mylar templates. And don't forget, if you do want the T-bars, we have got those available, and they come with that little kind of L shape, the corner piece, and also the bits to neaten up your corners. Don't know what it was called, but that little corner
I think it's called an L spacer on the sort of the information.
Fair enough. There you go. You're going to get all of that in there, and they are on the website if you want to get hold of those. In fact, we've popped them back up on the screen for you. Lovely.
Okay.
What else do we need to know?
The other thing with these templates is they have lots of holes in them, but you don't need to use them all.
Okay.
So, for example, with this A5 one, all I used was these 2 end holes and the middle one.
Oh, I see. So you've got your big stitches.
So it gives you all sorts of possibilities of what you want to do. So you don't have to use all of them. If you're using a chain stitch or a running stitch, you might want to. But, you know, a 3-hole pamphlet, you'd use those 3. A 5-hole pamphlet, you'd have 5 holes, and so on. It just gives you a lot of versatility as to whatever you want to do. So we're going to use this one with 4 signatures. So I'm going to put it to the side because we don't need it just yet.
Okay.
So I'm going to use the 2 A6 boards that come within the construction bundle.
And they're already cut to that
They're
size?
already cut to size. You
Okay.
get 2 A6, 2 A5, 2 TN, and then the 3 A4.
Wonderful.
And I am using this or the book coverings, which I really like, this burgundy.
Beautiful.
And I
It's a
have
nice one,
gone
isn't
ahead
it?
and cut it to size just to save a bit of time, but I've cut it so that I've got this border.
So you've trimmed the paper
I've trimmed the
down already?
paper down already, so it's just marginally smaller than the actual, because I think it's about roughly A4 that she's cut them to.
Well, you can save the extra bits.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
I've got a bit of news with regards to the construction board. Lots of you have gone shopping for this one and it's fully allocated. So if you've got it in your basket, good news.
Yes.
You could potentially get hold of it, but only if you're checking your basket out as quick as you possibly can. So please don't wait till the end of the show, end of the demonstration. Confirm your orders now and then you know it is on its way to you. If you are a bit like Alison and you've gone for 3 lots of it, then you might want to check out a little bit sooner rather than later, because that means that the stock that we've got left is going to go even sooner. And lots of you are doing exactly that. And I can see the names moving across now. So thank you for confirming your orders.
Okay, so I'm going to use this to place my first board, a bit like I did with the other one. Just gives me a first sort of position of that board. And again, I would turn it over. I would be a little bit more gentle with this. This is, I wouldn't want to kind of dig into the vinyl top on this.
Yes,
So just gently, but go from the middle out, because what you're trying to get rid of is any air bubbles. And make sure when you put the glue on it, you can smooth it out as much as possible so that there's adhesive on all of it, so you're not getting any sort of dead spots.
I have to say, I love your little squeegee tool, squeegee. I don't know what it is. Is that a squeegee?
I don't know, from Janie.
Oh, Janie's got them all. Right, okay, we need to see more of them.
Apparently it makes really good wallpaper as well, she was telling me. So, okay, so now we need our T-spacer.
Lovely.
So the reason it's a T, this bit is for the spine, this bit helps you to line up your boards.
Okay.
So I'm going to put glue on and then attach that there so I know that my boards are lined up.
Perfect. Very clever.
Yes.
Tool. Simple, but it
Oh,
does what you need.
absolutely.
Oh, attention. Janie's watching.
Oh,
Janie, hello. Thank you for joining us. She sent us a message through as well, I believe. So, yeah, it's good to have your company. So here we go. Hi, Carolyn. Hey. Oh, that was quick. In and out. I think Carolyn's doing a fabulous job, isn't she just? I could start to plan your retirement. Janie, you will never retire, because I know you're a busy lady and you love to keep yourself busy as well. So,
Oh, absolutely. Okay, so I've got the other one on, just giving that a little bit of a...
it's lovely papers to work with.
It is. Now, when I do one like this, where it's one sheet of paper and I haven't got a grey board spine,
okay, yeah,
I tend to, and this is just my personal choice, I just like a little bit of extra reinforcement. So this is just a piece of craft card, cut to the same size as that.
Okay.
It just gives it a little bit extra
that's fair enough.
rigidity.
Good
But you
tip.
don't have to.
Okay, good tip.
You don't have to do it. It's just what I do. I don't think Janie does it. So
it's personal preference.
Yeah.
I suppose it might depend on what you're actually working
yeah,
with
and
as
it,
well.
particularly with if you're doing a full paper one, where this is just paper.
So let's bring that one in.
Yeah.
So we can see what we're chatting about.
Yeah.
So on this one here, that is just paper.
Yeah,
that's
it's
created
it's
the
one
spine.
sheet of paper.
Okay.
So like this, but it's just paper.
Right.
And I would use 2 of these, a double one of those on just paper. Just gives that little bit of rigidity, so you're not going to rip it. So you can see it sits in there with that little gap. And
Always remember that little gap. You need that little gap.
Yeah, which I haven't quite got on that side, but it will work. There we go.
Wonderful.
Right. Okay. So, like we did on the other one, we're going to cut the corners.
Perfect.
A lot of the processes when you're making this kind of book or the others, they're the same.
Okay.
So you'll be doing them over and over. You'll get used to doing them. They'll become kind of second nature.
Yeah.
The thing about this, I will say about this corner cutter, you don't have to use a knife like I am. You could use a pencil and cut the scissors.
Yeah.
But this little lip here is designed to protect your fingers so the knife doesn't slip.
Yeah.
So you can press on the 2 bits there, and unless you're really
jumpy all over the place.
Yeah, you shouldn't be.
And that probably means you need a new blade in your knife. If that
Probably,
happens.
yeah. No, I always know when I need one, because it starts to tear this rather than cut it nice and straight.
That's
so,
a good point.
as I said, same process. So we start with the short ends. I'm going to give it a little bit of a...
Love it. We are very, very busy, folks. I'm just going to give you a little bit of an update with regards to those spacers. So if you want in your bundle of spacers, please be aware that half of the stock has gone. So they've been a very popular item. It's a brilliant tool as well, because it's one of those things that you'll use over and over again, but it just means you're getting those results.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also, I mean, when you get very confident, you can freestyle a bit and use them on smaller things or taller things.
Oh, okay,
or
yeah.
you know, if you know what you're doing, once you know what you're doing,
yes,
you can use them in a slightly different way. But to start with, they are the perfect sort of step from the kits. Right, what did I forget to do? I forgot to tuck my little corners in.
Oh, yes, sorry, that's us chatting.
Yeah. I'm just about to put the glue on, and it's like, oh,
you remembered those?
You shouldn't be there.
You remembered.
Yeah. Now, I when I was doing the prep, they're slightly different to paper, and particularly the two cloth back ones.
Okay, they're a little bit thicker.
They have a little bit of a fray on them.
Okay.
So when you're doing them, you might want to add a little bit of glue, either just now on here to keep it down, or once it's folded, just to stop it. I just found with because with cloth, you find that when you're doing a cloth cover,
it's like there's two things come together,
Yeah.
and they're glued back to back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's just, that was just an observation I found just to as I was making them. But
it's good that you shared it with us, because it means that people will know it.
Just to watch out with.
Those top tips, I like it, Carol's top tips. The same adhesive though, because it dries clear, it doesn't matter, does it? You won't see it if you do use it on those corners.
No, or you could, if you don't want the sort of, because it's got a gloss finish. I haven't put you can see I've not put the glue right up to this. I'm just going to squirt a bit in.
That's it, poke it in there, get it in there.
You could use, I don't think we've got it on your website, her matte collage glue.
Okay.
So it has a bit more, because we use this because it has less water in than your normal PVA, so it doesn't saturate your board, it doesn't saturate your papers. The matte collage glue has a bit more water content, but it dries matte. So you wouldn't see that kind of glossy shine that you get from this.
Okay. Might be on the website, might not be.
I know. I checked earlier, and it wasn't.
Oh, you are good, Carol. She's so good. She's so good. Belinda's messaged in as well. What are you up to, Belinda? Oh, from Surrey, lovely part of the world. Janie's retreats are absolutely fantastic. I attended a beginner's bookbinding course and had the most enjoyable day and learned so much, Belinda. It's where your paths first crossed, wasn't it? With
yes, on the retreats, and Janie's. Like you were saying earlier, she's now doing the country house.
Country house. That was it. I couldn't remember
country
what the
house.
phrase was.
I'm going to get trouble for getting it wrong. Country House Craft Studio.
There you go.
So it's an amazing place
you were telling
to
us
go.
About the building, how quirky
it's this amazing. I think it's Georgian. I probably might not have got that right, but. There's 15 rooms there, so it's not a huge group that Janie has. She likes to keep a group small. Every single room is themed.
Oh.
So I always stay in the London room. So everything in that room is London. It's old books, maps, old ephemera. It's the owner's collections over many years distilled into these little rooms. And then you've got it's like a rabbit warren, and there's little libraries here and there. Oh, it's an absolutely amazing place.
Like a perfect place to go on.
The crafting is amazing with Janie there. She's now starting to do some day ones as well.
Nice.
And on top of that, the hosting is great. The food is amazing.
Sounds like a good place to go, doesn't it? Love it. Ooh, now do go and check out those, as I say, from Janie's website. But we better get moving, because we've got to get this all
Now, I've realised I've made a little bit of a boo-boo here.
Oh, have you?
Yes. Oh. Because for whatever reason, I decided to cut two pieces. And I should have cut one. And I even did it with a pattern because you can do the inside.
You need to use that?
Yeah, no, I might have another piece in my pack.
I'll tell you what, do you want to get that sorted while I just give a little bit of a recap of some of the things that you've used?
Absolutely.
And then we can come back to you. That's not a problem at all.
As you were talking, I was thinking,
oh, bless you, don't worry about it. So, those papers, the fabulous papers that Carol has been utilising, just as we step away from the demo, just for a few moments, you've got all the different papers, they've got the different variations in there, you've got the gorgeous kind of burgundy tone in there. Some of them are cloth backed, so when you're working with those, you've got that kind of background. It's almost like a laminated fusion of two layers, the outside and then the inside. So you've got some of those featuring in there. Some of them have got more of a paper backing to them, but they're still very kind of sturdy, very rigid, and then you can utilise those for making the front covers or the insides if you're wanting to as well. Got that lovely rich burgundy tone, and you've also got the fabulous green in there as well as your black. So yeah, if you like the idea of getting hold of those, and the details are on your screen. £19.99. They have been very, very popular. Lots of you have gone for those. Incidentally, the finishing press, that sold out a long time ago, so yeah, I probably should have mentioned that earlier. Adhesive, lots of you shopping for the adhesive in this hour as well, because of course it's kind of like one glue for all of the different elements that we've been chatting about. And then of course you've got your recycled cartridge paper that we saw being used in the little notepad. I didn't tell you about that one, did I? So £5.99, you're going to get 50 sheets of that, and you can see you're going to be able to make loads of those little booklets working with that. So there you go. If you like the idea of getting hold of that, details on your screen. Oh, you're all good to go?
Yes, I'm good to go.
Gosh, that was quick.
Yeah, no, just one of those little blips. Okay, so similar to what we did before, because it's a one sheet thing, I'm going to start sticking in the middle. And I'm not gonna spread the glue. We're just gonna go with it.
Okay.
So I'm eyeballing it again. I'm a bit of an eyeballer.
That's okay.
Janie's a measure. The other thing, Janie and I we don't disagree, but Janie's a centimetres person.
Okay.
And I'm an inches.
Oh, okay, that's fair
But I'm working in centimetres for her.
Okay.
But when I do my stuff, I end up doing it in inches. So
mix them all together, to be fair, so don't worry.
Okay, so I'm doing the same thing. I'm getting my ruler into that little gap. In fact, I'm going to put the glue on first. It's exactly the same process as we did before. Like so.
Lovely. Spread it out underneath there. Perfect.
Yeah, if you want to know how to do one like this, where you've got the paper boards and then you've got a separate spine.
Yes.
If you watch the previous show back with the kits, it's that was earlier today.
Yeah. Oh, I'm trying to think what time you were on with
4 p.m.
4 o'clock. Perfect.
The process is exactly the same, but you would use this instead of the fabric.
Okay.
So the process for putting the spine on is exactly the same way.
Perfect.
If I'd have thought about it, I could have actually
okay, don't worry.
Done one that way. Oh, I've gone too hard. I've been a bit too vigorous. Yeah. Okay, let's get the glue on.
Now, of course, the style of book that we're working with is where you're going to be getting all that stitch detailing.
Yeah.
And this is where because we've got the cradle that's going to help you with regards to this, haven't we?
We're going to move on to
the
that
cradle is almost like having an extra pair of hands. So if you want to get ahead of the game, we have got that available. But that's going to kind of hold everything for that kind of construction and putting everything together as well.
So this is not gone to plan because I haven't really got that in. But that's the idea. We'll keep moving. I haven't got the glue on everywhere. Can you see what I mean? I've not.
But you know what? You wouldn't, if you were doing this at home, you wouldn't have millions of people watching.
No, this is
true. And you wouldn't have to worry about it. So don't worry about it.
But we'll keep going because you can see the process.
Yes, that's the
thing. Now this paper is the other paper that we've got on, which is the A5 artist paper.
Lovely. Okay.
So it's a whiter colour. So this is the cartridge paper. This is the artist. Yeah, you can see it, and it's got a bit. That's my mess. It's smoother. This one's got a little bit of a texture because it's recycled.
Okay.
This one, I think on the thing it says you can stamp. You can do your kind of mixed media techniques on this one.
Yeah.
So I'm just going straight with the paper and I'm folding it in half. Because it's A5 and I'm making an A6 book.
Do you need any more folding? Yeah,
I've only got 4 there. So,
for you. Time-wise, we've probably got about 5 minutes
Yep,
or so
that's
left.
fine.
So there we go. Oh gosh, I've gone and got foundation on there.
That's all right.
It's because I just scratched my nose.
Okay, so if I won't actually sew anything, but I can show you how to punch this and then how to do it on here as well, so that you've got the two. So what I would do I've got my piercing cradle.
Now this is the cradle that we were chatting about earlier.
It doesn't come like that.
Yours is very pretty.
I had in November I had all the MDF on a show and I decorated it all.
Okay, so yours will come in a naked form and it'll come in pieces, but you will have all the elements that will help you create your cradle. And this is what I was talking about, having an extra pair of hands. So here you go, you can see it on the screen there. You can get your piercing cradle. You're also going to get your guide there as well, which is going to help you with regards to putting everything in place.
Yeah, so that's what I'm using. Now I've got the template and I know that I want to pierce. I'm going to just do a quick 3-hole pamphlet. So we're going to do on the end one on each. So I'm just marking in line. Sorry, I realise it's really hard to see that, isn't it?
Do you want to
a bit of paper underneath because it's on the black. Is that better? Yeah, that's better.
Lovely. So that's just like one of those.
This is dry white
whiteboard.
mark. Yeah. So I want to use the end hole. So I've lined that up on the ruler and the middle hole there.
Okay.
Okay. So put that to one side for the minute, and then we bring the cradle in.
Get with the paper. Lovely.
And I bring my signature in. Now, what I didn't do is with this. Can you see that? Sorry, that's flat. Well, let me put that down. What I also need to do on this ruler, bear with me a moment. This is not lined up. There. Can you see that? Yes. Right. So I need to make sure that's lined up with my signature.
Okay. Yeah.
These holes are lined up. And the other thing I then want to do is mark where the edges of this signature is.
Okay.
So that's kind of there and there. This is not, I can see it's not quite lined up, but for speed. So what that allows you to do is when you get it in here, I know that every signature I need to line up between those two end marks that I made.
Right, clever.
And then I know that I'm piercing my holes with my awl. Every time I'm piercing them in the same places in the next signature.
So they all line up.
So they all line up.
Clever. Now, if you're wanting your piercing cradle, you're going to be in very good company. Lots of you going for that.
Okay, so that's that one. I'll just show you that again. So this would be another one. This is a cartridge paper one. Again, I would find...
So it doesn't matter where that sits in there.
No, as long as I can line up those two end lines that I marked, I know that my 3 holes are going to be in the same place as these ones. And you would do it, you'd put that one there, I'd take this one out and I'd put it on the top and you keep them in order like that.
Until you've got as many signatures
as you need. Now with the spine...
Now just to warn you, we've only got a minute
Yep,
left, so you
I
might
can do
need
it
to
quickly.
kind of talk it through.
Yep, so you literally put that in there.
Yeah.
And I know I want these 3 holes.
Because you've got the markings again.
There, there. And you do that on each of the lines.
Oh, that's easily done.
Yeah, so you can see, yes, you can just about see. I pierced the 3 holes and you do that for all the lines. And then those will match up with those for you to sew them in.
But if we come and look at your tutorials,
Yes.
it'll show us that little
Oh,
bit,
yes.
won't it? Yeah,
Yeah,
so-
I have already got videos showing how to put this kind of book together on my YouTube channel.
And where do we find that?
Papercraft by Carol.
Papercraft by Carol.
Carol with an E.
Carol with an E, absolutely. Carol with an E, I have to say, I've had a fabulous time. We've learnt so much from you. Thank you so much. And thank you to Janie as well for joining us during this hour. I'm sure we will see more from you. Is it kind of every couple of months or so?
Well, yes, sort of. We're thinking that at the moment. So next month, Janie will be back.
Wonderful.
Yes.
I will be back tomorrow, though. So have a nice evening, and I'll see you tomorrow at 5.